A small child woke up in the morning and felt something strange happening. Everything around him seemed familiar, but unusual. He felt a connection with his former consciousness, returning to a new body. Despite the new sensations, the child understood that he remained himself. The boy woke up with complete memory loss. Feeling anxious and confused, he tried to calm down using breathing and focusing on his body sensations. This helped him regain his inner balance and confidence. The boy woke up in a strange environment. His body refused to obey. Having collected the remains of his memories, the child realized that he had lived differently before. Analyzing the children's room around him, he was convinced that this was not his place. Having tried to move, he remained motionless, experiencing increasing anxiety. He dedicated his past life to protecting the girl, facing difficulties and sacrificing himself for her safety. One day, having given his life in the final battle, he received a second chance through a new reincarnation, retaining the warmth and gratitude to fate for the opportunity to continue the fight. The young man fought desperately with many monsters, whose danger frightened even experienced warriors. Eric called loudly for Eileen, trying to hear her voice among the screams and roar of battle. The hero stubbornly moved on, throwing back the monsters one after another, passionately wanting to meet her again. He was incredibly strong, but he fought to the brink of death solely to protect this girl. The warriors did not understand how this man could push back an army of over 100 men and continue to fight. These wars would never reach the depths of his soul. Losses followed one after another, destroying plans and dreams. The pain of loss ate away at his heart, making the future foggy and uncertain. All that was left was the courage to move forward, even after losing almost everything. When the boy turned 16, his home village was suddenly attacked by terrible monsters. Huge creatures with sharp claws and glittering teeth brought destruction and chaos to the peaceful inhabitants. The boy came face to face with a real threat for the first time. During the monster attack, the boy's family showed the greatest sacrifice. His mother, father, and close friend who became part of the family willingly accepted death to give him the only chance to survive. They stood shoulder to shoulder, covering him with themselves, fighting until their last breath. After some time, he met his best friend. However, it soon became clear that the young man's wrong decision had put his friend in a deadly trap. Devastated by the loss of a loved one, the hero realized that he was responsible for his friend's death. Life had lost all meaning for him. Emptiness filled his mind, erasing the desire to continue to exist. But suddenly, that very person appeared, whose hand appeared as if from nowhere, offering help and support. This person turned out to be Eileen, the very girl who was able to fill the void in his soul. Her appearance turned out to be the only reason to stay in this mortal world. Elin revealed to him forgotten feelings of joy, becoming the main reason for continuing life. The hero was determined that he would no longer allow the loss of loved ones and loneliness. He would not allow enemy forces to take Eileen away from him. Filled with determination, he prepared to protect her with all his might, believing that life only made sense next to this person. The young man suddenly went on the offensive, striking the army with his audacity and strength. Turning to the enemies, he declared that whoever wanted an immediate meeting with his creator should try to stop him. The enemy troops refused on the spot, continuing to advance. They immediately understood the threat after the young man's words, and, mobilizing the last of their strength, began to run away with all their remaining strength. The boy realized that his reserve of strength was close to exhaustion, realizing that he was approaching his physical limit. Overjoyed that the war was over and his enemies were gone, Eric asked Eileen to show herself and tell him where she was. He looked at the destruction caused by the recent battle and continued to call out to the girl, hoping in vain to hear her voice. Suddenly, painful memories came flooding back, piercing him with pain and regret. Looking at the aftermath of the battle, the young man suddenly remembered how he had failed to save her. The girl, the last one he truly cared about, had breathed her last on that fateful day. A flash of acute grief engulfed him completely, resurrecting the lingering pain of loss that could not be erased from memory. He reproached himself for his weakness and inability to save her, considering his guilt the main cause of the tragedy. Every thought returned him to the moment when he stood as a helpless witness to her death, and anger at himself mixed with the deepest sorrow and indignation about the situation. Lost in his thoughts, the boy missed an attack by one of the soldiers with a powerful weapon, a crossbow. The warrior sneaked up behind him and fired, not giving the young man time to react. Thus ended the sad story of Eric. Absorbed in the bitterness of loss and suffering, he allowed his attention to weaken. Taking advantage of the moment, the enemy delivered a precise and deadly blow from a crossbow. On this day, the young hero met death. The event evoked deep sympathy. Death came at the hands of a nameless soldier who cowardly fled the battlefield and took advantage of the opportune moment. The situation, devoid of heroism and grandeur, made the end especially tragic and unfair. After many losses and sufferings, this man accepted death calmly and even with relief. The place of his death was perceived by the hero as a symbol of the end of the path, completing the circle of fate, and he left this life with a feeling of inner agreement and acceptance of the inevitable ending. Free from mental anguish and physical pain, Eric finally found peace. Death will allow him to fulfill his cherished desire, to reunite with his dead family, to whom he felt great affection and longed to meet for many years. Eric saw his beloved people in front of him, his mother, father, childhood friend, and dear Eileen. Finally freed from the suffering of earthly life, the boy extended his hand and went to meet his family, feeling the long-awaited liberation and inner harmony. This was how he had planned for his fate to unfold. He couldn't understand why his spirit had ended up in the body of a small child and why he had found himself in such a difficult situation. Completely disoriented, he had no idea what was going on or why he was there. The kid couldn't understand why he was trapped in a small child's body. Memories of his previous experiences brought him only disappointment and bewilderment. The whole current situation seemed so absurd and senseless to the hero that he considered it absolute nonsense. The ritual of reincarnation is a process that allows a human soul to gain a second life. Through a special ritual, a person is given a unique chance to be reborn, receiving a new body and the opportunity to live life anew. At first, he saw the idea of reincarnation as a silly joke. Memories from previous lives were vague and incoherent. The idea of reincarnation seemed to him a ridiculous fantasy, easily dismissed as a figment of the imagination. The kid thought that they were simply laughing at him, playing some kind of evil game. If they decided to revive him, then they had to first erase all memories of his previous lives. Eric decided to end his painful existence on his own, but his efforts were in vain. His tiny childish hands turned out to be completely unsuitable instruments for what he had planned. It was impossible to accomplish something that required certain skills and physical strength. The child ordered his body to obey, but it refused to follow the master's orders. He reasoned that a mother, having gone through a difficult birth, should experience joy from the birth of a son. Therefore, Eric has no right to destroy the family's well-being because of the burden of past memories. The question remained open, why he was allowed to be born again in a completely new place. Even if he meets a huge number of people, there is no guarantee that in his current life he will be able to establish contact with children and peers. After all, the person has retained the worldview of an adult, which makes communication with children extremely difficult and uncomfortable. The scars of losing loved ones deeply traumatized his soul, and the boy was in a state of severe crisis. He did not understand why he was here, in a new body, with the memory of his previous life. Suddenly, a misunderstanding occurred. The confusion arose unnoticed, and the child did not even notice how events got out of control. It was too late to understand what exactly went wrong. The misunderstanding turned into a catastrophe, the consequences of which became irreversible. He was outraged that God was supposedly humiliating him by sending him into a new body as a baby, forcing him to ask others for help. The hero perceived this state of affairs as an act of injustice and a mockery of his pride and dignity. People said that the child's job was to cry, and the hero played his role perfectly, regularly showing tears. One day, a man approached him, interested in his behavior. He passionately wanted to see the faces of his parents, into whose family he was born again, hoping to find familiar features in them. But, finding himself face to face with his mother, he experienced a shock. It turned out that Selena was now his own mother. The prospect of becoming her son caused a storm of emotions that shook him to the core. He could not believe that fate had played such a complicated and bizarre joke, making the relationship radically different. Selena, being an attentive and caring mother, noticed that the child's pants were wet due to the misunderstanding that had occurred. She immediately changed her son's clothes, handling him carefully and ensuring comfort and cleanliness. The girl gently picked up the baby, worriedly asking what had happened, and offered the comfort of a motherly hug. The child, however, internally resisted such closeness, believing that it was simply impossible to accept parental affection after everything he had experienced. He doubted whether this woman was really his mother, because in appearance she was remarkably similar to his ex-mother from a past life. The external resemblance caused him mixed feelings. On the one hand, it calmed him down. On the other, it gave rise to internal conflict and mistrust. The name Eric was quite common, so the coincidence was not surprising. and his real mother from his past life had long since passed away, leaving only warm memories and sadness in his heart. The child tried his best to control his emotions, hiding his inner experiences. Soon Dion arrived, busy hunting, entered the house and greeted his son warmly, happy to return home and meet the boy. The father greeted his son warmly, sincerely expressing his joy at the meeting. The child was in a state of deep shock, recognizing in Diana the man who had been his father in his past life. Eric was completely confused, not understanding why the circumstances of his new life were so closely intertwined with the events of his past. The coincidences seemed mystical and frightening to him. A woman who looked exactly like his previous mother, a man he had grown accustomed to thinking of as his father, and even his own name all pointed to some kind of supernatural intervention. The hero desperately needed an explanation and thought he was dreaming. The father said that his son would certainly become a strong and courageous man like himself. Then he suggested that the baby stand up on his feet, noticing that he had fallen and needed support. It turned out that what was happening was not a dream or an illusion at all, but a real reality, and a very painful one at that. The hero felt a full range of unpleasant sensations and pain. The father remained as confident and strong as he had been in his previous life, mentally considering himself a grown man. Meanwhile, Selena persistently explained to the man that he was an ordinary 6-month-old baby. It became obvious that the coincidence was far from accidental. In the manner of communication and speech characteristics of these people, he clearly recognized his real parents from a past life. This detail convinced him of the uniqueness and significance of this situation. There was no doubt, he was sure that these were his real parents from his past life. The hero could not make a mistake in such an important matter because he intuitively felt the truth in his heart. The girl sheepishly apologized to Eric, saying that Diana's behavior was due to his deteriorating health, the gradual death of brain cells, which is why his actions become unpredictable and sometimes inappropriate. The child watched his parents, smiling and seeing that their characters remained unchanged, the same as he remembered them from his past life. His mother was Selena, and his father was Dion. He himself was again embodied in the image of Eric, thus confirming the regularity and interconnection of destinies that turned into an unusual scenario. Having adapted to the surrounding environment, the child suddenly noticed that the room he was in was remarkably similar to the very nursery where he had spent the first years of his previous life. Interior details, furniture arrangement, and household items, everything connected the present with past experience. Now the hero was worried about something completely different. The preserved memories of the past were no longer of primary importance. It was more important to adapt to the new life, get used to the conditions of the present, and understand how to best use the second chance given to him by fate. It turns out that the baby actually returned to his own past, starting life anew, but now as a small child. He found himself in shock, immersed in his own past experiences. The memories repeated in his head, exactly, down to the smallest details, forcing him to relive long-known events. Eric once again imagined the image of his death, but suddenly realized an important truth. Past fears and experiences lost their power over him. He realized that he now had a unique opportunity to influence the course of his life. He had a chance to create an ideal version of his life, taking into account the experience and knowledge he had acquired. The young man in his past life repeatedly said that he wanted to become stronger. Returning to his childhood, the little boy realized that he had a unique opportunity to correct his past mistakes and achieve better results. Thanking God for the opportunity, he set out to create an ideal version of his life, using the lessons of his past experiences. Using the second chance, he decided to save everyone he failed to save in his past life. He must act flawlessly, without mistakes or errors, because there may not be a third time. In his past life, the young man often agreed to compromises, which he later bitterly regretted. Now, with a second chance, he firmly decided to act differently. No deals with conscience, no justifications or excuses. Everything will be different, honest, and fair. This time he intends to live fully and actively change his destiny. Armed with knowledge of the past, he will try to avoid old mistakes, take advantage of opportunities, and turn his life into a story of success and harmony. They were happily chasing each other, but little Tina couldn't keep up with the fast Eric. Tired of catching up with him, she plaintively asked him to stop and wait for her. Tina kept asking for a break, claiming she was tired of running. The boy slyly replied that by asking for a rest, she was admitting defeat. The children had already circled the village 5 times, enjoying the fun games. Eric had lived for 3 years, enjoying a carefree childhood. The girl was happy to rest, breathing heavily after the fast race. The child, looking at the familiar streets of the village, thought that nothing bad could happen in this quiet corner of the world. No one else, except him, suspected that trouble was threatening the village. There was still plenty of time before the monsters attacked, and the boy had several years to prepare. True, there weren't many opportunities for training at the age of 3, but he was going to use them as effectively as possible. Time was working against him, and he was well aware of it. Every day was precious, every minute mattered. He understood that the slightest delay could cost him dearly, so he acted quickly and purposefully, trying to use every second to the maximum advantage. Rebirth gave the hero an understanding of the importance of preparation and strength. Having decided to become the strongest, he set a clear goal: to develop skills and abilities to the highest level in order to ensure the safety of his loved ones and friends. The boy cheerfully reported that they had run quite a bit and asked the girl if she was tired. The girl nodded, admitting that she was exhausted and would like to rest a little. Tina couldn't believe that this child had run so much and wasn't tired at all, and she shouted at him how he could even stand when she could barely walk, and he felt as cheerful as if he had just gotten out of bed. This is because he trained hard every day for 3 years, hardening his body and strengthening his health. The girl yelped, wondering if he thought that building muscle would automatically make him an adult. Every time she saw him playing sports and doing constant pull-ups on a tree branch, she thought that his enthusiasm would hardly bring him to adulthood any sooner than nature intended. Tina outrageously asked the boy to give in to her at least once, because she was offended and bored playing, knowing in advance that victory would go only to him. The young man understood that demonstrating excessive abilities could arouse suspicion and unnecessary questions, so he had to be careful. Meanwhile, the girl continued to grumble and complain, dissatisfied with her constant losses. For the girl, this was a blatant injustice. After all, she was 2 years older than him, which meant she should win competitions more often. Eric, on the contrary, noted that, despite the age difference, his sister remained the same impulsive and wayward girl she had been in her past life. The girl moved into the house next door, and the boys quickly became friends. She brought 2 lunches and offered her friend a snack, demonstrating the friendliness and generosity typical of childhood. She had prepared the treat herself, carefully packing the food into a small box. When she opened the lid, the girl saw that the contents had fallen out in a disorderly heap, ruining the appearance of the dish. Seeing the dish melt, the girl was upset, considering her culinary attempt a failure. Eric, in turn, condescendingly thought that she was just as clumsy and cute. Tina sat there sulking. The boy was oppressed by memories of events from his past life, which darkened his mood. Seeing this, Tina asked in surprise why he was so serious. The kid understood that he had to behave naturally, in accordance with his age, but old experiences continued to influence his behavior. The guy thoughtfully noted that they had been friends for 3 years, so many important events had happened during this time. The girl suddenly added that Eric looked like her father, puzzling the young man. He asked the girl seriously to stop making fun of him. However, he acknowledged the validity of her observation. After all, in his previous life he was already over 20, and, in a sense, the girl was right in calling him similar to his father. While the girl was repeating her funny remark that Eric looked like her father, a suspicious rustling sound came from somewhere in the nearby bushes, attracting the attention of both children. The young man advised the girl to refrain from further attempts to attract animals, since the creature, attracted by the smell of food, clearly intended to eat the treat. Tina was disappointed, because she had put a lot of effort into preparing the delicacies, and was upset that her efforts had gone to waste. A wild boar suddenly jumped out of the thicket and aggressively attacked the girl. Without hesitation, the young man immediately assessed the situation and realized that he had no choice. He needed to act urgently and decisively to protect his little friend. Although Tina was in a dire situation, the young man did not hesitate to rush to his friend's defense, warning her not to blame him for any damage or inconvenience. He swung his sword bravely and struck the boar, forcing it to retreat. The little girl fell down in confusion, not understanding what had happened, and asked her friend in surprise what he had done. Eric gently promised her that everything would be fine with him because he was there and would take care of everything. The girl hesitated at first, but then quickly hid behind the nearest tree, feeling safer. The boy sighed with relief, pleased that she had followed his advice and protected herself. The boar continued to stand motionless, which allowed the young man to conclude that the first blow was unsuccessful and did not bring the desired result. Apparently, the combat skills acquired in a past life were significantly weakened, and now he would have to rely only on reaction speed and ingenuity. The boar quickly pounced on the young man, who, alas, had only the physical capabilities of a 3-year-old child. The speed, reaction, and strength of the adult man evaporated, leaving him vulnerable and limited in his actions in front of the large animal. The boar did not stop attacking, vigorously pursuing the boy. The 3-year-old's physical abilities clearly did not meet the requirements of defense, and his stamina was categorically lacking. The worst thing was that the boar chose the most convenient target for attack, the boy's leg, threatening to cause serious injury. He managed to dodge the boar's attack, but the sudden movement knocked the ground out from under his feet, and the boy fell to the ground. Tina, who was sitting nearby, watched the fight tensely, feeling the strongest concern for her friend. She was ready to jump up and come to the rescue. The young man remembered the people he had promised to protect, for which he had trained long and hard. He understood that defeat was unacceptable here, because it would break his word and cross out all his efforts. Clenching his fists, he gathered his strength, realizing that he had to win, despite the inequality of forces. Having decided to demonstrate the fruits of his many years of labor, the boy solemnly announced to the boar that he would give him the opportunity to see for himself what he had achieved over the past 3 years of intensive training. Activating the magic of the Shadow Sword, the young man powerfully repelled the boar's attack, sending it high into the air. The girl gasped in surprise, seeing for the first time how her friend displayed unusual abilities that she had not even suspected. The boy threw the huge boar aside with one movement of his hand, as if it weighed no more than a feather. Tina's eyes widened and she froze in place, realizing that he had activated magic. If Eric had activated his spell a little later or missed the target, the boar would have remained unharmed. But he himself realized that underestimating the boar had put himself in danger. He frantically tried to calm the emotions raging inside him, to convince himself that everything was still okay, although his heart was pounding desperately in his chest. And at this time, the girl was rapidly rushing forward, waving her arms and loudly shouting his name. She sincerely believed that what had happened was magnificent, a real miracle, worthy of admiration. The boy was overcome by a wave of amazement and bewilderment, because he expected a completely different reaction and did not imagine that someone would be able to see beauty where he felt only confusion. Tina never guessed that the guy had magic. He said that it was because of training, but the girl didn't mean that, since everyone knew about his attitude towards them. The girl was offended and suddenly demanded to teach her magic. The guy was confused and did not know how to react to such a bold desire of his girlfriend. His actions could have a dramatic impact on the future, but he had not foreseen such a reaction. Stunned by the girl's words, the guy looked at her carefully, trying to understand the true intentions of his companion. The guy had no idea that events would take such a turn, but the look in the girl's sincere, trusting eyes softened his excitement and brought long-awaited relief. Tina persistently begged the boy to teach her magic, and he, confused and not understanding what to do, tried to gently calm her down. Without the intervention of harmony, magic in the hands of a girl can bring harm to its owner, but nothing looked as pure and sincere as her clear, radiant eyes. He said he wasn't going to teach her. She got angry and called him a greedy fool. The guy looked at his friend in silence, feeling growing anxious. Now he could clearly see that things had gone much further than a simple friendly disagreement. The girl asked why she couldn't learn magic, because she also dreamed of becoming strong. Tina wanted to avoid repeating dangerous situations, and dreamed of becoming as strong as her brother, since she is his older sister and feels responsible for her own safety around him. This is what his sister had said in her past life, and now, hearing the familiar words, the boy was overwhelmed by waves of sweet nostalgia. He vowed to change the future, and as soon as he breathed out these words, he felt the world around him begin to imperceptibly transform. The boy agreed to teach the girl magic, and she smiled happily. He understood that he could not lose and be invincible. Tina, having mastered the art of magic, will become stronger and will never allow herself to be helpless in the face of danger. The next day, they don't have to worry about anyone noticing them since the training site is located close to the village and is free from any dangers like monsters. The master asked if the girl would be able to keep the secret, and she confidently confirmed this promise. However, the guy doubted her words, believing that sooner or later the information would definitely come to light. In order to save his sister, the boy decided to take risky steps. The girl perceived this as a funny adventure, was happy about having a common secret, and was eagerly interested in how the magic training would begin. The master calmly asked the student to stretch her hands forward. To successfully activate a spell, You must first concentrate and mentally gather the elements of nature in the space in front of you. Only after making sure that the necessary elements are gathered correctly, you can begin the process of activating the spell itself. As soon as she raised her palms, the girl felt a strange tingling sensation, and soon a transparent shimmering cloud of water appeared on her hands. She froze in surprise, her mouth open, not believing her eyes. The water slowly flowed between her fingers, shimmering in the sun with bright glare. Particular attention is paid to the quality and quantity of the elements used. In order to create a strong spell from a small amount of materials, it is important to improve the quality of the components themselves. For a little girl, understanding the intricacies of the quality and power of spells was not an easy task. Understanding these principles requires many years of experience and practice, gradually accumulating and strengthening in the mind. Only after reaching 18 years old, the development of magic stopped. Magic is divided into different levels of complexity, depending on the power of the spell. The stronger and more complex the effect, the more difficult and time-consuming it is to prepare and activate. Simple spells require minimal effort, while powerful charms often involve lengthy rituals. The girl asked the teacher if it meant that high-level spells were more powerful. The teacher thoughtfully noted that she was both right and wrong at the same time. Low-level spells can easily be more powerful than high-level ones if used correctly and at the right time. It all depends on the correct activation, the combination of necessary factors, and knowing exactly when to use such a spell. Tina found what was happening incredibly exciting, and the master intended to pass on to her the knowledge and skills accumulated over the years, necessary for safe and effective mastery of magical abilities. However, he could not even imagine that one day he would bitterly regret his decision to pass on the secrets of the art of magic to the girl. The days passed one after another, filled with diligent training. Tina was only 10 years old, and her mentor had recently turned 8. Thanks to regular exercise, the boy noticeably improved in physical fitness and magical power. However, this was not enough. The technique of wielding weapons left much to be desired. The swordsmanship had improved slightly, and he needed to restore his lost skills. Tina sincerely admired her brother's talents and supported his desire to regain his fighting form. She would never have believed that an ordinary steel blade could have such sharpness and devastating power, surpassing even her most powerful spells. These new spells required constant training and improvement, whereas in his previous life he had focused primarily on developing his fencing skills, neglecting the study of other forms of combat magic. In her eyes, he simply had to remain perfect, but doubts began to arise in the depths of her consciousness. Then the girl proudly declared that her magic would certainly win, thereby proving her faith in her own strength and respect for her teacher. Tina's ability to control water magic turned out to be much greater than his own, and this discovery painfully reminded the young man how harsh the world around him could sometimes be. This circumstance hurt the young man's pride, as it seemed strange and unpleasant to realize that a 10-year-old girl was superior to him in managing water. Eric was seriously behind in his magical studies, having only begun training at the age of 16. This is why his progress in developing his magical potential was rather modest, despite his considerable efforts. The girl smiled frivolously, demonstrating an incomprehensible self-confidence, and now the young man felt the need to prove his superiority and rightness to her, putting his own dignity and reputation on the line. The guy failed again, and from that moment on, the girl began to demand that he call her sister. The young man, having resigned himself to the situation, agreed to fulfill her wish. The girl hugged her brother tightly, whispering that now, if he was in trouble, she would be the one to come to his aid and save him. Eric winced inwardly, finding such a statement highly dubious. He would never get that terrible talent for water magic. Tina brought Eric a cold towel using cooling magic. Eric thanked her and noted that rubbing himself with the towel was refreshing. The girl was proud of what she was doing with magic. She told the boy that if he had any problems, he should not hesitate to come to her because she could solve them. Diane stood behind her, amazed by the sight. On the way here, he felt that it was hot here and greeted the guys. Eric asked Diane what he was doing there. Diane explained that it was impolite to speak to his father like that, and added that he had come to watch the training. He had been there for quite some time, but the boy had not even noticed his presence. This spoke for itself. The boy still had a lot to learn. The boy frowned when he heard his father's instructions. However, he soon realized that the elder's wise words had a deep meaning. If he loses his vigilance, all his long preparation will be meaningless. Although this simple rule sounded obvious, the massive figure of his father in front of Eric's eyes made him think again about the importance of paying attention. His father greeted Tina. The boy was grateful to him for many things. The father did not demand anything from the boys in terms of explanation, keeping their ability to wield magic a strict secret. The young man expected such an act from the elder, just as the father expected that the son was able to pass on such knowledge to the girl. The young man asked Diane again why he had come. His father said that he had come specifically to invite him to go hunting. The young man agreed and said that he would like to go. This is what Diane's son turned out to be like. The girl was surprised to learn that the men were going hunting. The older man asked her to keep it a secret, explaining that his wife would be very angry if she found out about it. They decided to move immediately, leaving the girl to take care of the rest of the household. The girl turned her attention to them with determination, asking them to wait a minute as she was going to follow them. Diane firmly stated that the girl would not go with them. However, she was well aware of the seriousness of the upcoming event and passionately dreamed of undergoing a real test of her abilities. Therefore, the girl resolutely repeated her request, insistently insisting on participating in the hunt. The father expressed approval of the girl's words, noting that they showed the character of his older sister. This news brought Eric into a state of extreme surprise. However, the father put forward an important condition. The old man warned seriously and clearly, if he felt the slightest threat, the hunters would immediately stop hunting. However, there were hunting grounds not far from the village. Meanwhile, the girl knew a clever way to get around her father's restrictions. A joyful smile appeared on the girl's face, because a real adventure awaited her. After all, the experienced hunter Diane would lead the group, understanding that with such professionals the business was reliable. The boy was trying hard to figure out how to come to terms with the incomprehensible circumstances and accept what was happening. An anxious wave was growing inside, filling his heart with vague uncertainty and anxiety. The boys walked briskly along the forest path. However, the faces of Eric and Diane betrayed something more, a concentrated expression, almost thoughtfulness, reflecting the tense anticipation of the unknown ahead. Both tried to remain calm. Both travelers felt a strange pressure coming from the surrounding nature. The air became thick and heavy, as if filled with an invisible force that penetrated to the very depths of the soul. They looked at each other, reading the same anxiety and wariness on each other's faces. The reason for this oppressive heaviness became immediately clear. The deadly intent in the air came from a huge forest beast. Opening the thicket of bushes, the father found himself confronted by a menacing brown bear whose powerful muscles played menacingly under his thick fur. It turned out that a rare and terrible beast appeared before them, a huge red bear, devouring the remains of its prey. The girl froze in fear. The place where the collision occurred was far from the natural habitat of red bears. The man mentally drew a parallel with his past experience. 20 years had passed since he settled in the village, and he had never encountered such an unusual representative of the fauna. The red bear is a creature about 5 meters tall, known for its exceptional agility and invulnerable iron-like skin that cannot be damaged by an ordinary person. Although Eric had encountered similar creatures many times in his previous life, he was a mature man with extensive combat experience and special knowledge. For him, previous encounters were perceived as insignificant episodes, ordinary adventures. Diane asked her son to return to the village and organize a gathering of experienced hunters needed to confront the threat. However, the girl could not hide her concern for the fate of the adult man, who was now in close proximity to the dangerous creature. Deciding to stay nearby, the man carefully watched the giant beast's behavior. If he went with them without any idea of the enemy's strength and treachery, the consequences could turn into a real tragedy. The man quickly ordered the group to speed up, warning them to remain silent. Not a single sound could be allowed, otherwise the noise would attract the giant's attention. Finally, he gave the most important instruction. If the worst happened and the red bear discovered them, they were to play dead. The children gradually moved away, leaving Diane alone. The father was deep in thought, trying to come up with an effective way to drive away the terrifying red bear while maintaining the safety of those around him. The girl approached Eric, barely holding back her tears. In a voice full of remorse and regret, she admitted that she had overestimated her own capabilities and was ill-prepared for the real hunt. Only one person in the group acted incorrectly: Eric. It was he who had taken into account the possibility of unfortunate circumstances in advance and carefully prepared, realizing that such a situation was entirely possible. The monsters that lived in these forest wildernesses were distinguished by their special strength and aggressiveness. The reason for all this was the young man's insufficient preparation for recognizing auras. Due to the lack of necessary skills and experience, the young man was unable to notice the changes in the forest atmosphere in time. But suddenly, when the thought about the nature of the strange phenomenon began to take shape in the boy's mind, the girl, listening raptly to the conversation, lost her balance and slipped on the slippery bark of a tree. As soon as the girl fell, Eric asked her if she was okay. Suddenly, a huge red bear appeared behind the children. A piercing scream rang out, causing the man to turn around abruptly. His heart sank from the sudden tension. His brain instantly assessed the situation, preparing for any possible action. Intuition told him that the source of the screams required immediate intervention. The source of the shrill scream turned out to be Tina. Eric was finally convinced that the unusual energy fluctuations were coming from the huge red bears lurking in the depths of the dark forest. Before them appeared two red bears, emerging from the dark shadows of the forest. The powerful bodies of the animals cast long shadows, giving the scene a particularly ominous appearance. The presence of two individuals increased the danger many times over. Another bear appeared in front of Eric. Then he ordered Tina to retreat. The boy desperately rushed into the attack, realizing the complete hopelessness of the situation. The boy clearly realized that in such a body he was only able to slow down the enemy, having no real chance of gaining the upper hand over the bear. Moreover, even running away would hardly save them, since the bear would catch up with them. Whatever choice the boy made, the threat to Tina remained unchanged. The guy had already resigned himself to the possibility of dying for the sake of protecting his loved ones, who were ready to share his fate. The only thought that troubled his mind was, to die here would mean making all previous efforts in vain. This meant that there was simply no other way than victory in an unequal struggle. Dain rushed forward, entering into a mortal fight with the enraged bear. Sharply turning to his companions, he shouted a short command for them to run away from here, run as far as they could. The boy asked the man what he was going to do. The man ran as soon as he heard Tina's scream, and the bear ran too. Dain didn't understand what was happening. It turned out that there were two dangerous red bears in the forest, and the situation was becoming increasingly alarming and unpredictable. The only way out was to buy time. The boy grabbed his older sister by the hand and ordered her to leave immediately. However, the girl persisted, refusing to leave her position. If things continue to go as planned, the man will not be able to handle the powerful beast, and the situation threatens to turn into a tragedy. Tina is not able to simply leave her father alone in the face of a deadly threat. The boy told the girl that now was not the time to stand there like a pillar of iron and ordered her to pull herself together. The only thing left to do was to retreat quickly to the village and return to where they came from. Only a quick return could give them hope for survival. Every moment spent in the open increased the chances of death. The girl asked the boy why he was sure that Dain would survive while they were returning to the village, and added that she did not want that. If a girl is the only person capable of saving a loved one, she will certainly come to the rescue, regardless of the danger. The pain of seeing a loved one dying is unbearable. It makes you forget your fears and doubt your own strength. The girl instantly activated the accumulated magical energy, illuminating the surroundings with a bright glow. Watching these actions, the young man wondered where the long hours of training and study devoted to learning complex spells had gone. Wanting to protect his friend, the boy was ready to sacrifice his own father, considering such a price justified for the sake of saving Tina. However, he did not realize the consequences of his decision, accidentally putting both lives at risk, the girl's and his parents'. The desire to save his own life was no different from the previous one. From the very beginning, he had no choice at all. He was initially prepared to fight, realizing that he would give up only in the most extreme case. It was now, at the most critical moment, that the realization of his mission came, to save his dear people at any cost. A sense of responsibility overwhelmed him like a wave of hot blood, restoring faith in his own strength. The father ordered the stubborn girl to be removed from there, but the boy apologized, saying that he would not fulfill this demand. The girl received important advice. She should attack two bears at the same time, but she did not necessarily have to kill them. The boy told her to trust him, and her sister understood him. Using their magical abilities, the group increases the distance between Dain and the advancing bears. This maneuver reduces the immediate threat, giving the team additional time to develop a plan of action. The plan was to wait for the right moment and then strike with precision and force, ensuring victory. However, the father, after listening to his son's ideas, categorically rejected the proposed strategy, claiming that it was a sign of madness and risk, unacceptable in this situation. The two young assistants, who had gained confidence, activated their magical powers, radiating a serious intent to turn the tide of battle. The man relied on their support. Expressing gratitude to their father for his trust, the young man and the girl are ready to enter the decisive phase of the battle. The young assistants switched on the Shadow Blade activation mode, and the combined attack began. The magicians, concentrating their forces, created a single stream of energy, directed directly at the enemies. A stream of energy rushed forward, illuminating the road with bright flashes of light and cutting a path through the ranks of opponents, and the bear threw the man aside and turned. The attack came down with lightning speed, cutting the bear's huge bodies in two. The dividing light flared brightly, splitting the monster's flesh with inhuman precision. The man rushed to the attack, saying that they would not be able to escape by running away. With a well-aimed blow, the man cut off the monster's head, ending the duel with victory. Breathing a sigh of relief, he looked around and saw the children running quickly towards him, happy to be freed from mortal danger. The children ran up to their father, worriedly wondering if he was hurt. The man's gaze fell on each of them, smiling softly and reassuringly stating that the two had done a great job. The father was proud of his son, who managed to defeat the mighty bear. However, the biggest shock was yet to come. The winner was Tina, who managed to neutralize the bear. The man froze in complete amazement, unable to believe it, realizing the talent and potential of the little girl. The man hugged them, saying that they were amazing, and were the heroes of the village. Shadow Sword was a mid-ranking air-type spell. Tina only has intermediate spells, but her magic power is top-notch. The man suggested that she consider becoming a hunter, but she said no. The energy that emanated from Tina literally flowed from her body. Eric was worried about the future, where protecting his loved ones would require a lot of suffering from him. Thoughtfully raising his gaze to the sky, he wondered what he should do. Back in the village, the boy knew what the future would be. Selena asked if the man wanted to talk and explain his actions. She asked why the father took the children hunting. The boy noticed important moments in life that had gone unnoticed in his past life and wanted this happiness to last forever. The residents faced difficult trials, comparable to hell. Realizing the limited time, the boy redoubled his efforts in training, improving daily and developing the skills necessary to overcome the upcoming obstacles. He did not want to go through the suffering again because he could not morally endure it again. The pain and loss of the past left a deep imprint on his soul, making it absolutely intolerable for such a tragedy to be repeated. To protect his loved ones, he must become the strongest warrior. Only by reaching the peak of his mastery will he be able to successfully confront any threat and guarantee the safety of those he loves. The holiday had arrived. The family solemnly congratulated Eric on his 16th birthday. Yesterday he was a child, and tomorrow he would officially become an adult. The proposal to raise glasses sounded especially symbolic. The time was approaching the moment of truth. Eric thanked all the guests. The joy of the holiday, however, changed when he remembered that tomorrow would bring severe trials. Tomorrow, the village would be brutally attacked by ferocious monsters. Tina gently asked Eric if he was okay. Feeling guilty, he admitted that he felt a little ashamed. He was not at all to blame for what happened, and the fact that he was drunk also did not depend on him personally. Diana should be strictly blamed for what happened, because it was his thoughtless actions that led to this outcome. He was only 16, but many considered him an adult. However, forcing someone to drink alcohol is absolutely unacceptable and wrong. The girl showed care and attention, providing support at that moment. The boy insisted that what was happening to him was temporary and insignificant. He said that all he needed was a good rest, and all the problems would disappear by themselves. Tina believed otherwise. The parents' anxiety was quite justified, because the experiences of loved ones often reflect a real danger hidden from the teenager's eyes. He didn't hear her words because the girl decided to stay with him all night. Both Selena and Diane were aware of this. Tina told her parents that they would spend the night together, supporting each other. Eric perceived the situation as something strange and inappropriate, but the girl calmly turned around and reminded him that they had fallen asleep together many times as children. However, it is important to take into account that the situation has now changed dramatically. He is no longer 3 years old, and the girl is 18. Besides, he had his ire, and Tina, noticing the young man's confusion, asked the question again. The boy suddenly stopped. He said that such actions made him feel awkward, and asked the girl to stop trying to persuade him to do something like that. The girl laughed and said that she was just playing a joke on him. She pretended to go to bed next to him, specifically testing his reaction. The boy headed to the bathroom, intending to take a refreshing shower. The girl, concerned about her friend's condition, warned him that it was unsafe and unwise to wash under the influence. The young man answered confidently that he had already sobered up. Tina was left alone in the room, tiredly sank onto the bed and fell asleep. But even so, her thoughts returned to Ira. The peace of the room was broken by the silence and light breathing of the girl, immersed in a deep sleep. Nearby, on the next bed, lay a young man, tired in body but not in soul. Thoughts, like dragonflies, circled around, not allowing to close eyes. As he fell asleep, the young man realized that he was seeing a terrible nightmare. In his dream, he saw his native village being attacked by bloodthirsty monsters. The walls of houses were collapsing, residents were running in fear, the streets were filled with screams of horror and despair. He was suddenly grabbed by his mother and girlfriend, who were squeezing his arms tightly and asking anxiously why he was standing there. His father was fighting the enemy. Selena was saying that they had to run, trying to convince the boy to leave the house immediately. They ran forward, trying to hide from the mortal danger as quickly as possible. The boy, looking back, desperately called his father, afraid of losing him in the turmoil and chaos of the moment. His heart was pounding wildly, every second seemed like an eternity. Selena quickly said for Tina to take care of Eric and rushed towards the dangerous monsters. The monsters pounced on her, but the girl with tears in her eyes held on steadfastly, trying to hold off the enemies as long as possible. A shrill, frightened cry from a young man echoed around the area. The boys suddenly realized that they were now alone and abandoned on the edge of a steep cliff. Eric whispered under his breath that this couldn't be happening. Mentally turning to his parents, he tried to understand how events could develop so quickly and tragically. He knew that if the situation continued to deteriorate, the consequences would be catastrophic. She knelt down next to the boy, placing her palms softly on his shoulders, and spoke quietly that she would definitely save him, so he should believe her. Tina may not have the strength of her parents, but her feelings and intentions were no less. She vowed to be his support, no matter how difficult the task. Tears rolled down the boy's face. It was because she was his older sister that the girl showed special care and determination. When monsters suddenly appeared from behind, the sister reacted instantly, pushing them both away and throwing the enemy off the edge of the cliff. Abruptly waking up from a deep sleep, the young man opened his eyes wide, instantly orienting himself in space. To his right, Tina was sleeping peacefully, smiling slightly at the corner of her lips. All that was left was to prepare for the next day. To do this, the hero went into the forest, deciding to hunt mythical creatures. This phenomenon seemed strange to him. Passing through the dense thickets, the young man searched in vain for traces of at least one monster. Perhaps the absence of opponents is connected with an important event that is about to happen? Suddenly, hearing suspicious sounds, the guy became wary and stopped abruptly. The boy opened his eyes in shock. The guy suddenly thought that from the depths of the forest came a barely perceptible rustling sound, similar to the quiet rustling of leaves. However, now the hero began to pay more attention to the surrounding sounds. The young man swore he felt a presence nearby. The silhouette of a stranger was clearly visible on a tree branch, sitting there completely motionless. The stranger had an outstanding mastery of disguise, but despite this, the hero managed to discern hidden signs of the stranger's presence. Tomorrow promises to be a special day. The next day, the father was sincerely happy that his son had reached the age of 16. The man was proud of his son, believing that he had been brought up in a wonderful atmosphere of friendship and trust. Having gathered all the relatives and acquaintances, the head of the family expressed deep gratitude to each guest. All the events that took place in this small village were firmly imprinted in Eric's memory, remaining fresh, like yesterday's events. There were very few children here, so the adults always treated him with special love and attention, perceiving him almost as their own offspring. Eric's birthday was celebrated by the whole village, but the young man knew that in the midst of the celebration, monsters would appear. He thought that, how could he forget about the threat? Eric was going to tell Tina about the strange things happening in the forest, but the old villager managed to do it earlier. The boy's father told him about it. It turns out that the guys recently went to the forest, but there were no animals at all. But they felt an indefinite, frightening presence of some creature. Therefore, Eric wanted to strongly advise the villagers to avoid going into the forest if they suspected something was wrong. However, the old man considered his fears to be overly exaggerated and claimed that there was nothing to worry about at all. In the end, the assembled agreed to hold a celebration in honor of Eric, so the elder considered it unnecessary to warn the people about the possible danger of the forest. The boy yielded to the opinion of the majority, but deep down he remained anxious, knowing that the threat remained and could one day remind of itself. Tina looked at Eric with admiration and respect, noting that he behaved much more responsibly and carefully than most of his peers. However, Tina herself also had a desire to have fun and enjoy life. She called her mom and dad. Although Tina tried her best to take care of the children, her parents expressed their dissatisfaction, saying that with her body type, she would not be able to become a worthy sister. They decided to feed her meat and broccoli. This decision left her very disappointed. Tina asked Eric to help her deal with the food she hated, counting on his ability to cope with large portions of food. However, the guy left the village the day before and her hopes were dashed. Eric left his native land and took up the preparation of hay and wood. He did not tell anyone about the impending attack, keeping important information secret. But anyone who tried to warn of the impending invasion in advance would surely have been met with distrust and labeled a madman. But now it was too late. The young man bitterly reproached himself for his indecisiveness and weakness, leading to the loss of his home and loved ones. Reality turned out to be a harsh lesson. Dreams of protection and salvation seemed unrealizable. Desires and plans collided with the cruelty of reality, revealing the limits of human capabilities. Eric turned to his friends and honestly admitted that he had been acting selfishly for a long time. Standing in front of his comrades in his thoughts, he asked for forgiveness for past mistakes, having learned to put the interests of the community above personal ambitions. Now the young man, although he said that he had not learned his lesson from past mistakes, made every effort to protect the village. Using the knowledge and experience accumulated over the years, he erected strong walls that reliably protected the locals from external threats. The villagers were chatting quietly with each other, exchanging news and plans for the future. The day began sunny and warm, giving pleasant moments of relaxation and rest. But suddenly Diane noticed alarming signs of an earthquake. The man hurried to climb a high tower located near the village to assess the extent of the damage and determine further actions. There was a wise old man there, advising the young man to be careful and attentive. The observation deck offered stunning views of the surrounding area, allowing one to notice the slightest changes in the landscape. Dion stood on the tower, not believing his eyes. What he saw shook him to the depths of his soul. Stunned by the suddenness of what happened, he screamed loudly, informing those around him about the invasion of unknown creatures and ordering them to run. The villagers, overcome with fear and anxiety, frantically questioned the man about the attack. He told them in detail that the monsters were gathering near the village. Realizing the inevitability of the invasion, he called for immediate shelter in safe places. A man standing in the middle of the excited crowd shouted that the attack was real and not a drill. Suddenly, Tina burst through the crowd, sobbing and screaming that Eric was missing. The news stunned the man, adding to his sense of foreboding. The man commandingly ordered Tina to join the evacuation group, entrusting her care to his companion, Selena. The girl resisted, declaring that she was ready to go with him. The man categorically rejected the offer, arguing that the mission was extremely dangerous. Dion assured the girl that he would be fine, as Eric was not so weak that he would die easily. Selena took the girl away, saying that she should believe in her brother, as he would cope, and added that it was getting dangerous here and they needed to get out of there. The villagers tried to calm the girl down, assuring her that Diane would definitely find and bring Eric back. Suddenly, a huge stone wall appeared before her eyes, towering over the horizon. The villagers were in utter amazement when they saw the huge stone wall that had not existed that morning suddenly appear. They were in deep fear, thinking that they would be easy prey for the monsters. However, the new defense provided reliable cover. Selena actively participated in attempts to calm the agitated residents, assuring them that the high stone wall would provide reliable protection from predatory monsters. The woman tried to create a positive mood. The woman's idea was welcomed by the locals, who found the wall practical. Some community members noticed that the aggressive creatures were behaving strangely. Tina, watching the events unfold, suggested that some locals might have slipped out of the encirclement unnoticed. The new wall emitted a powerful magical radiation, familiar to Tina from her childhood. She trained with Eric for years, learning the basics of magic and learning its unique features. Creating such a structure required a colossal expenditure of energy and time. The wall appeared literally out of nowhere, as if someone knew exactly about the upcoming threat and took care of the village's protection in advance. The girl wondered if the structure was really created by Eric's hand. What else was he hiding from them, except for disappearing? Eric stared into the distance, impatiently awaiting the appearance of the monsters. Remembering the previous encounters, he decided to repeat the tried and tested defensive tactics. Eric said that he would defend this village himself, recalling the past defeat and losses. Fighting spirit rose, replacing fear with confidence and determination. He clearly imagined what lay ahead and prepared himself mentally and physically for the long road leading to victory. Eric repeated, shouting, that he would protect this village himself. The boy bravely entered into battle with predators, repelling attacks from ferocious wolves and formidable red bears, resolutely defending his land. Continuing to swing his sword, Eric cut down his enemies one by one, crushing wolves and red bears with powerful blows, demonstrating fearlessness and steadfastness in the face of danger. Suddenly, a huge, ogre-like monster launched a mighty blow straight into the ground. The boy reacted instantly, deftly dodging the deadly attack. The boy, clutching the hilt of the sword, delivered a swift blow straight to the monster's neck, simultaneously shouting angry curses at the enemy, filling the air with the echo of his rage. A terrifying monster suddenly appeared from behind, resembling a giant dragon in appearance. Filled with determination, Eric shouted loudly that he would never let the enemies attack and approach his home village again. Having hit the monster in the shoulder and leaving a deep wound, the guy suddenly felt that inexplicable events were happening around him, making him think warily. It is impossible to imagine that so many monsters would gather in one place purely by chance. If such a thing does happen, it is only when a battle for territory breaks out. But these creatures were not fighting each other at all. On the contrary, they were focused solely on attacking the village. If they had been guided by natural instincts, they would have calmly walked around the walls, not risking their lives for a senseless siege. So, the village was indeed the target of these monsters. Eric was puzzled as to how the creatures had managed to unite and who was controlling their actions, but even if they had control, it was still unclear why they would attack a tiny village. The young man thought that the monsters should have obeyed their natural instincts and destroyed each other, rather than unite against the small village. Suddenly, a powerful stream of flame burst out of the mouth of a huge monster resembling a dragon, filling the space with bright fire and heat. The young man swung his blade with lightning speed, cutting the monster in two, as if cutting fabric with a sharp knife. Eric fell to the ground, and behind him towered huge ants, ready to attack. Having dismembered the huge insects with a few precise blows, the young man froze in surprise, wondering why he was now forced to stand with his arms folded, waiting for the next threat. The young man reminded himself that he had promised to protect the people dear to him, emphasizing that he did not have time to sit here and rest. He knew he had no right to lose. At that moment, he heard his father's familiar voice behind him, desperately calling his name. The father called his son pleadingly and waited anxiously for his son to respond. The clanging of weapons and the sounds of a fight could be clearly heard behind the stone barrier. The man understood perfectly well that it was his child who was fighting there. The man asked his son to answer and said that he knew that he was behind the wall. Then he asked why his son was there. Eric answered that he made the wall himself. Diane was very surprised by this confession. It didn't matter because the boy was fighting alone. His father wanted to get through the wall, but Eric forbade him to do so, fearing that monsters would get inside. The man thought about what decision to make next. Then Eric told his father that he needed to watch the others. The father had to hurry back to the village. It would be best for him. The boy believed that his father should not worry about him. It was more important to make sure that his mother and the other villagers were safe. What he feared most was to put his family in danger again. Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded, shaking the boy's heart to the depths of his soul. It was the terrifying roar of his own father, ready to break through a thick wall at any cost, despite his son's warning. Eric tried his best to restrain his father, trying to persuade him to stop, but he remained unshakable, ready to go ahead despite any warnings. To the great amazement of the young man, Dion quickly leapt over the high wall in one powerful leap, showing incredible strength and courage. He asked, confused, what made the man act like that. The answer was immediate. The father had come here to support his son in battle. The boy was indignant, reminding his father that he had claimed to be able to cope on his own, after which he anxiously asked what had happened to the ball. Since Eric had strictly forbidden the destruction of the wall, the resourceful father used the sword as a kind of springboard, jumping over the fortification. This unconventional solution literally amazed the young man, leaving him speechless. As soon as he was outside the fortress, the father immediately encountered enraged monsters, who immediately rushed to the attack. However, instead of panicking, the man boldly rushed towards the threat. Stunning his son, the father quickly approached the nearest enemy and, gathering all his strength, delivered a crushing blow with his massive fist, throwing the enemy away. The man indignantly asked his son if he thought he was weak. He emphasized that a warrior's body is his main weapon, and fighting without a sword is no problem for a real man. The boy angrily shouted at his father that now was not the time to flex his muscles, but his father, immediately reacting by striking the approaching enemy, smirked arrogantly, calling him too slow. The father's daring speech flashed by, and did the son imagine that a man was incapable of single-handedly dealing with 5 red bears at once? Yielding to impulse, the boy loudly repeated this provocative speech out loud. Dian advised his son to relax, calming down after defeating the first enemies, but the boy could not let go of the tension. Realizing that the victory was far from complete, many dangerous monsters remained at large. The father had many things he wanted to discuss with his son, but all of them seemed insignificant compared to the heavy realization of his own weakness next to the strength of the young hero. The young man was genuinely interested in what exactly his father meant with his words. The man had no intention of implying that his son was overly confident in his own abilities, but he was deeply worried when he saw how he stubbornly acted alone, neglecting the support of those around him. Everything was going well until the young hero began to take responsibility for absolutely every problem, trying to solve everything on his own, although support from family and friends was needed and available. While the father courageously fought against the enemies, he appealed to his son to believe in his own strength and the capabilities of the team, and to stop acting alone. The son looked thoughtfully at his father and confirmed that what his father had said was true. Eric hoped for his father's help and support. The young tried to ask a clarifying question, but his son quickly interrupted him, asking him not to interfere with an important moment. Father and son finally unite shoulder to shoulder, becoming a single team in the fight against a common enemy. Eric asked his father to cover his back. With a smile, the father noted that the proposal sounded good, and immediately added that the boy should cover him too. Dian and Eric entered into a fierce battle together, delivering accurate blows and repelling the attacks of many dangerous monsters, acting in a united and effective manner. The boys continued to stand steadfastly shoulder to shoulder, jointly repelling the attack of each new monster, demonstrating rare teamwork and combat skill. During another clash with a powerful enemy, the young man's blade could not withstand the blow and broke in half with a crash. The man noted that cheap swords are useless, as they will certainly fail at the decisive moment. Without his father's help, the boy could have been very unlucky. Therefore, Dian, without thinking twice, threw his son a reliable blade, giving him the opportunity to continue the fight. The young man worriedly asked if his father was comfortable fighting without his usual sword. He shrugged, explaining that his movements were not refined enough to use a weapon. The man sarcastically warned that using such fragile blades would inevitably cause them to break and turn into worthless pieces of metal, unsuitable for combat. Therefore, the father concluded, let his son learn to handle such an unreliable weapon on his own, gaining useful experience for the future. The father is absolutely not happy with this kind of weapon. It is simply unbearable and unpleasant for him. The young man looked closely at his parent and carefully asked if his father had ever used bladed weapons, especially swords, before. The father dreamily recalled the old days and promised that as soon as this endless war with monsters ended, he would personally make his son a magnificent blade that could withstand any test and never break. Eric warmly thanked his father for his concern and sincere promise, after which he lowered his head, timidly asking for forgiveness for the trouble and worries he had caused. Dian convincingly assured that there was nothing to worry about. Being a talented master blacksmith, he would certainly create a strong, reliable blade that would never fail or break. The number of demons had noticeably diminished, and the father encouraged his son to continue their joint struggle. Receiving an energetic affirmative nod, both resumed their active resistance, feeling growing confidence and inspiration. These words from his father unexpectedly caused a wave of warm nostalgia in the boy, bringing back memories of happy childhood days and adventures with his family. Over the years of numerous battles and trials, the young man gradually lost his vigilance, forgetting how insidious the danger of a sudden attack from behind. Deciding that he could cope alone, he missed the truth. The most valuable assistants in battle are proven comrades. Dian finished the battle with a spectacular throw, sending the last monster surrounding them high into the sky, thus ending the bloody battle. However, the monster grabbed his father's hand with an iron grip, stopping the powerful blow with a firm blocking motion of his fist. The father pushed his son forward sharply, ordering him to immediately strike the weakened monster, taking advantage of the moment. Eric, with a well-aimed and precise blow, cut the round monster's head in two, putting an end to the last threat. The man shouted with delight, smiling broadly and raising his hands triumphantly in a sign of great joy at the joint victory achieved. Dian happily invited his son to admire the result of their efforts, but he only smiled tiredly in response, feeling very tired after the intense fight. In truth, without the participation of a brave and skilled son, such a huge horde of monsters would have been almost invincible for a lone warrior. The young warrior politely denied the claim, modestly admitting that without the timely support of his wise and strong father, he would have had a hard time in such a difficult battle. Then it was a real common victory, achieved thanks to the efforts of both heroes, who showed courage and fortitude in the decisive test. Father and son proudly raised their clenched fists upward, symbolizing the triumph of joint work and brotherhood in battle. An ominous voice came out of nowhere, declaring that it was too early to celebrate victory. A moment later, the son saw an invisible force knock his father off balance, roughly hitting him in the stomach. The young man stood there, stunned and dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. The shocked young man didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening, as the man quickly flew back and crashed with his back into a massive stone wall with a dull sound. The boy's desperate cry echoed over the forest. His father was unconscious. Eric ran into the forest, realizing that with the departure of his assistant, the opportunity to protect the village was lost. The feeling of complete helplessness and the bitterness of loss of hope filled the young man's heart with a heavy sense of inevitability. The boy suddenly had a strange feeling, as if someone's invisible force was moving straight towards him through the semi-darkness of the forest. Just a second ago he was calling for his father, but a sudden wave instantly hit the man. He realized that danger was very close. The boy barely felt someone's presence behind him when he saw a stranger in front of him. The guy looked him over sharply, assessing his physical abilities, and asked if he could compete in speed and agility. The boy was confused, when suddenly the stranger immediately rushed into the attack. The stranger who unleashed a lightning attack was surprised. But the youth turned out to be quicker than he looked at first glance. He sincerely believed that the boy possessed strength far superior to that of the adult man who had previously been thrown into a stone wall by one powerful blow. Continuing the conversation, he added that the wall seemed like a reliable barrier that could prevent demons and monsters from entering beyond its boundaries. Even if someone managed to break through the barrier, they would probably be destroyed by the village's defenders. He liked the village's defense plan. With all due respect to the village's defense plan, the stranger categorically refused to support the idea of killing demons. Eric took a close look at the stranger, noticing something special and mysterious about him. After a deep breath, Eric broke the silence by asking a direct question about who he was. The man looked at the boy calmly, slightly lifting the corners of his lips in a barely noticeable smile. In a calm voice, he advised him to carefully examine his appearance and try to discern his hidden essence. It soon became clear that a real demon stood before him. This turned out to be the correct answer. The demon slowly explored the surroundings of the village, going deeper into the dense forest surrounding the settlement. The boy knew demons well, having encountered them many times in his past life. The experience helped him learn to recognize their intentions and defend himself effectively. Demons are a vast race that live in their world alongside humans. A distinctive feature of demons is a unique phenomenon. When magical energy is activated, their eyes begin to glow bright red. With one exception, most demons are warlike in nature, especially the Demon King, who waged a massive war against all other races. The young man did indeed witness many battles involving demons, but his acquaintance with them was not only due to combat clashes. The love of the young hero was reflected in the image of a beautiful girl named Irina, who also belonged to the family of demons. The boy looked at his interlocutor with concern and timidly inquired about the reason for the demon's aggression and asked to tell him why the demons decided to attack their village. The boy's voice trembled with excitement, expressing concern and a desire to understand the current situation. The demon looked sternly at the boy and said, "Baby, the reasons for the conflict between our peoples are too deep and complex for you to understand." Near the village was the kingdom of Begonia, which the demons sought to capture and wipe off the face of the earth. The village was located on a high hill surrounded by forest, which provided excellent visibility and convenient placement of a military camp. Its location allowed control of important roads and routes, creating an ideal bridgehead for the concentration of large troops. Now the demon is forced to liquidate the village himself, since the rest of his comrades were killed. The man admitted that he did not expect to meet such a fascinating guy in such a remote place, whose appearance caused him pleasant excitement and delight. The young man clearly understood the essence of what was said, but he did not feel the desire to retreat or resign himself to the circumstances. On the contrary, the inner fire of perseverance burned brighter, motivating him to look for new ways to overcome difficulties. The demon sincerely admired the boy's courage and fortitude, despite the serious damage to his body. Physical wounds did not break the child's will and spirit, on the contrary, they only strengthened his determination and fortitude in the face of trials. The man asked the boy if he was sure he wanted to fight. He emphasized that if Eric was okay, it would be difficult for him to win, and expressed concern about the consequences of a possible fight. Each new battle of the young man will be harder than the previous one. The longer the confrontation lasts, the more his strength and will are exhausted. The law of battle is inexorable, the strong become weaker, and the weak gradually leave the battle. The demon cast a careful glance at the boy, and asked if he had learned the lesson he had learned in battle. The young man, tired of recent battles and full of doubts, understood who exactly was the strongest participant in the conflict. Dion thanked the demon heartily for the hole he had made in the wall. Now, freed from the obstacle, he could fully use his favorite weapon, the sword, which greatly increased his combat capabilities and gave him hope for success in the upcoming battles. The boy quickly turned around and asked anxiously if the man was okay. He was perfectly fine. Dion objected to his son, arguing that it was unacceptable to send him alone to face dangerous challenges. The boy thought that it was necessary to trust the elders, who rely on each other in critical situations. He asked his father to take care of himself and not to sacrifice his life for the sake of victory. The man jumped up and shouted loudly, looking at his son, that of course, he was not going to die. And his son would also fight with him. Only the boy warned his father not to lose his vigilance and be on the alert. The demon did not like the men's speeches. He rudely interrupted them and demanded that they immediately begin the attack. Having suggested that the two men speak at the same time, the demon promised to instantly send both of them to the depths of hell, eliminating the source of irritation and unnecessary emotions. An hour had already passed since the villagers had been besieged by demons. Faced with the invasion of formidable creatures, the villagers were sincerely glad to have a reliable wall protecting their homes and lives. Although none of them knew who had built this defensive structure, the man was not worried about building walls or protecting houses. Real concern was painfully squeezing his heart, giving rise to a feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. The main thing that occupied his thoughts was the fate of two young warriors, Eric and Diane. The man glanced nervously at the assembled group and quickly blurted out that they had indeed been found. The assembled group looked at each other and confirmed that the warriors had been found outside the southern wall. There was compelling evidence that the boys were located there. Since the exact location of Eric and Diane had already been established, it was proposed to send a detachment of experienced archers to support the fighters. The man reacted sharply to the proposal, saying that the idea of sending archers was absurd and stupid. He explained that such help would only make the situation worse by opening the way for demons to enter the village. After apologizing to the speaker, the man noted that no force could compare with the skill and experience of the two warriors behind the wall. The man said that whatever they did, it would be of little use. The mother remarked that it would be interesting to know how Eric was feeling, since if he was with his father, then everything should be fine. Tina turned to the other woman, listening attentively to her words. Tina said that there was nothing to worry about, because the boy was very strong. Selena added that if the boy's friend was talking about it, then it was true. However, this assessment was shared not only by her, but by all the villagers. She asked the woman if she remembered how her son fought with all the villagers. She remembered and admitted that she was ashamed to recall this episode because it was the boy's father who had arranged it. The girl objected, saying that this was not true. After that memorable incident, even the most experienced hunters admitted that if Eric could cope with such a task, then the girl would also be able to defeat all the villagers. At that time, the girl thought exactly that way, sincerely believing in her strength and abilities. However, reality turned out to be different. The real strongest in the village was Mrs. Selena. Even the most stubborn and strong hunters bowed their heads before her, including Eric and Diane. One day, during an important conversation, the woman asked the girl to stop useless talk. Selena thanked Tina warmly, admitting that the girl's support had made her life much easier. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden rumble, rapidly approaching the village. Less than a minute later, order had turned to panic. The villagers began to panic, shouting questions about what had happened and the fate of Eric and Diane. The voice ordered that the noise and panic among the villagers be stopped immediately. Selena raised her voice and sharply asked the villagers if they believed in her son and husband. The villagers responded with a unanimous nod, showing complete trust and respect for the family of leaders. Selena ordered everyone to stay put and maintain order. The old man supported her order and said that he would check the supply of medicines. Tina watched the woman closely and noted that she showed more concern for the fate of the warriors than anyone else. Despite her outward composure, every little thing betrayed her inner experiences and anxiety. The girl highly appreciated the strength of spirit of this woman. The friend noticed that Eric's energy connected to the wall had become unstable, causing her to feel anxious. Diane and Eric find themselves in an extremely difficult and dangerous situation. They consciously took mortal risks to save their native village, fully understanding the price that would have to be paid. Their courage deserved the highest respect, because even the strong and self-confident Mrs. Selena felt fear, not to mention the ordinary villagers. The girl rushed forward with all her might, calling the warriors to wait for her. The man, despite constant blows and injuries, continued to deliver precise and fast attacks on the demon, who disdained his supposedly slow speed of movement. The young man struck with lightning speed, putting all his accumulated anger and despair into it. However, despite the accuracy and speed of the attack, the demon turned out to be surprisingly agile. A split second before the blade touched the target, he gracefully jumped to the side, maintaining his balance and freedom of movement. The monster assessed the young man's reaction positively, noting its speed and accuracy. The demon delivered a crushing kick straight into Eric's stomach. While the young man was recovering, the boy's father, enraged by what he had seen, resolutely entered the battle, unleashing a series of powerful blows on his opponent. The monster took advantage of the moment with lightning speed, cunningly moving behind the man. Taking advantage of his momentary loss of vigilance, the creature suddenly attacked, delivering a sharp and precise blow. Eric, enraged by the monster's behavior, called his father, asking if he had eaten anything. The demon sarcastically asked if the man had ever fought a truly strong opponent, implying that his previous fights had been with less skilled opponents. The monster laughed mockingly commenting on the old warrior's behavior, that maybe he should take an example from his son. The words sounded like sharp blades, penetrating the very heart of the man, tearing apart the remnants of dignity and faith in his own strength. He was puzzled as to how a simple guy from a remote province could have such deep knowledge of the art of combat. After considering various options, the monster came to the conclusion that nature had awarded the young man a unique gift that allowed him to master martial arts intuitively. The young man's courage and strength aroused sincere admiration in the observer. However, his father's attempts to demonstrate equal strength and agility were unsuccessful, turning into an attempt to provoke him. This use of brute force disappointed the monster. The demon concentrated, activating streams of magical energy that instantly colored his eyes with a deep red glow. Then, with a triumphant smile, he offered to continue the fight, declaring that the fight would now move to a qualitatively new level of difficulty. He braced himself for the blow, activating a technique designed to inflict deep wounds. Loudly, the monster warned his opponents that if they wanted to survive, they should try to dodge. The boy, realizing the seriousness of the situation, ordered his father to leave the affected area immediately. The attack released by the demon rushed forward at a tremendous speed, cutting through the air with a hissing sound. A bright streak of light left a wide scar on the surface of the fortress wall, damaging the massive structure. The monster's attack achieved its goal, hitting the warriors at the most inopportune moment. Eric and Diane found themselves in the center of the blow, receiving serious injuries. The wave's energy cut through the armor, leaving deep wounds on the body and partially incapacitating them. The situation was not favorable for the young man, as the wind magic used by the demon was much more powerful than his own defensive spells. Even after successfully avoiding a direct hit, the young man felt the impact of the pressure wave and kinetic energy emanating from the blow. The enemy turned out to be incredibly dangerous. In addition to physical strength, he wielded magic at a level significantly exceeding the abilities of the young man. It was necessary to urgently come up with an effective plan before the monster delivered the finishing blow, which could be fatal. The first thing the young man understood was that he needed to protect his father, who was in close proximity to the epicenter of events. The risk of injury and damage increased with every second, and any hesitation could cost the health or even the life of a loved one. Eric understood that if he didn't come up with a way out of the situation, defeat was inevitable. An oppressive feeling of hopelessness began to take hold of his consciousness, when suddenly, someone's voice pulled him out of his stupor. It turned out that the voice belonged to Tina, a girl who was rushing to help her comrades. She arrived in time, noticing the criticality of the situation and the need for support from her friends, full of determination and courage. The boy asked Tina in surprise what she was doing there, and the demon asked with interest who she was. The demon persistently repeated his question, demanding an explanation of the girl's identity. Meanwhile, Tina noticed the severe wounds received by her companions. The girl intended to provide medical assistance to the wounded soldier, but the young man, adhering to common sense, insisted on another plan. He called the evacuation of the wounded to a safe place, where conditions would allow for a full recovery, a safer option. She looked at the young man with concern and asked what would happen to him. The brave defender tried to convince her that he would be fine. However, the demon, clearly dissatisfied with the course of the conversation, abruptly intervened, declaring that they were not given the right to negotiate. He pointed contemptuously at the old man, telling him to take him and go away, so as not to spoil the fun of the other participants in the fight. His speech sounded cynical and mocking, demonstrating a complete lack of empathy and humanity. Eric sadly informed his sister that his father's condition was rapidly deteriorating and that he needed urgent medical attention. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Tina agreed to evacuate her parent immediately, promising to carefully deliver him to a safe place. The sister asked her brother to take care of himself and to survive. The demon, happy with the end of the conversation, said that he did not intend to kill the woman yet, and asked to clear the way so that they could continue the battle. The demon commanded the young man to keep an eye on the situation and exercise maximum caution. Explaining the reason, he added that he had some interesting ideas and questions that he wanted to discuss in more detail. Tina helped carry her uncle outside the wall, breathing heavily from fatigue and strain. Having calmed down, she turned to the young man, saying that she was glad for the training he had received and was ready to move on to treating Diane. The girl spent a considerable amount of time in complete ignorance regarding the identity of the mysterious man in black clothing. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing heart, and the tears that had welled up. Remembering her brother's lessons, she tried to recall the advice and recommendations he had given her during her training. The girl plunged into childhood memories, when her brother Eric patiently taught her the basics of healing. Before this, Tina had only treated minor bruises and scratches, but now she faced the difficult task of healing the deep wounds received in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a boy standing next to her asked with interest why he had lost control of his magic. Because magic is incredibly difficult to control. However, the difficulty lies not only in the technique of performing spells. Magic is closely connected with the emotions and feelings of the magician, which affect the quality and power of the spells used. When the boy tried to use magic, he was overcome by fear that he would not cope with the tasks assigned to him. After all, magic absorbs not only positive but also negative emotions, increasing their influence on the final result. Such feelings are a significant disadvantage for any healer, as they reduce the effectiveness of the healing process and create the risk of errors. Tina understood the fairness of the remark and accepted it. Gathering her strength and taking a deep breath, the girl resolutely leaned over the wounded man. Gently running her fingers along the edges of the wound, she focused on the internal resources of the body, concentrating the flow of vital energy. While carrying out the treatment, she realized that the magic training conducted by Eric had much more meaning than just learning techniques and methods. Remembering Eric's advice, the girl felt confident in her abilities. The girl realized that her brother taught her not only magic, but also combat tactics, although at first she did not see the point in it. Now, having found herself in real danger, she realized the usefulness of the knowledge she had received. The demon was openly interested in the young man's story, wanting to know how he managed to achieve such a high level of strength and skill while living in a remote provincial area. He mockingly asked who had taught the young man martial arts, and if the teacher was an old man, he considered this occupation to be completely frivolous and insignificant. His contemptuous tone clearly showed his attitude towards the capabilities of the teacher, who was perceived as a weak and mediocre mentor. The demon ended his speech with a sharp statement that he was tired of watching the spectacle put on by the young man. In response, the young man boldly declared that the demon would also be much stronger than he seemed at first glance. There are geniuses in all worlds, but the boy's talent in battle was truly unique. Particularly impressive was his ability to stand on his own 2 feet in a world where everyone is ready to cut the throat of others for personal gain. The smell coming from the boy was reminiscent of the aroma that accompanies the demon himself. Watching the young man's hesitation, the demon noted that the boy was acting decisively, sweeping away everyone in his path. Curiosity made the demon ask a question, trying to find out how many souls had already died at the hands of the child. The question asked by the monster was rather delicate. He did not assume that his interlocutor was keeping count of the dead. The monster was certainly interested in the young man's abilities, which he wanted to buy. The demon confidently declared that the young man would go with him. The young man froze in place, not believing his ears. The demon country was built on the principles of meritocracy. The strongest and most competent candidate became the ruler. In order to take the king's throne, the contender had to regularly prove his superiority by participating in brutal tournaments and competitions. In order to lead the demon army and crush the kingdom of Begonia, winning fame and recognition, the demon set a condition: the boy must go with him. If the young man demonstrates equal strength and skill to that of a demon, Eric will receive the status of viceroy, taking an honorable second place in the country's hierarchy. This opens up prospects for career growth and influence for him, guaranteeing prestige and stability in society. The boy asked the demon if he would continue to destroy the village if he joined him. The boy then abruptly ended the conversation, refusing to continue the discussion. The negotiations failed, and the demon was puzzled by the reasons for the failure. He did not understand what went wrong and wondered whether the main driving force was fear for the fate of the village or love for the girl left in danger. The monster tried to attract the young man with offers, claiming that in his domain he would be able to possess any number of beautiful women. However, the boy reacted coolly to such words, asking the demon to stop throwing around empty promises. The demon was bitterly disappointed to find that his plans to entice the boy had failed. Having failed in negotiations, he took the only decision available to him: to eliminate the threat posed by Eric. The young man concentrated and activated his magical abilities, releasing a powerful stream of energy that literally caught the demon off guard. Never having encountered such a level of mastery of magic before, the demon experienced a real shock. The monster was completely taken by surprise by the fact that the young man had been quietly accumulating magical energy during the conversation. Having become convinced of the enemy's capabilities, the demon wanted to kill him even more, clearing his path to power. However, the young man was not afraid of the threat, exclaiming that the demon should try to attack first. The boy concentrated and released pure magical fire energy, forming a dense flame that brightly illuminated the surrounding area and directed it at the demon. A battered Eric was breathing heavily from his flame attack. He was so exhausted that he fell to his knees, but he continued to monitor the situation. Suddenly, the demon jumped out of the smoke. His clothes were burned, but not his hatred for the man. He kicked the hero in the stomach so hard that blood poured from the mortal's mouth. Eric was thrown back and hit a boulder. Felix was furious. He mockingly asked if the man considered himself the smartest. The enemy explained what had happened. The guy lacked speed, so he decided to use a magical attack, because with its help, even without a direct hit, you can cause damage. The demon admitted that he liked the man's tactics. Felix noticed that he was standing naked to the chest and exclaimed that these clothes had cost him a lot of money. He promised that the saboteur would pay him for it. The demon grabbed his hair and noticed that it was also burnt. Now he would have to fix it again. Meanwhile, the hero tried to stand up, leaning on his sword. He was surprised that Felix was now worried about such mundane things. Eric knew he was at a disadvantage. Although his attacks had caused minor damage to his opponent, one blow would not be enough to block Felix's physical strength. He would not even be able to scratch him. The hero frantically began to look for a way out of the situation, because if he could not do anything, then everything would be over. The demon continued to complain that his favorite clothes had burned, and now he had nothing to wear even on a date. Felix was annoyed. He said that he should have met Arena instead of wasting his time fighting a human. When Eric heard the name of his beloved, he froze. He asked again what the enemy had just said. The demon did not understand what exactly he was asking about. Felix repeated that he liked his clothes, which the hero had burned. But that was not what interested the hero. He told the demon to repeat the name of the woman he was supposed to meet. The enemy repeated Irina's name. Eric was shocked. Even after the replay, he wasn't sure he heard it right. The hero couldn't understand how this could be, and why Felix mentioned the girl. The guy stopped the flow of thoughts, and reminded himself that there could be other Iranas in the world, and it might not be about his beloved. The man asked the demon to tell him the woman's full name. Felix asked why he wanted to do that, and why he had come to his girlfriend. The hero thought it would be better if the demon didn't ask unnecessary questions. The enemy with a serious look finally said the girl's full name, Irina Harsian. The hero was thrown into a fever. This was his beloved. He asked with a cry why Felix had chosen her. He did not understand why Eric was so nervous. The demon smiled and said that he would tell him a little secret. He wanted to boast about his merits before the man died at his hand. Felix revealed that Irene was the only daughter of the current king of their country, and he would have to marry her when he took the throne. She was the best fit for his wife, no matter who. The demon said that he was 16, still young, and therefore considered himself worthy of being with a better woman. The hero knew this because he was the same age as the girl. Felix said that despite her status as a princess, Irina was a good cook and a good fighter. She was the perfect woman. Eric knew all that. Then the demon with a sly grin wanted to add something about her body, to which the hero reacted sharply. He told the enemy to shut up, to which he laughed, and asked if the man had already begun to envy him. The hero noted that throughout the entire story, the demon never once said his name. Felix was surprised that his enemy was only now interested in his name. Eric told him to also tell him what country she was from. The demon tiredly patted his head and said with awareness that the man simply wanted to take this knowledge with him to the next world as a souvenir. Felix decided to support the mortal and said that this would be Eric's reward for living to this moment. He asked to listen carefully. The demon introduced himself as the next ruler of the kingdoms of Harsion, Felix Gladel, and added that the hero should try not to forget this name before his departure to another world. The enemy asked the boy if his name was Eric, because that was what Diane called him. The boy had already gotten to his feet and confirmed that that was his name. He remembered that in his past life, the demon king who had started the war was Felix. Along with the demon king, the name of the country changes, so after Felix ascended to the throne, his surname Gladio became the name of the kingdom. In the past, the hero had heard this name many times, and finally he found it. Although much time had passed, the young man had already managed to be reborn, but he remembered everything. The memories came flooding back to the boy. Anger boiled up inside him. With a look full of revenge, Eric told Felix that it was he who killed Irina in his past life. The hero began to remember that in his past life he and Irina had often talked about her country. They lived in the same house then. In his memory, he was working in the garden with a hoe. The young man wiped the sweat from his face, satisfied with his work. Irina, carrying a basket of bread, came out of the house and suggested that the guy take a break. He didn't mind and said that he would come as soon as he finished. The girl smiled at him. She said she had just baked some bread and wanted him to try it. Eric didn't object and came up to her. The hero stood leaning against the fence. Having bitten off a piece of fresh home-baked bread, the young man praised it and said that while he was eating Irina's bread he would rest. The girl was glad that he liked it and said that this time she added a little more salt than usual. Eric smiled and said that her cooking skill was very useful. He added that for a former princess, she cooked well. Irina smiled uncertainly and asked if that was fashionable to consider as a compliment. The girl said thoughtfully that they were a free kingdom after all. Even though she was required to represent the country and observe etiquette, she could calmly pursue her hobby. Now everything had changed beyond recognition. Eric asked if her country was now called the Kingdom of Gladel. The princess confirmed it. The guy thought about it and remembered that she had never told him why she had decided to run away from her country. The girl was surprised that he had brought it up now. Noticing her confusion, the hero quickly added that she doesn't have to say anything if she doesn't want to. Irina replied that there was no problem because she trusted him. Then the girl told, her father was killed by the current king, and with the change of ruler, the name of the kingdom also changed. The new king left her alive only to marry, but Irina did not understand how one could marry the murderer of her father. Because of this, she had to run away, but sometimes the former princess wondered if she had done the right thing. Eric listened to her attentively, but found nothing, the strength to answer. Irina continued to tell the story. After the king learned of her escape, he got rid of all the servants who helped her. The girl thought that she was too careless for a royal person. It was clear that she regretted the past. Irina added that if she had married the king, the courtiers would have remained alive, and she would have been able to restrain the dictatorship of the harsh ruler. After a long time of reflection, the girl came to the conclusion that her escape was tantamount to betraying those who remained in her country. Eric was silent for a moment, and then said that he understood everything. He doubted that such a powerful demon would listen to Irina, considering that rulers did not stay in their country for long. With a serious look, the hero added that if the kingdom fell into decline, the princess's life would be in danger, so her father and courtiers did not want her to stay. He asked her not to think that their sacrifice was in vain, because it was not so. The girl looked at the guy with some relief. She sat down and called herself a pathetic princess who had fled her own country. Irina said that if it weren't for Mr. Eric, Gladio would have gotten to her already. The girl was also worried about the idea that she constantly needed someone's help. This upset her. The young man sighed and said that he personally did not think so. This surprised Irina. He reminded her of the day they first met. He had lost his reason for existence, and it was Irina who had given him back his reason for living. Eric looked straight at the girl and said that she had saved him once too, and for that he was grateful to this day. Irina was touched and then with a stupid innocent smile asked if this was a declaration of love. Because of her words, the young man choked. He had to be supported by the fence and asked to change the subject. He reminded them that it was too early for them to relax, because they were still fugitives. Irina smiled and thanked Mr. Eric for everything he did for her. The guy was embarrassed. In his past life, he protected the girl and was happy. He wanted to protect her from suffering and not let her experience the terrible feelings of losing her lover, that is, him. However, he couldn't. One fateful day, the hero returned home and saw a mess. It was obvious that there had been a fight. The girl was nowhere to be found. Eric immediately rushed to find the princess. It was only worth them to test their vigilance a little, as Irene's parents. The young man blamed himself for what happened. He was so carried away by the fleeting happiness that he believed that he could return to a peaceful life. The day the girl was kidnapped was their last. Now he had nowhere to return to. Eric had missed his chance and there would be no other. In his past life, when he was making his way to his beloved with such difficulty through many enemy soldiers, he found her already dead. Embracing her, the hero could not hold back his tears and cried from grief. And right now, his worst enemy was standing in front of him. Eric had told Felix that he would kill him and save Irina. The demon didn't understand what kind of nonsense this man was talking. He said that he had nothing to do with his past life. Seeing that the hero was not going to listen to him, the demon waved him off irritably. He was going to stop their fight. Felix raised his blade into the sky. A fiery whirlwind enveloped him, growing stronger and stronger. The wind rose around them. His weapon became much larger. The demon thanked Eric for entertaining him well. He was not going to remain in debt and told the enemy to appreciate his trick now. The hero said that his pure flame magic was nothing special, but the amount of his magic power was a problem. The boy reminded himself of his promise to protect everyone, but he did not take how he would awaken in this battle. Eric knew he had to get at least one hit on the demon. He looked straight at Felix and said seriously that he had given him all he had. The demon told him not to be afraid, because the man would not die, but would simply drag out his miserable existence as a piece of coal. The hero knew that he could not avoid such a wide attack, and now he would definitely die. He thought that with such a burst of magic from the demon he would only have one moment to counterattack. The enemies raised their swords and ran at each other. Even though Eric knew that after he touched Felix, he would most likely turn to ashes, he needed to hit the demon. The hero was going to take revenge on his enemy for all the suffering he had caused him in his past life. The guy screamed from the tension and adrenaline. But suddenly, Tina was there. She screamed at Eric to hold on. Felix and Eric's blades touched. There was a fashionable explosion. When the smoke cleared, the demon saw that his enemy was not dead. He was protected by a thick block of ice. Felix was unhappy about this, and the hero did not understand how he managed to survive. The demon did not understand what kind of magic was in front of him. Eric immediately understood that Tina had helped him. He turned around and saw the girl standing not far from them. The guy stood up and immediately ran to her, covering her with his body. He asked what happened to her father and why she came back. Tina asked him not to worry and said that Uncle Diane was safe. As soon as he came to, the man tried to return to the battlefield, but the villagers did not let him move. The young man was happy to hear such news. The girl asked how the situation was and what was going on. The hero explained that an army of demons had been summoned to destroy their village, and the guy responsible for the attack was named Felix. He and his father stopped the demons, but now their leader wants to destroy the settlement himself, and with his power it was possible. The girl asked why he needed their village. Eric said he would explain later. He added that if Felix was not defeated now, he would wipe their home off the face of the earth. That was all she needed to know. The hero apologized to Tina for not being able to defeat the enemy and said that he needed her power. At that moment, Felix turned his attention to himself. He asked if this woman was the one who used ice magic. The demon admitted that they surprised him. When he first met Tina, he did not sense any magical power from her, and asked if she had had to hide her abilities before. Felix walked around the lump that the girl had created. The enemy said that they were both strong enough opponents. He did not understand what was going on with this ancient, since such talented people lived in it. Felix believed that there must be a good reason for the pursuit of power. He wondered what the hero's goals were, since they were different. The demon aimed at the girl. He lunged forward and screamed for her to teach him. Felix was too fast for Eric. The hero tried to hit him with his sword, but he didn't have time. He swung his weapon. The guy wanted to hit the demon on the head, but he dodged and ran straight to the girl. Eric screamed her name. Tina didn't lose her head and used her magic. Felix was already close when she made him retreat with a bright flash. It was a smoke screen. The demon lost sight of his target. The smoke was everywhere. It was daring them to attack him and asking if the heroes were sure they could kill him. Suddenly, icicles would come flying at him from the smoke. They stuck into the ground and tried to hit the demon, who deftly jumped away from the places where the icicles landed. Felix realized that the girl would need less time to prepare to use the new spell than he did, and he noted that she was no less stamina-wise than the man, which simply couldn't be true. He shattered the icicle with his blade. He asked into the smoke if Tina was not ready for a direct attack yet, and noticed that she hesitated when it came to killing. At that moment, Eric jumped out of the smoke with his sword. Felix saw movement behind him and managed to dodge the hero's attack. The sword almost touched him. The guy said that the demon was wrong about his girlfriend because she did not study magic for killing. The young man said he would answer the question of why he strives to become stronger. Eric explained that he does it in order to protect those dear to him. The sword still managed to scratch Felix's chest. He thoughtfully touched his blood. The guy's words angered the demon, who hated more than anything when someone threw around such speeches. Eric held the sword tightly in his hands and said that he and Tina were going to prove to him that everything he had just said was true. The guy asked the girl if she could use the wind magic they had trained with before. Tina asked again if he meant the magic she couldn't do. He nodded. He taught his friend this magic when he was a child. The time she used it, he got injured due to a mistake. The young man said that he knew the girl was worried about him and reminded her that they had no choice in defeating the demon. Tina wasn't entirely sure about that plan. Eric said that everything would be fine, because she had grown up since that time and was much more capable than before. He added that he believed in her and asked her to believe in him too. The girl became determined and said that she understood him. Felix had been watching and hearing their conversations the whole time. What was happening was very mocking to him. He began to laugh loudly and exclaimed that it all sounded like a joke. The demon wondered where all their enthusiasm for protecting each other came from. Without thinking for a second more, Felix pounced on Eric, who managed to defend himself with his sword from the enemy's swift dagger. The demon said that war is not a picnic with friends, and such naive and simple-minded people will not survive. He didn't care about the others. The only rule he obeyed was kill or die. The demon continued to attack the hero with his dagger. The young man barely had time to defend himself. As their blades touched each other once more, Eric's sword glowed and sent Felix flying back in a bright flash. Felix landed on the ground and was struck. In front of him was wind magic. He asked if that was all they could show. Ice shards flew in the air, the wind swirled around the hero. Tina stood not far from him. Felix realized that she was using magic to strengthen Eric, and in the end it was the boy, as the more experienced one, who would try to kill him. The demon asked the girl if she was okay, because she was using magic on her friend, which was difficult to control. Despite his words, Tina tried her best. Felix continued to press. He said that if she was wrong, the guy would be torn to pieces. Eric, who was standing right in front of him, disappeared. He rushed past the demon like a whirlwind, wounding him severely in the shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound. The hero noticed that he had hit where he wanted. Felix asked what was going on and noted that they were fighting in disarray. The demon smirked and said that he was right after all. Their nonsense about the power that would protect the others was a complete lie. The air also concentrated around the enemy. A strong wind enveloped him in the form of a shell. Then the hero realized that the demon could also use wind magic. They clashed with swords, causing everything to glow. Felix said that protecting an ally could be very annoying during a fight, and asked Eric to look at Tina, who was worried about her magical power hurting someone. Because of this, she was unable to limit her innate power. The demon screamed that power defines its master, and friends are just insects that get underfoot. The skin on Felix's face and body began to peel and burn, as if he was in flames, but he did not pay attention to it. The demon added that those who were willing to suffer unnecessary wounds for the sake of their friends would still lose in the end. These statements made Tina a little worried. Eric said that he had to thank Felix, because he reminded him of a very important thing that had slipped his mind during the battle. The hero explained that the reason they help each other is that if a difficulty arises that they cannot cope with alone, it can only be overcome together with partners. At this moment, the power of Tina's wind magic increased and hit Felix, who was unable to stay on his feet and was thrown back. Multiple wounds appeared on the demon's body. He believed in what was happening to him and that the boy could use wind magic himself. Felix realized that his energies with the girl were intersecting. The hero told the demon to open his eyes wider before he died and see the true power of friendship. He sped up and cut the enemy's body in half with his sword. Eric landed on the ground and would have fallen exhausted if it weren't for Tina, who managed to catch her friend. She asked if he was okay. The guy looked at Felix, who was lying on the ground, and said that something else was more important right now. Demona was still alive. He was coughing up blood. Wounds decorated what was left of his body. Felix realized that he had lost to the human after all. The hero approached the enemy, surprised that he was still conscious. Felix explained that demons were simply very tenacious. The guy compared them to cockroaches, to which the defeated one asked not to irritate him because he would soon die anyway. Seeing Felix's body split into two halves, Tina couldn't take it anymore and threw up. Eric stroked her back while the demon laughed at her reaction. He noticed that the girl had never killed before. Looking at the guys, the demon could not believe that he had lost to them both. Felix couldn't believe his fate, because he only had a little time left to take over the kingdom and make it his own. The hero wanted to tell the demon before he died that even if he became king, Arana would never be his. The demon asked how he knew about this, because it sounded like the guy knew the future. However, Felix did not know that this was the absolute truth. The hero remained silent. The demon snorted at this and said that being killed by someone stronger was a wonderful thing for a warrior, and thanks to the boy, he felt joy for the first time. The demon added that if the girl had not appeared, he would have definitely won, and admitted that he was not particularly offended that they fought 2 against 1. Felix was already losing strength. His vision was clouded. He raised his hand to the sky and sighed that in the end he had never had a single friend in his life. He was just unlucky enough to have real comrades around him. The clouds he was looking at became blurry. The demon realized he was starting to die. He waved at Eric and said it was a fun fight. The demon's hand dropped and he said nothing more. The hero felt sick. He sat leaning on his sword. The girl saw this and asked to let her heal him. She apologized and said it was her fault. Eric asked why she thought so. Tina agreed with Felix's words that she was not ready and could have put herself in danger because of her ineptitude. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. The girl admitted that she did not want to harm people with her power. The feeling of killing people scared her. The hero sighed. He explained to her that the reason and place were not important because it was hard for anyone to kill a stranger, and added that he and Felix were both crazy. The girl asked if she hadn't killed the demon. The hero replied that he was the one who dealt the enemy the fatal blow, and that he would take full responsibility for what would happen next. Tina did not understand what he meant. The guy asked to listen to him carefully. He said that the most important thing now is that they won this battle. The young man reminded her of her parents, the villagers. After all, they themselves had survived and had lost no one. Eric smiled at his childhood friend and added that for now, that was enough. Tina was touched and began to cry. The hero thanked her. Irene stood by the window while Eric cleaned his sword with a rag. She confessed to him that she was a demon and asked for forgiveness for hiding it from her comrade. He sat there, silent and surprised. The girl continued to say that the thought that the hero would hate her upset her, and she wanted to talk to him about these thoughts. After some time, the young man turned to Irina and said that he knew that she was not a human, but a demon. The girl did not expect to hear this. He explained that when they were fighting the demonic beasts, he noticed her eyes turning red. Irina looked away, saying that she understood now. Eric added that it didn't matter to him because she would always be Irina. Harsian, love is his whole life. The princess blushed from such a confession. She thanked fate with relief that she met him, because the girl was able to find her meaning in life, and now she is happy. The young man said that he was also glad that he had met her, because he had almost lost his reason to live, and he did not want to lose Irina, so he was going to protect her from everything at all costs. The girl sat down next to the young man and called him. They came closer to each other and kissed. The hero suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in a bed in bandages. It was just a dream. In his dream, the young man saw memories of the day he first kissed Irina. He was upset that he woke up at that moment. As soon as Eric wanted to move, he felt pain in you. He immediately remembered the recent events of how he fought with Felix. In his past life, Felix became king and Irina ran away from the wedding, after which they met each other. However, now the demon conqueror was dead. Now the girl would not have to run away from her country, and the future in which he met her had changed. The young man looked thoughtfully out the window, not understanding if this was good or bad. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. It was Diane. He approached his son's bed and asked how he was feeling. The hero replied that some of his wounds were sore, but overall he was fine. The boy asked his father how he was. He replied that he felt quite cheerful. He took a chair and sat down on it opposite Eric. The son added that Tina had helped them a lot. Dion called the young man seriously and asked him to tell him one thing. He asked if Eric knew about the invasion of demonic beasts in advance. The hero knew he had to answer, but he didn't want to. He paused, and then said affirmatively that he did know about the attack. The man sighed and said that his thoughts about it were correct. The father asked why Eric hadn't said anything about it, because if they had known about it, they could have fought back together. To which the boy tensely replied that someone could have died, so he kept quiet. The man seemed to understand why his son had done what he had done, but he was also upset by it. Diane said he would have called his son a fool, but in the end, no one had died. He walked up to the boy and put his hands on his shoulders. The man said seriously that the hero should remember one thing: having thought everything through and chosen the safest path for everyone, having decided to fight alone, he did not do anything rash. It was clear that Diane didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario. He added that the most important thing was that his son was alive, which was a wonderful thing for a parent. The man quickly wiped away the tears that had come and admitted that he had never said such a thing. Diane told himself to stop crying. At that moment, he noticed that his son was also trying to hide his tears. The father said that if the hero thought his answer was wrong, he should take his time and think it over. They were very lucky that no one was hurt. He added that the young man had plenty of time and no one was rushing him to make a decision. Diane came to the door and said with a smile that he was going to run some errands. He added that his son should come out later because everyone wanted to see their savior and hero. When the man left, the young man immediately thought deeply. He did not know if he had any time left to decide everything. He agreed that he had achieved his goal, no one died in the invasion, but the future had changed. Now even he didn't know what would happen, because Felix was dead, and he had caused a lot of trouble with his existence. The demon was an important figure. Although he was hated by everyone, no one would leave the news alone that the future queen was killed by someone from another state. The hero understood that everything was not going smoothly and did not know what to do. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Harshion, Irena was in her chambers. She thought about her people and did not know what to do. The girl remembered a rainy day when she had dinner with the future ruler of her country, Felix. Seeing her serious expression, the demon asked her to smile, but Irena did not listen to him. Then Felix reminded her that it was he who had defeated her father, Saradonia, with one blow, Harshion, and said that she knew the customs of their kingdom. The demon only had to rename the kingdoms to become the official king. Now the one who decides was Felix, because he was the one sitting on the throne. Irena asked what his goal was. The demon stood up and walked to the window. He explained that this kingdom had originally grown through countless wars, so he wanted to restore their homeland to its former glory. However, Irena was against this development. She said that she would not allow Felix Gladio to take the soldiers of this kingdom. He looked at her as if she were a naive girl. The demon approached her, saying that the idea of the peaceful prosperity of the king of Saradonia was generally not bad, but he asked her to look more closely. The people were dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. The streets were filled with talk about the king's incompetence. The inhabitants called him a beast without fangs. Irena did not retreat from her thoughts. She said that despite this, her father's idea was right for the development of their country. Invading other kingdoms would only ruin them. Felix didn't care and told her to look at the state of the country. The girl was taken aback and said that everything takes time. The demon said that they don't need time to become great again. The boy said that this country only needs one thing, a reason to go to war. She said that her father wouldn't let him do that. Felix sighed that these were naive thoughts. He looked at the girl and said that in that case, he would simply kill the current king. The demon advised her to sit silently and thank him for leaving them alive at all. After that, their conversation with her future husband ended. The memories upset and angered Irina. She exhaled and tried to calm herself down. Suddenly someone knocked on her door. A familiar voice was heard behind the door. It was her father. The girl was surprised to hear him. She quickly opened the door and let the man in. Irina told him to come in. The father apologized for disturbing him, to which the girl replied that she was fine. She asked if something had happened, and Saradonia admitted that he had some unexpected news for her. He looked at his daughter and said that Felix Gladil had been found dead. Irina was surprised. She asked how it happened. The man said that when the young demon was preparing to invade a neighboring country, he attacked a village he wanted to use as a base. There he was defeated by a guy who lived there. The girl asked if the demon really wanted to start a war, to which her father answered affirmatively. She simply could not believe what had happened, and asked who exactly killed Felix. After all, even Saradonia, as the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, lost to the young demon, but as it turns out, there is someone stronger than Felix who defeated her father. The man asked his daughter for forgiveness. Irina immediately realized what she had said, and tried to take her words back. She said that she hadn't meant anything, and hadn't wanted to ask him. The father said that everything was fine. He understood that he had failed to protect the girl. The man had lost to Felix. He had resisted the wedding. In his own eyes, he was pathetic, and he understood why his daughter might hate him. Irina immediately objected, saying that she never hated him. The girl's words calmed Saradonia, and he hugged the girl tightly. She was his happiness. The man added that she was the future of their kingdom, and that was what he wanted to say. The father came to the door and asked her to follow him. They were walking down the hallway when the king told them everything. Irina said she had never thought that such a thing could happen. The man said that all those who were privy to the plan were destroyed after its execution. The father said that if his daughter had known about this, she would have married Felix to protect them. He added that there was something to the plan. Saradonia asked if Irina knew of a country friendly to their kingdom. The girl answered positively, and asked if it was not Begonia. She was right. The man told them that King Leonard was the ruler of this country. He helped them plan Irene's escape. All this was possible thanks to their long relationship. Leonard agreed to help them because he trusted the king. Her father said that this trust would have paved a new path for the development of their kingdom, if not for Felix's attack on the village, which was located in Begonia's territory. The news made the girl shudder. It was a sunny day in the village. The villagers were busy with construction and harvesting. Felix was also helping and working with a hoe. A woman who passed by thanked the guy. The hero replied that it was nothing and he was happy to help. It's been a week since Felix's attack. Despite everything that happened, everyone lives their lives as if nothing happened. The wall he built around the village, instead of tearing it down, is now being used by the villagers to train archers. They shot at targets from it. It seemed that the nightmare of the past life was damaged, and the school was able to protect everyone. He was sure that everything would be fine with the village. The young man had achieved his goal, but he did not know what to do now. While he was resting, leaning on the hoe, he watched Tina play with the children. In his past life, after the invasion of the beasts, Eric met two important people for him. One of them was Irina, and the other was his partner. The boy thought about it and guessed that he met him a month after the attack. In an alley in a neighboring town, when Eric was in deep despair, his friend gave him a rice ball. He could not leave a man like him to his fate. Then his future friend asked why Eric was here. The hero said that his village was attacked by demonic beasts, because of which everyone died. After which he took without purpose and understanding until he realized that he was in this place. The man said he understood and added that they were alike. Eric did not understand what he meant. He explained that he was born of the Pala, that is why he is here. The guy asked the hero's name. He said his name. The new acquaintance said that Eric was a cool name. Then he realized that he hadn't introduced himself. The guy took off his hood and introduced himself as Christ. He was glad to meet him. Because their stories were similar, they quickly found a common language. This man became his only friend. Eric sighed and stretched. He looked somewhere into the distance. He was curious about how Christ's life had turned out. When the young man was born, he swore an oath to protect everyone he had lost in his past life. Now that the village was safe, he wouldn't just watch as the two most important people in his life left him again. However, the hero did not know what was happening to them now and where they were. He assumed where Irina might be. All he remembered about Christ was that he was from this kingdom. The guy came to the conclusion that it was time to set out on a journey in search of answers. His thoughts were interrupted by Tina's voice. She was calling him. The young man asked what had happened. The girl said that his father was calling him. Coming closer to the gate, the hero saw a cart and his father next to it. The man asked Diane if he could really take it. Eric's father told him not to be shy. The woman thanked him. The son approached his father, who was happy to see the young man. The man said that the fur and meat of the magical beasts had been sold at a great price, and all thanks to him. Diane told the boy to feel free and take whatever he wanted. Eric said he didn't know their village was doing business with Begonia. His father agreed that he hadn't mentioned it before, but now his son knew about their relationship with the kingdom. The hero looked at himself in the mirror that stood in a pile of goods. Mentally, he agreed that he knew nothing about Begonia until Felix told him about it. In his past life, the kingdom was destroyed, and the boy did not have time to learn anything about it. In addition, he was quite stupid, because he studied something that did not interest him. Eric said that he needed to become more educated. At that moment, the father remembered that someone from the capital wanted to see him. The young man was interested in such a guest, and he asked who it could be. Diane approached one of the carriages and apologized for keeping the man waiting. He replied that they should not worry, as his visit was unexpected for the village. The hero immediately saw the sword in the guest's knives and assumed that a soldier stood before him. The captain introduced himself as Jeriamus. Asterom. He asked if he could talk to the young man. The hero understood. The guest's visit was connected with Felix's death. They settled in the hero's house. Selena stood outside and talked with the knights while Eric sat inside in the living room with Jeremias. The man asked if they could get straight to the point. When the young man wanted to pronounce the captain's name, the captain asked him to call him simply James, because it would be easier for him. The man said that they had come to make sure of one thing. This was what bothered the hero. The captain said that they were interested in what happened a week ago. They noticed unusual activity of demonic beasts near this village. In the forest, they met Dian, who said that he lived in a village nearby. Eric said he understood. It was a week ago that Felix had attacked the hero. The young man apologized for interrupting the captain and asked what his job was. Jeremias answered seriously that he was the commander of the Knights of the Kingdom of Begonia. The young man could not bear to meet such a person. The man explained that the knights are responsible for the safety of all the inhabitants of the kingdom. When something happens in the country, their job is to study and eliminate the problem. The boy was interested in one more thing. He asked why the captain of the Royal Knights personally came to such a small village. The man paused before answering. Jeremias noticed that the young man was quite abrupt and asked to tell him everything. They came here because of the invasion of animals. He could not understand the reason for such unusual behavior of the animals. After much deliberation, they met Dian, and Jeremiah learned that Eric was the one who stopped this invasion. The captain asked the boy to tell him if the hero knew the reason for the attack or if he had any guesses. The hero confirmed that they had indeed repelled the invasion, but that was not all. The man asked what he was talking about. The boy said it wasn't an invasion, but an attack that had a leader. Jeremiah asked if he was talking about the red-eyed man they had fought. The boy agreed. The captain asked what his enemy's name was. The hero replied that the demon's name was Felix Gladio. The guest knew this name and never expected to hear it here. Eric repeated the enemy's words about the village becoming a base for the invasion of the kingdom of Begonia. The captain stood up abruptly from his chair. He couldn't believe what the young man was saying because Felix was one of the strongest demons. The hero was an ordinary man, and Jeremiah couldn't understand the fact that he could defeat a demon. But the boy was serious. Eric said that he had definitely killed Felix. He said that the demon's body was buried in the southern forest, and added that they would definitely believe him after they saw it for themselves. Jeremiah said he understood the young man. He was going to check his words and suggested continuing the conversation the next day. Suddenly, Eric stopped the captain. He said that Felix had named himself the successor to the throne of the kingdom of Halcyon, but now the demon was dead. The hero asked what would happen to Begonia and Halcyon's relationship now. Jeremiah simply advised him to be sure of what he had just told him. If it turned out to be true, then his actions would not be considered a crime. However, that was not what the young man was asking about. The captain turned to the hero and said that he understood his desire to keep the peace, but he himself believed that their task was to protect the people of Begonia, and he was not in a position to talk about the relations of the two kingdoms. Eric asked if he was the one who judged the future of relations between nations, and how he was going to protect the people. Jeremiah reminded the boy that he was just a civilian, and asked why he cared. The hero said that although he was an ordinary citizen, even he had people he wanted to protect, so he cared. After learning the young man's reason, the captain said that he was right. Jeremias extended his hand and offered to join the Knights of the Kingdom of Begonia. Eric was silent from such an unexpected offer and asked again. The captain said that if he really had killed Felix, it wouldn't be difficult. He could even write a letter of recommendation. Seeing the boy's hesitation, Jeremias admitted that he didn't think it was a bad idea. He added that if Eric joined him, then he could tell him things he couldn't tell civilians. The captain turned around. He didn't think he'd get an answer right away and advised the hero to talk to his family. When the man left, the boy sat down at the table and began to think about the idea of joining the ranks of the Royal Knights. But he did not notice how Tina had been watching their conversation all this time. She was peeping at them through the window. While the girl sat outside the window, Jeremias said that if Eric really did kill Felix, it wouldn't be hard. He could even write him a letter of recommendation. The guy said that it would be a good idea. The news that her childhood friend could join the Knights shocked Tina. The captain left the house, leaving the young man alone to think. The girl glanced at him through the window and noticed how thoughtful he was. She noticed that although her friend was unsure, it was clear that he did not intend to refuse the offer. The girl didn't know what to do in this situation. She knew that if that man wrote a letter of recommendation, Eric would definitely become a knight. Tina threw off the obsessive thoughts and looked out the window again. At that moment, Eric left the room. Memories flashed before Tina. As a child, she asked her friend why he always trained. The boy answered her that he was training to always be ready for the unexpected. Since childhood, Tina had been close to Eric and knew what he was thinking. She was sure that her childhood friend would definitely settle with the Knights, and this meant his departure from the village. Suddenly tears started to flow down her cheeks. It upset her very much, even though she understood the opportunities that would open up for Eric. Tina didn't want the boy to leave. She was distracted by the captain's voice, who thanked Selena for her hospitality. The woman said that she was always glad to see him. The man replied that he would definitely visit them again. The girl looked at Jeremias carefully and decided to follow him and his knights. They entered the forest and stopped near a small grave. The soldier asked if the captain really wanted to join them with that 16-year-old boy. The knight didn't understand. It usually took years to be accepted into their ranks. Besides, the captain wanted to write a letter of recommendation, with which Eric wouldn't need training. The man asked sharply if they didn't like something. The captain picked up the flower and said that he understood their feelings, and now he was going to find out the truth. After giving the plant to the fighter, he took the shovel from the knight and began to dig a grave. Jeremias said that in order to understand what kind of person he was, they not only needed to talk to him over a cup of tea, but also to study him thoroughly, after which they would understand what Eric was like. When the captain finished digging, he sat down and said it was intriguing. The knights didn't understand what he was talking about. The man said the demon was buried pretty well. When Jeremias removed the thick wooden boards that hid Felix's body, he saw what was left of the demon's body. The knights asked the captain if this was the same Felix. After the affirmative answer, they froze in their distance because they found it hard to believe. They noticed that Felix's body had not even begun to rot a week after the murder. The captain agreed that this was impossible. But he pointed to the icy shell that encased the demon's body. The man explained that the cold prevented decay. It was magic. Jeremias noted that Eric had been very skeptical that anyone would believe him, which was why he had preserved Felix's body the way he had. The captain stood up and said that they would take the body to the capital. They should know about it. One of the knights admitted that he was amazed that Eric had actually killed the demon. Jeremias thought about it. He knew that 3 people were fighting Felix. He knew about Diane and Eric, but not about the third person in the battle. The soldier was surprised and asked who it could be. The commander said that he realized it only now. His senses were heightened. He turned towards Tina, who was hiding in the bushes. Jeremias said that the girl had deliberately hidden her presence so he could spy on them. He asked her to come out to them. Diane was carrying a box on his shoulder when he came home. He called his son and wife, letting them know that he had arrived. Eric came out to him. As soon as his father saw him, he immediately asked if he had already talked to Jeremias. The young man said seriously that they should talk about it. The hero told his parents that the captain had offered him to join the ranks of the knights. The father asked what his son had decided on the matter. The boy said outright that he was going to accept his offer. Diane was thinking. It was obvious that her parents were not particularly happy about this. Selena admitted that the thought of her son leaving the village made her sad, but she understood that Eric was already an adult and had the right to decide for himself. The mother said that the young man should think about his future. She had nothing more to say, so she turned to her husband and asked what he would say to this. The man said sharply that he did not agree with this choice. This surprised the relatives. Diane said that there were not many young people in the village anyway, and if her son left, they would be left without a workforce. He reminded Eric that he was the main breadwinner in the village, so it would be difficult for them to replace him. The hero apologized to his father, and said that he had already made his decision and was not going to change it. He was serious. Diane said that he understood everything. He stood up abruptly from the table, approaching his son. The mother watched her husband's actions with tension. However, he suddenly grabbed her son by the shoulders and said that it was wonderful. This was doubly surprising. The man said that if Eric had changed his mind just because of his word, the father would have given his son a good slap. Now he realized that the young man was confident in his decision. Diane looked at Eric warmly and praised him. He was proud of him. The boy was pleased to hear such words from a parent. The man apologized to his son for such a test and explained that he did not want his son to be weak-willed. The father assured his son not to worry about the village and asked him to leave all the worries to him and his mother. The woman supported her husband and added that they were still quite young. Eric thanked them. Suddenly, Selena remembered Tina and asked the young man if he had told her about his plans. The son replied that he had not spoken to her about it. His mother wanted him to tell the girl about it as soon as possible, because if he left silently, Tipa would be upset. Eric said that he would definitely warn his childhood friend, but he didn't know where she was and asked his father about it. He thought about it. The man replied that he had seen her when he had spoken to Jeremias. Afterwards, he had walked around the village but had not met her. The boy had an idea of where the girl might be and said that he would go looking for her. Meanwhile, in the forest, the captain, looking towards the bushes where Tina was hiding, told the young lady to show herself. When the girl looked out from her hiding place, he asked what she wanted. Tina didn't understand how this man could notice her, because she hid her presence with magic. Jeremiah understood what the girl was thinking. He explained that his 5 senses were more acute than others due to the nature of his work, and asked her not to be surprised. The man said that he hadn't fought anyone, so he had saved his energy, and told her not to strain herself so much. Tina wasn't convinced. She continued to look at him with fear and suspicion. Jeremias calmly said that he wouldn't hurt her. The girl understood that she had no choice. She came out of the bushes that covered her. Tina immediately got down to business and asked if she could join the knights. The soldiers were surprised. Jeremiah realized that she had overheard their conversation with Eric and asked if she was sure about it. He asked if the hero had not told her not to spread the word about her involvement in Felix's murder. Tina suddenly remembered her friend's order and hesitantly tried to answer something. The captain realized that it was not worth discussing for now and said that they had gone off topic. He noted that he still had not introduced himself to the girl. The man bowed and said his name was Jeremiah Sestara. He asked the girl to do the same. Tina followed his example. The captain thanked her for this and suggested that they get down to business. He returned to the girl's words about wanting to join the knights and said that they could not accept her. Tina had expected such an answer and asked if she had any chance. Jeremiah said that she had a chance to join the knights, but he didn't know anything about her, so he answered negatively. He suggested giving her a kind of test. Tina didn't understand what the captain meant. The man said that he was interested in her strength. The girl asked again if she had understood correctly and asked what she should do. The captain asked to let him think. He suggested a sparring match with his 2 knights who were behind the carpenter. They were surprised and wanted to somehow convince their captain. The soldiers asked if it would be too much for Tina, since she would have to fight both of them at once. Jeremias approached the young tree and said that he only wanted to check the candidate's movements. To the tree's words, he added that at the same time he did not want her to get hurt. The captain threw his nightsticks, which were made from the trunk of a young tree. He also handed one to the girl, but she refused, saying that she did not need it. Jeremiah was surprised. He didn't understand how she was going to fight then. The knights agreed with the captain and asked Miss Tina how she saw the fight if she was unarmed. However, she will have a weapon. The girl said that instead of a physical weapon, she will use magic. The soldiers did not expect to hear that Tina can use magic. The knight looked at the captain, asking how a mage could join them. Jeremias was interested. He walked up to his soldiers and ordered them to begin. The warrior obeyed his captain. The man bowed and thanked Tina for agreeing to the test. He wished her to be careful and not to get hurt. The girl was optimistic, while the knights were unsure. Before the start, Jeremias reminded the knights that he just wanted to see her movements and asked them to be careful. As for Tina, she could use anything she wanted. He added that as soon as he saw what he wanted, the fight would be over. The captain pulled out a coin and said that the test would begin as soon as it ran out of land. He asked if everyone was ready. The knights and the girl stood in a fighting stance. Jeremiah threw a coin, which spun in the air. Everyone watched attentively as the coin flew. As soon as the coin hit the ground with its edge, the girl used her magic. Concentrating, she summoned a flash. A bright light illuminated the soldiers. They couldn't see anything. They had to cover their eyes with their hands. Tina raised her hand and created a shackle of light that stretched over her hand. She threw the rings towards the knights, who did not have time to do anything. The shackles bound the boys' bodies, preventing them from moving. The girl was glad that she had succeeded. The knights fell to the ground and began to try to free themselves, while Jeremiah's watched thoughtfully. Everything looked amazing to him. He noticed that both spells were low-ranking light magic and did not cause any damage. Based on their use, it was possible to neutralize the enemy. But Jeremiah knew that despite her low level, Tina had managed to spread the spell to 2 knights. He confirmed his guess that she had helped kill Felix. However, there was something else that worried him. Meanwhile, the girl, being pleased with herself, asked the captain about her joining the knights, but was then taken aback, as Jeremiah's looked gloomy. He raised his heavy gaze to the girl. She didn't have time to say anything when she was thrown to the ground. In an instant, Tina found herself on the ground, and the captain stood over her, pointing a stick at her. He declared that the girl was still very inexperienced, and said that the test was not over yet, so he did not understand the reason for her premature joy. The captain explained that she was only able to defeat his knights because she had managed to gather mana. Spells that require time to activate are situational in battles. Tina reminded him that he just wanted to watch her movements during the battle with the soldiers. Jeremiah said that she was right. The girl said that she would not have been able to react due to such a sudden attack. The captain looked at the candidate darkly and said that this was proof of her inexperience. Tina knew she was finished when Jeremiah threw down his stick and drew his sword. She thought he was going to hit her and closed her eyes in fear. But when the girl felt nothing, she slowly opened them. The man was standing in front of her, pointing his weapon straight at her. The captain told Tina that she didn't understand anything. He asked her to imagine that if this were a real fight, she would be dead. The man added that in a fight, nothing ever goes according to plan. Jeremiah didn't want to go that far, but he thought that he was a little worried looking at her, so he had to understand what kind of person she was. Tina pressed her lips together in determination. The captain continued to point his sword at the girl, and asked if she had participated in the battle with Felix. The girl didn't really want to talk about it, but since Jeremiah was asking her, she had to tell everything. As soon as Tina wanted to start talking, they heard the rustling of branches. Someone was running towards them as fast as they could. It was Eric. He swung his sword, standing behind the captain. Jeremiah, however, was surprised. The hero firmly told him to move away from his girlfriend and wanted to hit what he thought was the enemy, but he managed to dodge. The guy stood in front of Tina, covering her with his hand. The girl did not expect to see her friend here. He asked her if she was okay. Jeremiah landed on the ground and heard the hero's name. Eric, confused, pointed his sword at the captain and asked why his sword was pointed at Tina. Jeremiah asked him to calm down and said that he did not want to hurt her. The girl immediately told her friend that the captain had a reason for this. Eric looked at her questioningly. Then Tina and the painting told about the test. The man said that the girl wanted to join the knights, so he wanted to test her strength. Jeremiah apologized for the misunderstanding. The girl felt sorry too. She asked for forgiveness for not telling her childhood friend. He looked at her carefully. Tina gathered her courage and decided to confess to Eric that she just wanted to be with him forever and become a reliable partner. The hero softly called her. Jeremiah said that he understood the girl's feelings, but she relied on them too much. He noted that if she had discussed everything with the boy first, everything would have been much easier. The captain said that if things continued like this, even despite her wishes, she would cause problems for others. Realizing that his friend needed support, Eric sighed. He stepped forward, taking the blame, since he was the one who told her to keep quiet about her involvement in Felix's death. The hero assumed that the reason for the girl's silence was fear of his disapproval. Now Jeremiah understood what had happened. At the same time, he asked to understand his actions correctly. What the captain did was not connected with Felix. The captain said that because Tina had expressed a desire to join the knights, he wanted to check one thing, because the hesitation of a future fighter could be a problem for everyone. The soldiers understood what the man was talking about and turned pale. But on the other hand, it was true that Jeremias had come to make sure Felix was dead. He admitted that he had originally only wanted to invite Eric to join the Knights. But in the end he got them both involved. The man asked Tina for forgiveness. The girl disagreed and said that her selfishness was to blame for everything. Tina said that despite the failed test, she was not going to stop. She promised that she would try again and again year after year until she achieved her goal. Jeremiah sighed and said that although it was hard to say now, she passed the test in the end. The heroes were shocked. The captain said that when she defeated his knights, he had already made a decision but lost the opportunity to voice it. The girl was already fired up and asked if she could join them. But Jeremiah continued. He said that she would not join them, the Knights, but the Knights of Magic. Tina asked him again. Jeremiah Sestara explained that the Magic Knights lived and trained separately, as a separate organization consisting solely of mages. If Tina joined their ranks, she would rarely meet Eric. With a serious look, he asked if the girl still did join the Knights, considering what he had said. Tina closed her eyes, gathering her thoughts. The next moment she said with confidence that she was ready for such difficulties. Eric looked at his friend with concern. Jeremiah was glad to hear such an answer. He bowed and welcomed her into the ranks of the Knights of Magic. Tina thanked the captain. She was happy. The girl grabbed Eric's hands in joy and told him that she had succeeded. Now she was also going to the capital. The hero congratulated her. The man came closer to them and this time addressed the young man. Jeremiah still hadn't received an answer from the guy and repeated his question about Eric joining the Knights. Tina looked at her friend expectantly. The hero answered affirmatively. The girl sighed with relief. The captain was pleased with this. He asked Tina if she had already said goodbye to her family. She had completely forgotten about it. Tina quickly ran to her family and asked them to wait, because she would be back soon. At the end, the girl shouted that she would definitely persuade them to let her go to the capital. Jeremiah sighed and compared the girl with such an active spirit to a storm. Eric watched her go with his mouth open. The captain turned to the silent boy. He asked if the hero was worried about his girlfriend. He agreed with this. Eric explained that Tina often starts acting without thinking, and he was worried that she would get into trouble when she joined the organization of the Knights of Magic. Jeremiah assured him not to worry about her, and added that her future leader would be much stricter than the captain himself. But it seemed that this information did not completely calm the young man down. The man noticed that the friends were really close. He noticed it when Eric hit him with a sword, then he felt the hero's strong desire to protect Tina. The guy awkwardly thanked him. The captain smiled and admitted that they were a great couple. The hero didn't expect that Jeremiah saw them as lovers. Seeing Eric's surprise, the man asked if he had misunderstood their relationship. Eric explained that Tina was his childhood friend and they were not dating. The captain nodded, realizing that he had been wrong in his assumption. He acknowledged the fact that his eyes had failed him this time and said that he should continue to develop his powers of observation. Jeremiah suggested that they return to the village. He had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't stay here for long. The sooner they got to the capital, the better. The young man agreed to this. Eric said he would be happy to work with the captain. The man replied that the feeling was mutual and he was looking forward to their collaboration. On the day of departure, the villagers and relatives came out to see the young people off. Tina's father cried. He said he would miss his daughter. Her mother felt the same way. Although they were happy for the girl, they felt sad about the separation. Mom still smiled encouragingly at Tina and wished her luck. The daughter thanked her for her wishes. It was obvious that the girl was happy. Although Eric was glad that he was able to save the village, he knew that it was because he knew the future. Now, it had changed after Felix's death. And the guy knew nothing about the new world. He needs as much information as possible, because only then can he fulfill his promise and save everyone. The hero understood that he needed a partner on the way, and he himself must become wiser for future victories. Someone called Eric. It was Diane who had pushed his way through the crowd with his sword to his son. Medela immediately found herself next to her husband and asked where he had disappeared to, since the entire village had come out to see the children off. He asked her for forgiveness. The man handed the weapon to the boy and told him to take it. The hero was surprised. The father said that he was keeping his promise and giving him a new sword. Dion admitted that it was difficult to make a sword that would match the boy's strength. He thought it turned out well. The young man took the sword and noticed that it was a little too big for him, but overall it was quite good. Diane gave him a thumbs up and added that it would be a reason to gain muscle mass. Eric thanked his father for the gift. Jeremiah called the boys, asking if they were ready. The young man said they could go when Diane asked him to wait for them. The man said that he wanted to tell them the name of the village. The boys were surprised that their settlement had its own name. Dan smiled and said that the name of the village was Orin, and from that moment on it would be their last name. Eric, amazed, asked what it meant. His father explained that there was a tradition whereby when children left a village, they took its name as their surname. The boys concluded that they were now Eric Orini, Tina Orin. The news astounded them. The man said it was as they had said, and pushed them towards the carriage. It was time for them to move. Deanne added that those who had grown up in the village had nothing to fear in the capital. The young man glanced at the captain. The villagers were anointing them as a farewell. Eric's father shouted to them that they were counting on them. The boys said goodbye to their loved ones and set off on their journey. It was evening in the city of Begonia, the royal capital. The lights of the houses illuminated the streets, along which the townspeople walked. Among them was a mysterious man who covered his face with a hood. He left the main street, turning into a dark alley. The man walked on, where his comrades were already waiting for him. They sat on boxes in black robes. Their faces were impossible to see. They wondered if their friend had heard anything about Felix. He answered positively. He said that the rumors about the demon's death were true. Silence fell. The men in black hoods looked at each other, nodded, and agreed on something. They were shocked by the news and asked if their informer had checked the information. He replied that he had checked everything. He said that a merchant from that village had arrived the other day and had learned from him that some guy had protected the village from an invasion of demons. He was asked if he had seen Felix's body, and he replied that he had not seen the demon, either alive or dead, since they had lost contact. In addition, the merchant had brought a lot of monster meat and skins, thus reminiscent of the young demon's fighting style. They were curious about who killed Felix. The comrades needed more information and ordered the investigation to continue. The man nodded. He was about to take his leave, but he was stopped. He was reminded not to dare even think about betrayal. The man, without turning around, said that he knew about it, but it seemed that he had another plan in mind. The heroes walked along the city streets. Tina was impressed by the views. She was amazed at how many people were outside. Eric felt a little awkward and asked his friend not to be so noisy, otherwise they would be taken for rednecks. The soldier who accompanied them said that everything was fine, since many of the capital's residents were from villages. However, he himself was also from a village. The hero wanted to say something to this, but a satisfied Tina said with a grin that the young man had lost. The warrior apologized because he was supposed to take them to the night's dormitory to rest, but because they had some paperwork to do, he could do it. Eric replied that everything was fine and it would be a good distraction for them. Tina added that the city was so lively that her fatigue had evaporated. The knight was pleased to hear this. He said that their states were to create a place where all people, regardless of their status, could live together and respect each other. The girl thought that was great. Eric looked at the streets of the capital of the country, which looked familiar to him. He understood that this world was different from his past, and the future was preparing many unexpected events for him, for which he must be prepared. In the past, Christ had helped him after the demonic invasion, after which they became friends. Then Christ told him that he lived in a kingdom that was destroyed. Only now did Eric realize that his friend was talking about Begonia, which was destroyed by Felix. Since the destruction of the country had brought him and Christ into contact, now that the demon was dead, they would not meet in the real world. The hero felt like he was missing something important. In his past life, he met Christ a month after the attack on the village, which meant Felix conquered Begonia in less than a month. The guy wasn't sure if that was even possible. Tina was surprised by how many shops surrounded her. The knight said that the population of the capital was 500,000. Eric mentally noted that with such a number of residents, the kingdom must have impressive military power. Looking at the citizens, the hero understood that the government was doing a great job. He could not imagine a weak king in such a kingdom. Eric came to the conclusion that Felix could not destroy this country in a month. Because of which the guy did not understand and could not remember what exactly happened in his past life. At that moment, the knight addressed the guys. He assumed that the dorm had already finished with the paperwork and suggested meeting with the captain. The young man agreed. He asked if the royal palace was nearby. The warrior confirmed it and said he would show them the way. Tina couldn't wait to see the real palace. The friend tried to calm her down. Eric wasn't sure if they would actually enter the palace. When they got there, they saw huge gates. The girl was amazed by their size. A captain stood near them. The knight greeted him, saluted, and said that they had returned. The man said that they had arrived on time and thanked the soldier for his service. The commander also praised Tina and Eric, because thanks to them the transportation of the body and the settlement business were completed. But the man added that they had one small problem with the dormitory. Seeing the guy's lack of understanding, Jeremiah asked him not to worry about it and promised that they would figure it out and everything would be fine. However, the hero needed to know what happened. The man said he would explain everything after they returned to the dorms. Right now, he wanted to discuss something else. The captain headed towards the palace when he said that he had called the boys for a completely different reason. He turned to them and called them inside. The heroes were not sure that they could enter the royal palace. Jeremiah said that they were going to meet His Majesty Leonard. The young men were sent away because no one had warned them before. Jeremiah led them through the corridors of the ornate royal palace. They could not believe that they were about to meet His Majesty. They even wondered if they should change into something more formal. The commander told them not to worry, as His Majesty did not care what his guests were wearing. Eric decided to take him at his word. After which, they decided to inquire why they were going to the king's audience so suddenly. Jeremiah replied that after His Majesty heard that the two of them had defeated Felix, he wanted to talk to them. His Majesty is actively involved not only in domestic and foreign policy, but also in military affairs, so he prefers to hear such stories firsthand. After which he added that they came. Coming closer to the door, he introduced himself and asked if they could come in. A voice was heard behind the door, allowing them to enter. For Tina, this was very exciting. The commander apologized and opened the door. At the entrance he said that he had brought them. A tall man with a serious expression, dressed in a uniform, stood by the window. He asked if they really decided to join the ranks of the knights. The main character introduced himself and said that it was a great honor to meet him. The frightened girl also gave her name. The king extended his hand and said that he was Leonard Calro Begonia, but since this name was too long, he asked to be called Leo. Eric began to approach His Majesty in a hurry, and he in turn asked him to relax and said that he was glad to meet him. When the guy shook his hand, he felt its strength. From the handshake, he could tell that this hand had once gripped a sword for years to develop calluses. The king said that the boy had a strong hand. He could tell that he had been training hard for a long time. So it was no surprise to him that he was so strong. Afterwards, he shook the girl's hand and asked if she used magic. The knight commander told him about her talent. He knows much more about magic than he does. He slapped them on the shoulders and added that it was no wonder that together they had been able to defeat Felix. He really liked that such capable men would be his knights. Eric thanked him and the king called for them to sit down. Afterwards, the king sat down noisily on his chair, which made the boy realize that he weighed at least 100 kilograms. The girl thought that the sofa would fall apart so soon. The king began the conversation with gratitude to the boys. He said seriously that if they had not destroyed Felix, this country would have been in danger. Without getting up from his seat, he bowed and expressed his gratitude once again. Eric and Tina were shocked by what was happening. They began to protest his words. Leonard looked up at them and said that they were very modest. He thought that they would say that since they had helped him, he owed them money. Eric said that he would never dare to say such a thing. The commander remarked that only the king could say such phrases. The girl was surprised that His Majesty could do such a thing before. However, he said that it was just his job. He added that he had once saved the country, but they said that they would give nothing in return, and he shouted these words right in the king's face in front of all his nobles. After these words, he laughed loudly. Afterwards, he asked them what they thought about it. They froze at first, and then Eric said that they really thought that this happened, and it was a joke. The commander replied in the negative. The king had indeed done so. Because of this, he had to settle many diplomatic problems. His words caused shock. The king asked to understand him correctly. They could handle the problems of their country in those days. His people had risked their lives, and they said they did not want to pay. It was unforgivable. If he hadn't spoken out right there, his soul would never have met the soldiers. Eric realized what had happened and thought he was peculiar, but still a good man. At that moment, the maid came in, saying that they had brought them tea. The king began to get indignant, because he asked to bring him another drink, but the girl replied that he still needed to work. The king began to shout that he would cut her salary, but the maid said that she would convey his decision to the queen. After that, Leonard calmed down and began to drink his tea quietly, saying that it was very tasty. The main character again doubtfully thought that he was not a bad person. At this point, the commander bowed and said that it was time for them to go. The king agreed with him and quickly finished his tea. Rising, he apologized, saying that he would like to talk longer, but His Majesty had much work to do. He began to yell at Jeremias for allowing things to pile up like this, but Jeremias calmly replied that it was because the king was always slacking off. Leonard cleared his throat and shook the protagonist's hand, saying that they would talk another time. The guy agreed. As he left, the king, without turning around, said that he wanted to say one last thing. Knights protect the inhabitants of the kingdom. It is a prestigious profession. Only thanks to the support and trust of the people can the knights carry out their service. He asked them to try to be worthy of their position. With inspired faces, they replied that he could rely on them. The king raised his finger and said that they were in a great mood. The future of Begonia was in their hands. The heroes were moving around the city in a cart. The commander thanked them for their efforts and said that he would take them to the dormitory. Eric noticed that the king was very peculiar. The girl added that she thought the king would be more severe or something like that. Jeremias replied that it was not surprising that they thought so. However, it made him much closer to the common people. One day, to help an elderly farming couple, His Majesty himself took a hoe and went out to work in the field. This is his attitude towards the inhabitants of the kingdom. Because of this, even those who are not interested in politics support him. The knight reminded the commander that he was going to say something. Eric asked if there were any problems with settling in. He replied that, as he had said earlier, knights and mages lived in separate dormitories. Also, according to the rules, a room is shared by two, so Eric will share a room with one person, and that person is a little problematic. The protagonist asked what was wrong with his neighbor. The commander replied that this person was an aristocrat. At the same time, he is a very capricious person. He cannot stand being in a room with other people unless they are stronger than him. It's great that talented 18-year-olds are performing, but this kid is very self-confident. He's not a bad person though. The girl asked him if he was one of those people who think they're always right just because they're stronger. She clarified that it was normal to turn a blind eye to such things, only because she was an aristocrat. After all, His Majesty had previously told her not to think about it. The protagonist asked if they could choose their roommates. Does that mean aristocrats are more privileged than knights? Jeremias replied that they do not accept such requests, even if they are from aristocrats. However, this is a special case. The guy asked if it was like he needed this person to acknowledge him. He didn't understand it. The commander replied that he just needed to get to know him first. After these words, the girl puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, and the guy thought about something with a serious expression on his face. A little later they arrived at a large building. At the entrance, the commander was greeted by another knight. They began to discuss the current situation among themselves. The commander said that he had warned that he was coming here, but it seemed to him that this person really wanted to meet Eric. At that moment, someone in the distance called out to them. In front of them stood a girl who introduced herself with a smug face as Yurina Cashball. She demanded that the main character fight her. Tina was simply shocked by what she saw, and the guy could not believe his eyes. Tina indignantly asked who allowed her to suddenly challenge Eric to a fight. She replied that she had not called strangers, but the girl said that she was not an outsider. Yurina realized that she was Eric's younger sister. She asked her to relax, because she had permission from the commander. They were surprised by these words. Tina started screaming that she was not the younger sister, but the older one, and she didn't care that she was an aristocrat or whatever. She had no right to choose her roommates. Why should someone like her be her roommate anyway? These words touched Yurina. She shouted that she only communicates with strong people. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. She offered the girl to fight her if she wants. Tina started screaming that she would deal with her now, but her brother started stopping her. He asked the commander what was going on here and why he had to fight her. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he wanted to see for himself how he fought his enemies. A fight with her is a great opportunity, and if he wins, it will save him from unnecessary trouble. The protagonist tensed up at his words. The commander added that the girl wanted it herself, so no one would complain. This way he could deal with two cases at once. Eric asked if he was ordering him to fight her and win. The man agreed with his words, to which the guy asked what would happen if he refused. The commander replied with a slight smile that he would have nowhere to sleep then. Besides, that wasn't really the only reason he wanted the boy to fight her. Because of her strength, the girl is very arrogant. She needs to be brought down to earth. She will not improve if they try to do it, so he, as her peer, can do it. At this time, the girls continued their argument. With a serious face, Jeremias said that this was his first mission as a knight. Of course, he would not remain in debt, The guy sighed and replied that he understood him, and he also hoped that he kept his word. A group of people gathered in the training hall. Eric and Yurina stood opposite each other with swords in their hands. The commander announced the start of the duel. The girl immediately took a stance, putting her sword forward. The guy thought that it was immediately obvious that she had teachers. She was not self-taught. The girl asked him what had happened and whether he was going to approach. He replied that he had been taught that girls should be given way, so ladies first. The girl replied that it was very sweet and he was so noble, but at the same time, he would regret it. After that, she began to attack him from different directions. Eric thought that each of her blows was very heavy and powerful. He was really surprised that she was able to carry her weight so well. He understood why Mr. Jerry left her despite her pride. Approaching him, the girl smiled and took it as a compliment, and then asked how long he was going to defend himself. At that moment, the guy parried her blow once again. While fighting off her attacks, the guy apologized because even though it was a wooden sword, it would still hurt her from the blow. In response, the girl decided that he had gone crazy. She said it didn't matter, because he was different from the guys she had fought before, and she really liked that. Meanwhile, the commander and Tina watched the duel from the sidelines in silence. Tina told Mr. Jerry that she thought it was weird for two people of different sexes to share a room. She asked if he agreed with her. He replied that rather than agreeing with that, it would be more correct to say that there are no rules about that. Their rules state what they should not do, but there are no rules about what they can do. He then added that one way or another he assured her that immoral behavior would be prohibited. Tina inhaled in response. Afterwards, she screamed that it might be too late. She asks him to immediately ban mixed-sex living. Smiling, Jeremiah asked the girl if it was possible that she was jealous of the boy towards Miss Cashpal. The girl quickly replied that nothing of the sort. She was simply worried about Eric, like an older sister. The man didn't believe her and said that anyway, if she was upset by such trifles, maybe the Knights of Magic weren't for her. The girl pursed her lips at his words. The commander added that, unfortunately, they had both already agreed. All they could do was watch their behavior so that no one would dishonor the knight's title. The girl remained silent in response. Meanwhile, the duel continued. Yurina continued to attack one after another, but the guy parried each of them. She was outraged by what was happening, because he continued to spin and did not attack her at all. She made another lunge, but at that moment, the guy came up behind her and delivered a precise blow. Her face twisted in pain. Holding his shoulder, the girl called him names. She thought he was holding back because she was a woman. Her face was covered in sweat from the effort. The guy answered her negatively. It was just his fighting style. Swinging the ball at him, she said that he was lying and she could feel it when others did it. She ordered him not to be shy and to fight seriously. Eric thought about how she was always tense, as if she didn't know how to relax. Her blows only proved it. She constantly used her lower body to put her weight into the sword. If the duel continued like this, she would begin to slow down. He had struck at her, and she had decided that it was not yet time. The guy decided that it must be so. She won many times. Such experiences defined her style, and at the same time, it prevents her from growing further. Eric struck again and knocked the sword out of the girl's hands. Her legs gave way. The commander announced that this was enough and the duel was over. Sitting on the parade ground, Yurina was unhappy with the outcome of the fight. She could not believe that she had lost to someone who had not even fought seriously. She had finally accepted her defeat. But the boy didn't agree with her. Fighting seriously doesn't always mean fighting with all your might. From the very beginning, he didn't think she was an easy opponent. The girl just smirked at his words. The guy smiled and extended his hand towards her. Looking at her, the girl smiled too and said that he was very cunning. But everything was fine. She shook his hand and said that she would be happy to work with him. Jeremiah was very pleased with what was happening, but Tina looked at them with anger. Yurina apologized to Eric, saying that their room was a bit unusual. It was located at the back of the top floor of the dorm. At this time, they were moving along the corridor. The guy told her that it would be quite far. He asked her if they were waking up early. The girl replied that it was not too early. Then she pointed towards the door and invited him to come inside, opening it. Inside, Eric said the room was quite nice, not like the ones in the taverns. Leaning against the wall, the girl said that this room also had its own bathroom. The guy was surprised by this, because he thought that knights and magicians used common ones. The girl answered that this room was chosen by Commander Jerry. Suddenly their faces became frightened. Eric's sister stood behind the threshold and looked at them with tension. Yurina did not understand how long she had been standing there. The guy asked her if she had looked at her room. Tina replied that the mages and knights had several common rooms. The guy should ask the miss to give him a tour of the dorm. Yurina realized that the commander must be busy. She had just the time to do it. Besides, she needs to talk to his sister. She doesn't want there to be any misunderstandings between them. A little later, they came to a large dining room with long tables and benches. Yurina said that this is a common dining room for knights and mages. The exits also lead to a common training area. She added that Eric is just a comrade to her. Tina shouldn't worry about that. Her sister also asked to understand her. She stopped and said that she could not trust egoists who reveled in special privileges like her. Eric tried to stop her words. Yurina said that everything was fine. It was a natural conclusion. Commander Jerry added that her room was equipped with all the amenities because there were few women among the knights. She had no idea if that was true. But she also asks not to misunderstand her. She does not think that it is normal to enjoy privileges. Her face was extremely serious at this moment. Tina asked why she then demanded the right to choose a neighbor, since she was contradicting herself. The girl replied that she really doesn't pick on her neighbor. At first, her neighbors were girls. Since there aren't many of them here, she was happy. They were all sent to watch her by her parents. She lived with different night girls, but they were all hired by her parents. She remembered how she had seen them give money earlier. So she asked to be given a guy roommate. But they all saw her as only a creature of the opposite sex. She became a knight to serve her country. If her goal of protecting the state and people is hindered by her gender and background, she will renounce it. That's why she begged the commander not to worry about her, and asked to give her a truly brave neighbor. Eric's look became sad. She used her special position to avoid special treatment. In the end, she gained nothing, only lost. She lowered her head and added that she had dragged them both into this too. She was very sorry for her behavior. The brother and sister looked at her sadly. She took Tina by the hands and with a serious face said that she understood that she did not trust her. But she asked her to understand only one thing. Tina's eyes widened in surprise. Yurina confidently said that she is one of the noble knights, and she swears that she will not do anything that will disappoint her. Tina accepted her words, and stepping back a little, she apologized, saying that it seemed like she was the only selfish one here. She thanked the girl for her words and said that she would be leaving now. Eric and Yurina stood there, watching her go. The girl said that she hadn't expected that her experience would only complicate things. That shouldn't happen on the battlefield. She leaned against the wall and sadly wondered if this was really her place. The guy thought for a moment and confirmed her words. He said with confidence that she was one of the most talented swordswomen. The girl laughed slightly, saying that it was possible. Afterwards, she thanked him. Sitting at the table, the captain suggested starting the meeting. He asked Anna if she had anything to say. The girl replied that there was one thing that was bothering her. It was the mage commander Anna Vendix. She added that she felt he had recently deviated slightly from their usual principles. It would be problematic if such precedents began to appear one after another. It was a girl with long hair and a mole near her mouth. She was wondering what if there were problems. If that happened, the personnel would be demoralized. The girl next to her looked at the captain in silence. Mage Vice Commander Vivienne Spano said she thinks more and more people are complaining lately. There are even rumors that relations between knights and mages are strained. Anna specified that many magicians follow her example. She asked her to take her duties as deputy responsibly. The girl accepted the order. Afterwards, Anna jumped up and addressed Liberto menacingly. She was outraged that he had drunk too much again. She did not understand whether his work meant anything at all. At this time, the vice commander of the knights, Liberto Corrales, was peacefully snoring at the table. His face was covered by the hand that was clutching a flask. The mage commander said she was serious. The rumors are because he acts like that. Jeremiah's told her she was strict and didn't change. He nudged Liberto and told him to think about his behavior together. Without getting up, he agreed with him. Anna, holding her head, said that she knew them too well. They always pretended to be the ones who repented. She wondered if they really believed that as long as these were just unspoken rules and not codes, they could be broken. Until now, they had accepted their ranks from the age of 18. And the boy who was accepted was only 16 years old. And this noble girl. Not only did he give her the squad captain's room, he also settled a man with her. She didn't understand what he was thinking about. She asked him irritably if he knew the word capacity. He replied that talented people could be lured away if they did not take them in immediately. She agreed with him discontentedly and added that she did not want to discuss their nightly affairs, but she asked him sternly what he was thinking, inviting someone to join the magicians. Was he taking on too much of himself? Liberto asked her to calm down. It's good to follow the rules, but you shouldn't get hung up on them. The enemy doesn't care about the rules, he just attacks. Looking at him, the girl decided that he had finally woken up. Afterwards, she said that he was right, but the final decision on who would join the mages was hers. The commander replied that he had nothing to object to, but he was sure that this child would impress her. The next day, Eric and Urina were having their fierce fight at the training palace. The girl was literally sweating from the tension, but she did not stop striking. The blow of her blade passed literally a few centimeters from the guy. He told her that it was not bad, she learns quickly. The girl almost fell, but having stuck the sword into the ground, she managed to stand. Looking at her, he asked how she was feeling and suggested that she rest. Breathing heavily, the girl apologized to him. They sat down near the wall, and Urina asked him how he could wield a sword so well at 16. At first he didn't know what to answer. But then he said with a serious face that he had fought many people and monsters. A couple of times he had almost lost his life, and inevitably he had to destroy some of them. All this is the result of desperate attempts to survive, to protect what is dear. The girl understood him, and added that he had a hard life full of battles. No wonder she can't get him. The guy thought about his life. He realized that their lives were not comparable. Taking into account his past life, he was already a 40-year-old man. It was impossible for an 18-year-old girl to have the same experience as him. He wondered if he was as good as she was at 18. Her willpower and talent were impressive and more. The guy looked at her with a slight smile. At this time, the commander shouted at them, which surprised them. He said that it was commendable to train from the very morning. They stood up from their seats and Urina wished him a good morning. The man asked her if they were coping with their training. The serious girl confirmed his words. Jerry put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked him if they could talk. The boy agreed. He told him that he owed him a great deal. Stepping aside a bit, Eric asked if he meant a duel with Miss. The commander agreed and told him to ask for whatever he wanted, and if possible, he would do it. The guy thought for a moment and then said that he was looking for one person. The commander replied that if that was all, he would spend his time helping him. Eric thanked him in return. The commander asked what the man's name was. The protagonist replied that his name was Chris. Jeremiah tensed up and asked if he was sure that was his name too. The guy replied that he was sure and that it was his old friend. He was about his age and height. Blonde, with brown eyes. He added with apologies that he knew nothing more than that he was from this country. The commander replied that he would try to find him, and the boy thanked him for his help. As he left, the commander thought about Chris. His face became gloomy. Tying a bow on her uniform, the girl took a deep breath. She didn't understand what was happening to her lately. Tina thought that all she did was cause trouble for others. Sitting in front of the mirror, she wondered how she could be called a big sister after this. Then she patted her cheeks, urging herself to pull herself together. Suddenly she was called out. A girl with glasses was looking down at her and said that it was very cute and she looked lovely in that uniform. Tina thanked her and noted that she had not yet been officially enrolled, but that was okay. And her neighbor wondered if this was normal. She said that leader Anna is a very serious lady, so it's better than letting her walk around here in her usual clothes. And to be honest, she's not exactly sure. Tina agreed with her. Suddenly, there was a noise behind the door. A voice said that the leader Anna was waiting for her. Just then, we remembered. The neighbor wished Tina good luck, so she thanked her in return with a smile and said that she was going. The girl was moving along the long hall. Anna was sitting on a bench nearby and called her, apologizing for calling her so suddenly. She said it wasn't that she didn't trust Commander Jerry or anything, she was just the type of person who wanted to see someone's skills for herself. Tina said she understood. Anna decided to ask her who taught her magic. The girl answered seriously that Eric taught her everything. The commander looked thoughtfully in her direction. She asked her if he was the one with whom they had destroyed Felix. She also wondered if he was a man. The girl confirmed and asked if there were any problems with that. Anna replied that it was just statistics, but she said that in the case of humans, women accumulate magic better than men. There are slight differences depending on the race, but the fact is that she has seen few human male mages. Tina was surprised by her words. She hadn't even known about it before. The commander replied that this was the material from the first lessons in studying magic. Anna thought about the fact that the girl didn't even know the basics of magic. Besides, she was taught magic by a boy. She didn't understand how she could defeat Felix. She decided that she shouldn't expect much from her. Maybe she trusted Jerry too much. After which she told her that Tina should show her everything she is capable of, and that she should not hold back. The girl confidently agreed with her and began to use magic. The commander shared so much magic power. She realized that this was definitely not a joke. Tina's face was shining with self-confidence. At this time, a large number of men were training on the parade ground. Jerry said that when they were dealing with many opponents, they should not allow themselves to be surrounded. They should always be on the alert, waiting for a chance to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Jerry was greeted and asked what the topic of today's training was. His deputy approached him. Jerry replied that the theme was one versus several. Today's training was dedicated to fighting against a group. The deputy asked how he liked the guy. Jerry calmly asked him why he didn't check it out for himself. The deputy began to walk out to the fighting, wondering how he could find the guy among this crowd. He began to look at all the people. Suddenly, his gaze caught an unusual picture. At this time, Eric deftly dodged the attacks of the knights attacking him. The guy's gaze was absolutely calm, while the attackers were sweating from the tension. The deputy asked if it would be scary if he joined in. He surprised the captain with his words. He asked Liberto if he was ill, since he was unusually lively today. He told him not to joke about him. Liberto's gaze was intense. Looking at such a strong young man, how could he stay away? The battle did not stop for a second. The main character was attacked by 4 people at the same time. He calmly parried the blow of each of them. The blows of their swords whistled around him. One of the guys tried to throw his whole body at him, but the guy repelled this attack too, throwing him far to the side, while the other man began to attack him from behind. Eric jumped away from his blow. Hovering in the air, he counterattacked his back and landed to the side. The man was outraged by this, because they could not touch him even with a finger. The protagonist assumed that this was exactly the case. It seemed to him that they were not moving as they would like. At that moment, his opponents noticed something. Eric added that they were standing too close. Because of this, they were in each other's way. That's why they had no coordination in their work. A voice came from behind, saying that coordination was not one of his strong points. It was the deputy who raised his hand to strike Eric, saying that in the end, there was nothing better than personal involvement, and his gaze was focused on the enemy. The guy with wide eyes managed to jump away from that attack. Looking at him, the deputy exhaled. The knights jumped to attention and greeted him. The guy asked who it was. The girl confirmed that it was the vice commander and asked if he knew him. In front of them squatted Vice Commander Liberto Corrales. They say he is one of the strongest men in the Order of Knights. He asked them to stop embarrassing him. He asked Eric if he would mind sparring with him. He added that it wasn't every day that one got the chance to face the vice commander of the Knights. The boy replied that it wasn't that. The guy thought he looked like a slob. But he also knew that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, even though he did stand out. Looking closely, he noticed that he had no left hand. At this time, the man took a flask from his bosom and drank the drink it contained. The knight said that the commander always fights like that and there is nothing to worry about. The girl seriously added that there is no need to weaken the defense. As they were leaving, they wished him luck. At that moment, the man began to rise and suggested that they begin. He approached the guy with great speed. The guy was surprised by his attack at first, then calmly dodged it. The man's face became surprised. Standing behind him, Eric wondered if he had missed or if this was his style of fighting. Liberto quickly turned and threw another punch. He asked the guy why he didn't hit him. After all, he had let such an opportunity pass. At that moment, the guy was seriously considering whether he was pretending. He realized that when fighting such an opponent, you can play by his rules and not even realize it. Frankly, he doesn't really want to fight him, but he didn't understand where this strange feeling came from. It was something painfully familiar. He was fighting someone who moved like that. He remembered Felix at first, but then realized it wasn't him. He thought it must be his drinks that were making him stutter, but he wasn't sure. Meanwhile, the vice captain continued his sweeping, ornate attacks. Eric realized that in this case, he should take the bait. He rushed to attack the man who had landed to the side. A drop of sweat was running down his face. He was thinking about what to do next. His thoughts were interrupted by a kick to the face. He managed to dodge it. This surprised Liberto. He asked how he had managed to dodge since he had never seen anything like it. The commander stopped and, slapping his sword on the shoulder, said that something was really wrong with the guy. He had a feeling that this was not their first fight. He asked if they had met before. The guy was shocked by his words. Standing in front of him, the vice captain said that something was really wrong with him. It felt like this wasn't their first fight, so he wondered if they had met before. The guy had the same question. He thought about what he was talking about. He couldn't help but think that they had already fought. Had he imagined it? Liberto noted that even though he said so, this was definitely a first meeting. He would never forget a run-in with someone so good, which meant he didn't finish and decided to check with the tense guy. He decided that someone had already taught him. He was curious about who taught him how to hold a sword. After these words, the protagonist had an idea. The vice commander said that his style, especially his emphasis on counterattacks, was very similar to his. He thought that maybe he knew who trained him. The boy thought hard about who had taught him. He didn't understand if such coincidences were possible. He remembered the man and decided that it simply couldn't be. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered behind the vice captain. Everyone present on the parade ground watched in horror. Eric was perplexed. They were asking from all sides what caused the explosion. They thought it was in the courtyard. To be precise, from the side of the magician's wing. The vice captain began to sway violently. He realized that the ground was shaking. His face twisted in pain. After that, his stomach could not withstand this shaking. The people around them, looking at this picture, talked about it as if it happened quite often. One of the men said to forget about it. They should think about what was happening and whether they were being attacked. The commander ordered everyone to calm down and the officers to come to him. They had to assess the situation. He asked the main character to take Liberto to the infirmary. Eric quickly agreed with him. The boy threw the man's arm over his shoulder and asked him how he was feeling. The man told them that they could go and apologize to him, adding that he was fine. But his face twisted again. The people around him were stunned by his condition. The commander said that he must have already strained his stomach before the training began. He looked in the direction from which the smoke was rushing into the sky. He wondered what Anna had done for Miss Tina. His head was literally hurting from everything that was happening. Late at night, the men sat at the table and discussed what had happened. The king said that he had heard about what had happened. However, Liberto tried to pretend that nothing had happened. The king only laughed at him. After which he asked what impression he had after crossing his sword with Eric. He answered that the guy was really strong, so much so that he could be stronger than he was in his time. He laughed and asked not to be thrown out. The king said that he understood what was said. At that moment there was a knock on the door and he was called. It was Anna. She asked permission to come in. The king told her to come in. Opening the door, she apologized. When she entered, she saw Liberto doing the same thing he always did. She reminded him that the doctor had forbidden him to do this after what had happened. He promised that this was the last time and asked if she wanted to do the same. However, the girl refused him without hesitation. The king apologized to her for calling so late. He wanted to discuss the explosion on the territory of the Order of Magicians. The girl tensed up because of this. She said that she takes full responsibility for the destruction of property on the castle grounds. She is ready to bear the punishment that he deems necessary. The man replied that that was not what was bothering him. As far as he remembered, she was checking on Tina Orin, so he asked her to tell him what exactly had happened. She admitted that she had underestimated its potential. She had summoned flames, a simple low-rank spell. However, its power was comparable to high-rank magic. Liberto was amazed and asked if this was too much. The girl confirmed his words and first suggested that they look at the reasons why magic is divided into ranks. If you can reach that level just by using less demanding low-rank magic, there's no need to bother with the more expensive high-rank magic. The king realized that somehow, it was rare for Anna to underestimate someone's true power. The girl added that she also learned that Tina learned magic from Eric. She could not even imagine such a thing, so she ponders her blunder. Liberto replied that it was clear to him. It was hard to imagine that someone so skilled with a sword had knowledge of magic and even taught others. He was amazed at his own words about the boy being able to use magic. The girl replied that she hadn't seen it herself yet. But if his sister was to be believed, he could. The vice captain said it was simply astonishing. The king spoke with amazement that he was only 16 years old. He had already surpassed all their expectations. It would be wonderful if his son followed his example. The interlocutors remained silent in response. Afterwards, he asked Anna to bring Jerry. The girl agreed and asked if there was anything else. The king replied that there was something he wanted to discuss with all of them. Later, in the king's chambers, the commander asked if they were really going to appoint Eric to guard the prince. So, he decided to express his opinion to those present. He said with confidence that Eric had only recently joined the Order of Knights, so he wanted to know if they were sure of their decision. The king confirmed his words and asked what was wrong with it and what he was dissatisfied with. The man replied that it was not dissatisfaction. He assumed that the honor of guarding the prince would be given to a reliable soldier with many years of experience. The king thought that the captain was trying to say that Eric was untrustworthy. But Jerry quickly refuted his words, saying that he had not said that. Anna said that this was surprising. After all, he was the one who tested Eric before joining. She expected him to fully support this idea. The man remained silent in response. The girl added that she agreed with Jerry's opinion. She didn't know Eric's strength yet. It was natural to be cautious with someone they didn't know much about. The king understood their opinion. He turned his gaze towards Liberto, who was calmly sipping his drink opposite him. He was curious about what he was thinking. The man asked him again. He calmly replied that it was excellent in his opinion. The prince and Eric were the same age. He thought they would be able to find common ground. The palace was full of old men and women like them. The girl was outraged by these words. He added with a smile that he thought the prince needed a friend his own age, someone he could talk to openly. The looks of those present became thoughtful. The king said that was a good opinion. Unexpectedly cheerfully, the king asked why he didn't ask Vivian's opinion as well. Anna asked again, shocked. She said seriously that they would achieve nothing that way. It was unlikely that Vivian's answer would be any sensible. At that moment, the girl sneezed in her bed. The king sighed and agreed with her. He said he would be very clear. Then he pointed his finger at the commanders, and they, in turn, looked at him questioningly. The king said that this decision was entirely for the good of his son. He hoped that Eric would give this boy a better idea of knighthood. There was pride in him, but his son was growing up to be the best representative of their nation. The matter itself is not too complicated. In case of any complications, all responsibility is on him. He asked those present what they thought about it. Jerry was silent in response to his words. Anna said that if His Majesty was sure of it. Then she looked at Jerry and asked about his opinion. Without any emotion, he said that he did not mind. The king was pleased with their decision and said that they would leave it at that. The king stood up, put his hand on Commander Jerry's shoulder and said that he would inform his son of this, and he would leave Eric's training to him. The man accepted his order. The next day in the king's office, Eric was shocked and asked again about the assignment he had been given. They apologized to him for it happening so suddenly. The boy thought that it was a big surprise. He said that a newcomer like him was given such a responsibility. It was a great honor for him, but he did not understand what exactly his duties were. The king said that his son had expressed a desire to go hunting monsters for the first time. That's why he wanted Eric to accompany him. The boy asked him again about his task. The man said that protecting their homeland was the task of his order of knights. The royal family will be eternally grateful to them. They are all raised to look up to knights. However, his son has deviated slightly from this idea. Since Eric is the same age as him, the king hopes that he will personally appreciate his qualities. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. He thought to himself that His Majesty's son must be childish. Then he asked if he would guard the prince alone. Jerry looked at him with a smile. The king asked if there was any problem with that. Hadn't he said it was an honor? The guy replied that, with all due respect, he found it somewhat unreliable to have a single person guard the prince of the kingdom. He thought he would appoint a few more people to ensure more reliable protection. Turning to the captain, he asked if he agreed with this. But the captain's look struck him. He called him again, whereupon Jerry replied that it was for the prince's good. The king confirmed his words, adding that this is exactly what he needed now. Eric was the only one who could handle it. The boy did not understand why they were saying that. As he understood it, he and the prince were the same age, but that was not the only reason for appointing him. If both His Majesty and Commander Jerry insisted on it being him, there must be something else. He wondered what was wrong with the prince. At this point, the king shouted in rage that he did not understand where his son was going. Why was he making them wait for so long? He had told him to be on time earlier, so he decided to go and get him himself. It was just unbelievable. He didn't understand who he thought he was, and it really pissed him off. Those present were shocked by his anger. As he reached for the door handle, he heard a voice say that he could be heard from the other end of the corridor. The king snorted and said that it was because he was late. He ordered him to come to him quickly. Turning to those present, he apologized for the delay and began to introduce his son. A young man with a mole under his eye appeared before them. His name was Christopher Leo Begonia. Eric was shocked by this, because he recognized his friend in the guy. The protagonist literally froze in place from shock. He thought that the prince looked exactly like his friend, his best friend who saved him in his past life. Could it really be him? But the guy was looking for a simple traveler with dirty hair and torn clothes. The young man in front of him had a perfect hairstyle and was dressed in aristocratic clothes. Besides, he also turned out to be a prince. The guy didn't understand what that meant. Stuttering, the main character said that he was pleased to meet Prince Christopher. The guy didn't listen to him and shouted at the king. He shouted that he had asked not to be called that before. The king did not understand what was going on. The prince added that he had told him not to put his name in the middle of his. The king did not understand why he was still resisting this. He should just accept it as a fact. But the boy did not calm down. He did not understand why his name was Christopher. The name given to him by his mother was more beautiful. The king was outraged by his words. He just added a few letters. It sounds much cooler. It's the name his parents gave him together. The boy didn't calm down, because he knew that his mother said so. But he didn't care. Chris was just great. But the king shouted that it was unacceptable. The main character watched them in surprise. He repeated the name Chris in shock. Father and son looked at him stupidly. The king said that was not true. His name was Christopher. And the prince happily said that the boy was right. Chris added that he had heard of him. He asked if he remembered correctly that his name was Eric. He patted him on the shoulder and said that he could see that he was confused. He asked him to call him Chris. The protagonist's surprise knew no bounds. He knew it. His face, his voice, even his name. There was no doubt that it was definitely him. In his past life, when the village was destroyed, he had nowhere to go, but he changed that. He taught him everything to become stronger. They spent a lot of time with his only friend. The boy realized that he finally found him. But he thought sadly about why he didn't feel genuine joy. When he was lucky enough to be reborn, he got the chance to meet his dear people from his past life. Parents, Tina, the villagers. They were all like he remembered. He could barely hold back tears of joy. But the Chris in front of him now was a different person. The king kept insisting that he forbade it. The name had to be heard. At this point, a maid dropped in to say that they were receiving complaints about the noise. The prince decided to ask her what she thought about it, whether children should have the right to choose their own name. Alice replied that she was not going to take part in it. The prince shouted that it was his idea, so now let him see how it works. After that, he grabbed the main character by the neck. Pointing his finger at his father, he said that now Eric would have his say, and if he didn't like something, then it was very bad. After all, he was only following his orders. The main character's face was very sad. The king at that time called his son a cowardly swindler, and he did not understand what kind of prince he was. But the guy did not care about his words. The main character always knew how it would be. But he was afraid to look the truth in the eye. Somewhere deep in his soul he hoped that Chris would be the same as his friend and support, whom he would look up to. The king growled at his son, who said that since he was silent, he needed to be reintroduced. He extended his hand to the surprised Eric, and said that he was the Prince of Begonia, Chris Begonia. He added with a smile that he hoped it would work. Eric looked at his hand with a smile. He realized that he had to find the strength to overcome anything, but it was really hard to face a reality like this. They shook hands. The protagonist realized that one way or another he had to move on. The friend who saved him in his past life is now in front of him. It's Chris. And even if he has no idea who he is, he will do everything in his power to protect him. The contented guy thought that he had finally met his best friend, whom he had lost in his past life. But the prince who now stands smiling before him is the Chris he has never known. Besides, he is seeing him for the first time. He was prepared for this. After all, he was desperately trying to measure the future, but still, it depressed him a little. However, it didn't matter now. He had sworn to protect Chris, no matter what. He was thinking about how he could achieve his goal. It was foolish to think that simply destroying Felix would be enough to preserve the peace. There must be more going on that he doesn't even know about. He's trying his best to just remember what happened in his past life. Now he needs some kind of clue to remember. They were walking through a dark forest. Eric wondered where they were going. He was just following him. They were already far outside the city. The monsters were much more active at night, and they needed to get back. You answered him that they would not return. The protagonist did not understand his words, what it could mean. He did not answer him, simply turning around. Afterwards he added that the forest was now much safer than the city. Eric apologized and said that he did not think so. They arrived at a place where a makeshift camp had been set up. There was a tent made of leaves, a log for a bench, and a burning fire. Chris said that he wanted to show him something. Noticing that the main character was looking around, he said that he was sleeping here. But that was not what he wanted to show. He asked him to come to him. Handing him a telescope, he explained that it was a great place to see the whole city. He told him to watch his step and look around. Eric started to turn from side to side, looking at everything around. Chris directed the pipe in the necessary direction so that the guy would look at the central square. The main character was surprised by what he saw. A large number of people had gathered there. In the middle of the square there was a platform on which a structure had been erected. At that time, the military carried out sentences. This shocked Eric. He began to describe everything that appeared before his eyes. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Chris confirmed his words and added that he didn't know anything about it. War had torn these lands apart, and this city was on the losing side. Anyone who resisted was punished as a warning. Unfortunately, they were no longer safe here. Eric had no answer. Chris added that he was leaving at dawn. He asked Eric what he was going to do. The guy kept silent at first, and then asked what would happen to the townspeople. Turning away from him, Chris said he would have tried to help them if there had been any chance. But it was too late now. They are desperately trying to prolong their lives a little bit, begging for mercy from the soldiers. The only way to survive is to hand over their friends. Does Eric understand what will happen if they try to help them? They would be putting themselves and those they were helping at great risk. He frowned and added that he could only get Eric out. After all, no one knew him there. It was the best solution he could find. He asked the boy to try to understand him. Chris said he was going to look for food for the next day. He asked Eric to make a fire while he was out. He asked if the guy knew how to make a fire. The protagonist replied that he certainly did, and asked why he had no food. The guy replied that he must have done something wrong when he tried to dry the meat. A lot of flies had gathered around it and it had a bad smell. He added that he would check the traps he had placed nearby. If he started a fire, it would scare the monsters away. Eric asked him to wait because he wouldn't leave him here alone. Chris looked at him carefully. Chris asked him if he remembered correctly that he had survived the monster attack on his village and survived alone for a month. It was just unbelievable. He was much stronger than he thought. He asked him to trust himself more. The guy asked him again in surprise, then he clenched his fist until it trembled, not understanding what he was talking about. After all this time he was running from place to place, trembling with fear. Chris looked at him with pain. He apologized and said that he was right. It was not easy for him. But he also added that if anything happened, he would protect him no matter what. So he didn't have to be afraid. He asked the guy if they had agreed. Eric looked at him blankly at first, then looked down. As he left, the prince added that they had little time anyway. Even here they could be discovered tomorrow, so they had to work together now. He asked Eric to get ready. Eric agreed with his words. After a while, the boy sat on a log next to a crackling fire. He thought about the war. His problems were nothing compared to this. He wondered when he would stop relying on others. He had nowhere to go, and he had no idea what he was supposed to do, what he was even living for. He supposed he really had no reason to live anymore. He threw some wood on the fire. At that moment, his stomach made a loud rumble. He looked back at the meat hanging behind him. As he approached it, the guy thought about what Chris had said earlier, that he hadn't been able to dry it. He looked at it and felt disgusted. He wondered how Chris had managed to build a camp without knowing how to dry meat. He decided that he could still be saved by boiling it. The guy himself was surprised by his words. He didn't understand what he was doing because he couldn't even eat. Suddenly, a sharp rustle came from the side, causing Eric to flinch. In the darkness of the forest, he saw someone's silhouette. Looking at it more closely, he realized it was a person. Turning to the one who was approaching, he asked Chris not to scare him like that. He asked him if he had found anything in the traps. However, when they got closer, he realized that this was not his friend at all. They were angry soldiers who asked him menacingly what he was doing there. Their eyes were black as night. They held their weapons at the ready. The guy was very scared by this. The man approached the boy, drawing his sword. Eric backed away, not knowing what to say. The soldier looked at him with annoyance and grabbed him by the hair, causing the protagonist to scream. Bringing his evil face close to the frightened Eric, he asked him if he could hear him well. He ordered him to start talking before he hurt him. Hurt him, he asked again what he was doing here. The protagonist replied that he had only just arrived today. But it was already getting dark, so he set up camp. Hearing his words, the man hit his head with all his might against his knee. The guy screamed from the pain he received. After that, the man let go of his head. He asked him why he had set up camp in the forest when the city was so close. The entire city was clearly visible from that place. Kicking the main character, he said that he was lying to him. Putting his foot on his face, he asked, "But for what reason is he here?" A second man stood nearby with his arms folded across his chest. He told him to stop, because how could he answer him if he didn't let him speak? If he was going to torture him, he had to do it slowly. He had to get everything out of him before he passed out. He started giving examples of different ways to get information. The guy tucked his legs in horror and covered his head with his hands. The man said that this guy was probably sniffing around here, asking questions about them. It would be a problem if he was not alone. Any information about the partisans would give them a chance to earn some money. The second soldier agreed with him. At this time, Eric tried to crawl away quietly. Suddenly, a sword was thrust into the ground in front of him. The soldier told him that he had heard it. He told him to be a good boy and tell the truth before he began to torture him. He asked him who he was and why he had set up camp here. He had to tell him everything, including how many of them were there. Lying on the ground, Eric looked at him in horror. Tears came to his eyes. He thought that he didn't want it to end like this. He screamed loudly, begging for someone to save him. A voice came from behind the soldier, telling him to let the boy go. He turned around in shock. He asked loudly who told him that. He saw his partner, behind whom stood the prince, with a knife. He said that the guy had nothing to do with it. The soldier looked at him in fear. Having dealt with his partner, Chris said seriously that if he was looking for someone who was sniffing around here and asking questions about them, then he found him. After these words, he took off his hood. The soldier didn't realize how long he had been there. He looked at his partner who had fallen to the ground and gritted his teeth. He ordered him to stay put. He had to drop his weapon, or his friend would lose his life. Chris looked first at her dagger, and then at the man. He asked again, didn't he say that the guy had nothing to do with it? That's why he ordered to let him go right away. The man didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked him irritably what he was going to do with this toothpick. He was the one giving orders. Chris didn't understand why he was afraid of his weapon then. These words made the man very angry. Veins stood out on his face with rage. He swung his sword at Eric, saying that since they wanted to part with their lives, he would help them do it. Eric was very scared again. The prince meanwhile moved his fingers, after which the screaming man was left without his hands. His eyes were filled with amazement. Looking at his hands, he began to scream loudly, not understanding what had happened to him. After that, Chris grabbed him by the throat, saying that this was amazing. He added that he was a demon, but he did not recognize magic even when he saw it. He thought that magic was a normal thing for them. The soldier clenched his teeth in anger. He did not understand how a man like him had such power. Suddenly, he recognized something about him. After that, the prince dealt with the man, and Eric looked at him in shock, asking who he really was. Chris kept silent with a serious face. Eric backed away in horror and called his friend. He wanted to know who he was. Chris did not turn around. He said that he had found the horses. They were nearby. They needed to leave here quickly. He asked him if he knew how to ride. Later, they rode on horseback along a deserted road. There was only dark forest around them. Chris rode a little ahead, and Eric rode behind him with a thoughtful face. The protagonist tried to start a conversation with an uncertain voice. However, the prince interrupted him, saying that he understood him, but he did not know where to start. The Gladio Kingdom is a nation that occupied this territory. They are representatives of the demon race. He asked him if he remembered what Chris had told him when they met. He had been forced to flee from home and eventually came to this city. Gritting his teeth, he said that they had done all this. They had destroyed his home and everyone he cared about. Eric listened quietly to his story. The prince, his brows furrowed in anger, said that he would never forgive them. That's why he would fight them. Eric replied that it was all right, but what could one man do? The boy replied that it had only been a month since the war began. There must still be places where the kingdom has not reached. There must be people there who think like him. He will find those who will join him to fight the kingdom. The guy screamed that it was simply unrealistic, because he himself said that it was a kingdom. No matter how many people he gathered, no army would be enough to defeat the state. Chris replied that he was not talking about full-scale battles. Even a small army could win a guerrilla war. And destroying the command should be enough to neutralize the bulk of their forces. Eric said that was crazy. After all, not everyone is as strong as he is. Without turning around, Chris told him that he was right, but even those who couldn't fight were useful. For example, they could lure a couple of soldiers into the open, like bait. These words shocked the protagonist. He realized with shock that he was waiting to be attacked. He started screaming and calling him names, because he pretended to help, but he tricked him out of the city. The guy replied that he didn't want to deceive him, he needed his help. The guy, shocked, asked again if he even knew what help was. He turned his horse and started walking back, not wanting to stay with them any longer. He said goodbye. Chris asked him to stop and tell him something. He asked how he was going to survive with the demon all around. His village was destroyed by monsters. It was terrible, but obviously his life was destroyed. He wondered how he would be able to survive in such conditions, find food, cook food, what he would do in winter. Now he is not able to survive alone. Sooner or later he will part with life. The guy thought about his words. Chris added that as they spoke, this country was changing. If he wanted to live, he had to become stronger. Looking at him, Eric didn't know what to say. He clenched his teeth in frustration and tears began to flow from his eyes. Chris continued to look at him sadly. Later they set up camp in a cave. The horses were grazing near it. They sat opposite each other, with a lantern between them. Chris said those soldiers had food. He couldn't have gotten it without it, so he got half. Eric asked him why the country had been taken over. After all, if it hadn't been for that, none of this would have happened. Chris looked down and said it was a difficult question. It was so sudden he doesn't know all the details, but he heard from some people that the kingdom was helped by someone. These survivors can no longer be contacted. The prince had no idea who they were working with. But he would find out who was behind this. His eyes lit up with rage. He added that he would find them and bring justice, all for the sake of those he had lost. Eric looked at him sadly and thought about those he had lost. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes. He had a question for Chris. Looking at the prince seriously, Eric asked if he would help him if he asked to teach him swordsmanship and magic. The boy was surprised at first, but then said that he would do it with pleasure. He added that in return, all the cooking would be his. They smiled at each other. Now that Eric thought about it, the fact that Chris was a prince was confirmed by every word and every action he took. And that former prince had already given him an important clue. Looking at the prince of this time and his father, the boy thought that someone was collaborating with the kingdom, and he had to find out who exactly. Jerry was sitting in his office at his desk. Behind him was a bookcase with a lot of books. He was writing something down on paper. He sighed from fatigue and stretched his shoulders. He thought about the fact that Eric was looking for his best friend named Chris. He searched everywhere, but only found one person who matched the description. And it was Prince Christopher, who preferred to be called Chris. He was the same age and appearance as Eric had described. These thoughts haunted the commander. He remembered what had happened earlier. How the prince had shouted his indignation at his father today about why they couldn't start hunting right now. The king had replied that such meetings were necessary to prevent misunderstandings. You can't just go hunting, you have to prepare. Jerry thought about how it didn't seem like Prince Christopher and Eric had ever met before. If Eric was looking for the prince, he was lying when he said he was his best friend. He didn't understand why he was looking for the prince. Could it be to destroy the prince? There are many people who encroach on the lives of kings and princes, but he is one of those who suggested that Eric join. And if Eric knew that the prince was a prince, he wouldn't have needed to look for him. Why would he need to look for a prince without knowing who he really was? Jerry sighed, thinking that maybe he was thinking about this too much. He was brought out of his thoughts by a sudden knock on the door. At the door, they asked permission to go out. With a serious face, the commander answered that he had been waiting for him. He told Millwood to go inside. At this time, a large number of people had gathered in the common dining room. Sitting at their tables, they chatted and ate. Tina, putting a basket of food on the table, said that she had prepared lunch for everyone. Eric replied that he had not thought he would have the opportunity to enjoy her cooking while he was a knight. The girl replied that Vivian's deputy had arranged for her to use the kitchen. Vivian laughed at this. Placing her hand on her chest, she proudly said that listening to their cute little newbies was part of the job of the deputy leader of the Order of Mages. Urena said with delight that her attitude deserved respect. The girl told her with displeasure that she had already told her many times to drop formalities, but the knight replied that this was out of the question. Eric said he was surprised. The commander said that the leader of the Order of Magicians was incredibly strict, so he expected the deputy to be the same. Vivian sighed and remembered Anna. Leaning back in her chair, the girl replied that she was trying to take things easy. Besides, a smile would make everyone feel better. Winking, she asked Tina if she was telling the truth, and Tina awkwardly confirmed her words. Turning to Miss Cashball, Tina asked her for forgiveness for that day. Urena was surprised to hear her words. Tina added that she hoped she could apologize, and if she liked, she could treat herself to lunch. The girl asked if she really could. Tina confirmed and said that she wanted to get to know her better. After all, she hoped that they could become friends. Yurina first looked at her in shock, and then tears gushed from her eyes. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she apologized to them. No one had ever asked her to be friends before. She was so happy that you couldn't hold back your tears. Taking Tina by the hands, she said that she would be happy to be her friend. She asked to call her simply Yurina, without all these formalities. The girl happily replied that she would do so. Vivienne said that was just wonderful, and since that was the case, they shouldn't forget about the deputy. Everyone at the table laughed, and Yurina was contentedly eating her sandwich. At that moment, someone called Eric. Jerry approached them and asked the guy to take a break for a minute. Yurina also greeted the commander. Jerry was glad she was there too. A room had just opened up in the dorm. He apologized for disturbing her, but he had to ask Eric to vacate the room. Vivienne screamed that he had ruined everything, because Yuri had finally found a roommate to her liking. The commander answered her that he understood her displeasure. He looked away and replied that they had their reasons. Eric and Cashball's proximity was only a temporary measure. There was no need for it now. It would be fair to eliminate these privileges. The girl pouted her lips in displeasure. Yuri told Deputy Vivienne that everything was fine. After all, she was not a child and not even an aristocrat here. Tina looked at the girl with concern. At her with different emotions. She then asked Commander Jerry if Eric's new neighbor was standing right behind him. Turning around, the man replied that she was absolutely right. The man who came up said that they were having a lot of fun here. He suggested that now was the time to introduce himself. All eyes were on the newcomer. He looked at Eric and said with a smile that it was nice to meet him. His name was Elion Millwood. The people present looked at him in shock. Tina screamed in horror that it was another girl. Yurina quickly asked her to wait and calm down. The commander said that he was one of the most experienced knights. He added with a smile that he also had excellent grades. He was sure that the two of them would get along. His sister shuddered when she realized that it was a guy. Elion smiled awkwardly, embarrassed by their reaction. A few hours earlier, a subordinate approached his commander. He asked what he meant when he wanted him to follow him, because the commander said that he wanted to know what Eric usually does. The guy said that his subordinate was as smart as always, and that this is exactly what he wanted. Millwood asked him why he wanted it, and if he suspected him of something. The commander replied that this was not the case and that it was not the issue, but he was simply curious. The guy said he was only 16, was born and raised in a small town, and was incredibly curious about how he became so strong. However, he was always busy and could only see him during group training, so he would like Millwood to be his new roommate. The guy said that if the commander wants it so much, then he will do everything. Millwood asked if that was the only reason. He apologized and said it was too selfish a motive. The commander asked if he would do it in the end. The guy said he would do everything and admitted that he himself was interested in Eric. The commander thanked him and said that he appreciated his support. Millwood bowed to him and began to leave the office. The guy slammed the door and exhaled. He said the hero's name out loud. Millwood escorted Eric to the room, saying that he would be staying here from now on. He said that this place was smaller than his previous one, but he hoped that he didn't mind. Eric replied that it was okay and that he felt comfortable in such rooms. One of the heroes asked if this was a standard room for the Knight's Order. The girl replied that it was smaller than the Magician's room. Millwood replied that they had a special case and that it was harder to join the Order of Magicians, so there were fewer of them than knights. The hero replied that it was so, and the use of magic itself makes each mage special. The girl agreed with this. Eric asked if he could use the table. The guy replied that he could also use the closet. He thanked him. Eric thanked the heroes and said that he was very grateful to them for finding books for him in the library, and asked them to let him treat them sometimes. They replied that he helped them a lot, so he shouldn't do that. Millwood thought that Jelena had become much softer since Eric came along. He was surprised how one person could influence another in such a short period of time. The boy thought that Eric could serve as a role model for others, because he behaves with dignity, despite looking down on others. He behaves very maturely, and Millwood does not believe that he is 16 years old. The hero thought that it was not for him to say this, because he was the complete opposite of Eric. Millwood saw the history books of their country, neighboring countries, geopolitics, books about monsters and tactics. He said that the hero studies hard, but usually such things are taught in the classroom. However, this cannot be learned by simply living a normal life. Eric missed out on school, but he is very smart and somehow has the necessary knowledge. The girl turned to the guy. She said that the vice commander had given her permission to use the kitchen every day. If he wanted, he could have lunch with them tomorrow. She would bring her own food. He asked if he could. They answered yes. She asked if they would all come. Eric apologized and said he would be busy tomorrow. The girl was surprised and asked why. He answered that he was going on a mission tomorrow. She asked what the mission was. Eric replied that he couldn't say. Julina told the girl that she couldn't ask people about their missions, because not every mission could be talked about. She apologized. The guy was surprised about the mission because no one had told him about it. If Commander Jer really wanted him to keep an eye on Eric, then he should have signed him up for the same mission, but he didn't. So that means he doesn't fully trust him. The guy thought it was offensive. However, he just needed to keep working until he completely won his trust. The hero exclaimed that this was excellent and they would go hunting. The others started telling him to be quiet. They were going on a mission, so let him be quiet for a second. He agreed with them and said his name was Chris. The guy cleared his throat and asked if he could say. Eric is the only one assigned to accompany the prince, but for greater security, all the others will escort him through the city. They do not want everyone to know that the prince has left the palace, so they will all pose as merchants. The boy asked if everything was clear. The prince answered that it was. He specified that he had to act not like a prince and said that it was not a problem. The commander threw his head back and addressed Eric. He said he was leaving Prince Christopher in his charge. The boy replied that he understood. Chris said that they needed to leave and asked everyone to follow him. Everyone was surprised. They couldn't let the prince right in front. The commander asked Eric to take care of him. The commander turned to the prince and Eric. He said he wanted him to take this before he left. It contains information about the location and details about the monsters. Eric unrolled the scroll. The prince saw that it was a request from the guild. The boy asked again. He asked if the guild was a trade association and if they really needed a third person to hunt monsters. They answered yes. Jer said that all merchants have their own territories, and even the Order of Knights is not allowed to enter them without special permission. And today especially, because the prince is with them and they cannot afford to overlook even the smallest detail. There is no problem more serious than the problem related to money. The principal asked him to wait a second and asked if this was considered collusion. The old man turned to him and said that it would be more correct to call it a division of labor. The commander said that they are primarily focused on hunting monsters, which allows the Knight Order to devote its resources to other matters. The prince said that he really didn't understand anything. He asked if they were ready and suggested that Eric go. The guy hesitated. The commander said he could go and asked him to look after the prince. Eric nodded and said goodbye. The man turned to the commander and asked if he would really let them leave alone just like that. He replied that he would not. The old man asked if he was going to pursue them and what would happen if the king found out about it. He replied that they were all worried about the prince. The commander replied that in that case, none of them would snitch. The men stared at him, awkwardly agreeing. The prince lay on the grass and said that absolute freedom was the best thing in the world. Eric asked the prince if hunting was the reason they were there. Chris replied that it was. Eric replied that following the guild's information, 2 orcs had raided the village's crops. It was also the main trading area, so the wagons had also suffered. He added that the people were counting on their help and asked how the prince could just lie there. Chris said again that they had come to hunt. He explained that if they didn't know where the orcs were, they couldn't hunt them, and clarified that the peasants had already been evacuated. So for him, just doing nothing is a good thing. Eric thought that wasn't what he meant. The prince asked to stop calling him that, and told to address him by his name. Eric said he didn't think it was appropriate for his status. The prince replied that it was an order, and the boy had to accept it. Eric said that they didn't come here to mess around, but Chris interrupted his further speech. The prince started spinning around him. Eric asked why he was doing this. Chris said the guy was too tense and asked him to relax. He started tickling him. Eric started laughing and asked the prince to stop. Chris noticed that the hero began to address him informally. The prince said he was joking, but if he doesn't want to follow his instructions, he'll keep poking at him. The guy said he understood and addressed the prince by name. Chris said that was cool. Eric thought that he was a nice guy, but sometimes his behavior embarrassed him. The prince saw that orcs were approaching them and asked his comrade to look. He said that there was one more of them and asked Eric if he was ready. He replied that he was ready. The guy said he would take his position and added that the prince would come and finish them off when he put them on the ground. Chris replied that Eric's job was to accompany him, not babysit him. He said he knew, well, he wouldn't let anything happen to him because he was a prince. Chris didn't like being guarded all the time. Eric tried to stop the prince. He replied that he did not need guardianship. Chris said that he was annoyed by the resemblance to his old man. But the thing is, he never let anyone accompany him because he needed someone to protect him. Eric asked him what he meant. The prince replied that he was a little ashamed to admit it. He said that he would take care of those monsters first, and the guy could relax for now. Eric thought the prince was making fun of him. A group of orcs ran towards the prince, and Eric shouted his name. Chris fought the monsters easily, and the guy was surprised by this. Eric thought that made sense. Chris was incredibly strong when he met him in his past life. The future only began to change significantly after the attack on the village, so it stands to reason that the prince is strong in this life as well. He had completely forgotten about it, but Chris was still Chris. The prince turned to Eric and said that he did not need a nanny. The guy asked him if he was sure. And didn't his teacher teach him not to relax until the fight was over? Chris replied that he never relaxes. Orcs appeared behind him. Eric asked Chris if she minded if he followed him. The prince replied that he would dodge it. The boy replied that it was not about that. If you work in pairs, you fight together. That was what he meant when he said not to relax. Chris replied that he didn't care, and asked him to just keep up. The guy replied that it concerned him too. The prince asked him to show him what he could do. They began to work together, defeating the orcs. Chris gave him a thumbs up and they bumped fists. The prince said that Eric was not bad and very good, as he had heard. He thanked him and said that he too was very strong. Chris said he learned these skills from his old man and Liberto. The boy said the name of the vice commander and now it became clear to him. The prince asked what he understood. He answered that now he guessed why he was so strong. Chris said he doesn't look like it, but Liberto is very tough. He's never been able to beat him in a fight. Eric said his fighting style is hard to read. The prince said it was strange. It was the first time they had fought together. However, it was very easy to interact with him. He smiled and said he knew they would get along. Eric smiled back. The prince suggested going for a couple of drinks. Eric said he was sorry and couldn't. Chris said he would have fun. He said his job was simply to get him safely back to the castle. A couple of bottles wouldn't change anything if he was alive and well. Eric refused. The prince continued to persuade him. He said that it was just the two of them and no one would know why they returned late. Chris asked not to tell him that he didn't want to drink with him. Eric replied that it wasn't about that. The man addressed the honorable gentlemen of the kingdom and thanked them for coming. Today he gathered them here to discuss the future of their country. When he ascended the throne, he chose a peaceful path for their state to develop, not to fight with neighboring countries. And they built especially friendly relations with Begonia. Felix's attempted attack on Begonia's territory traumatized this relationship. They were lucky to avoid the worst outcome. Well, if they had severed relations with the Begonia, their kingdom would have become completely isolated. Trust is hard to build and very easy to break, so they have to do everything they can to get back on track with that country. The man turned to the king and said that, as he had indicated, they had allies other than the Begonia. If he was so desperate to curry favor with the Begonia, then their authority with other countries could be damaged. Another man said that it was. There could be further consequences from Felix's attack. He asked if the king knew of a country that was not at all happy about their relationship with the Begonia. The girl asked if he was talking about the Lindo Empire. The man replied that it was entirely possible that Felix and Windo had somehow contacted each other. It is no longer reasonable to expect any benefit from relationships with such people. Their only remaining option is to form an alliance with the Begonia. The man asked again and said that the king was joking. He started shouting that this would only make things worse for them with Lindo. It would be an excuse for them to declare war. The man said they didn't need any allies. They had to remain neutral and keep their military in reserve for self-defense, or they would be drawn into conflicts with other countries with nothing to show for it. The girl turned to the old man and said that he had not listened. When Felix conspired with Lindo, they were already embroiled in an interstate conflict. The man asked again. The girl continued. She asked if he thought that taking a neutral position would solve everything. The man said that he had not said that. They needed to be careful and maintain military strength. He asked her if she understood how much their country had given for unification. They wouldn't last a second in a war with another country. The girl said he wasn't listening. She said it was too late and they were already at war. The king shouted and asked everyone to be quiet. He said that arguing and fighting with each other is exactly what Lindo is after. They all have one goal, one desire, to protect the people of their country, and that is why they must stand shoulder to shoulder. The man said that this was the only way. The guy asked why they didn't just keep Felix in check so nothing would have happened. The girl turned to her father and said that he was tired and had not slept well. The man apologized for making her worry so much. He said that he was incompetent. He couldn't calm everyone down, he had already lost his place on the throne once. The girl turned loudly to her father. She said he was the only person who could lead the country at this moment. If he went into spirit, he would only add to the anxiety that others were feeling. The man said that she was speaking the right words. The girl said that her father was being destroyed by carrying all the burden. She was the princess of that country and his daughter, so she wanted to help him in any way she could. To do this, she asked to be allowed to become a special envoy to Begonia. At this time in the kingdom of Begonia, the girl asked what it meant and whether Christopher was listening to her. She was outraged that the prince was drinking alcohol at night in an ordinary tavern. The queen asked what would happen if he got into trouble, if something happened to him. The man replied that there was no need to yell at him like that. He just had to ask permission to have a drink. The woman replied that was not the case. If this behavior becomes a habit, sooner or later the prince will get into something. She turned to the king and asked him to stop spoiling their son. He replied that he was not spoiling him, but simply not interfering. The queen said that his attitude was hardly that. It was called neglect. He asked if that was true. She said that was definitely not acceptable. The boy recalled that after they finished hunting, he and the prince drank in the tavern until sunrise. Helen had to wake him up in the morning. Commander Jer said his pay had been cut. And now he can't believe that he just joined the order, and already he's getting a reprimand. He had finally found Chris and had earned enough trust for him to accompany him. He wondered if he would ever see him again. The woman asked him to tell her whose idea it was. The prince replied that it was his. He said he had never had a close friend and he was too happy and made him go with him. Chris apologized. The queen said she knew he would say that and she didn't know what to do with them. The woman asked the guy that his name was Eric. She said she had heard about him and that she understood that his pay was being cut because of her son. She would listen to everything he had to say about that incident. She said she might even reverse the cut. The boy replied that he couldn't accept it. He agreed to go with him, so he was also guilty. Eric said that he would accept any punishment. The woman asked him if he realized that he had just missed an opportunity to defend himself. The guy said that he did. The queen told Chris that he had a great friend. She said that she would stop scolding him, and he could be free. The woman said that Arisa would leave everything else to us. The prince said goodbye to Eric and suggested that they hunt together again. The queen asked him to relax. She apologized for having to cater to her son's whims. The boy denied it. She asked him to stay a little longer. Eric agreed. He asked what they were doing. They told him to keep quiet. The girl said that he had never returned home so late before. The guy apologized and said that he had made a friend for the first time, so he got carried away. She asked him to promise that he would not do it again, even if he was safe, but she did not know where he was. She would worry. He replied that he knew this and would definitely warn her about his plans. The boy realized that the prince was dating the maid. However, he was already at that age and shouldn't be surprised. Eric didn't understand what was happening and what he was looking at. Since the prince and the maid were in love with each other, he did not know whether the king and queen approved of it. Looking at them, they clearly didn't mind. The guy had questions about why they brought him here. The king said that they had a good view today. The queen replied that it reminded them of their youth. The man said he held her in his arms but did not stroke her head, suggesting that Chris was shy. The woman said she was really curious about who he took after. Eric asked if they had called him to see it. The queen said they had. They both want him to find out everything he can about Christopher. Christopher would one day be heir to the heavy burden of the crown, but he was still their prized only son. The king confirmed his wife's words and added that it was true, so they wanted him to enjoy his youth while he could. But they would not let him neglect his preparation for the future. What their son needs most right now is a true friend. They asked if they could count on Eric to continue to support him. The guy remembered that the Chris he was looking for was different from the one in his previous life. He thought that if Chris was around, he would already be happy, but he knows that this is no longer the case. He must watch as Chris is made into the next ruler, so he can save everyone he cares about. The guy replied that he would do everything possible to support Chris as his friend. Promising to support Chris is good, but knowledge of sword art magic alone won't get you very far. First of all, the hero needs to fully understand what is happening around him, that is, what are the relations between that country and its neighbors. In front of the hero was a large map with neighboring countries. The two countries disagree on where the border should be, so skirmishes over territory are not uncommon. In short, Begonia and Lundo are at war. The boy began to think out loud. Millwood turned to him and asked if he was asleep. Eric apologized and said that he did not want to wake him. He replied that everything was fine and he still couldn't sleep. Millwood said that the protagonist was very responsible to study at such an hour. He meant that they would learn all the important things about internal affairs in class, so there was no need to hurry. The guy replied that he really just enjoyed studying and didn't want to be a burden to anyone. Millwood replied that this was fair. He asked what the hero was teaching. Eric started talking about the relationship between Begonia and neighbors. He especially wants to know about the Lundo Empire, so he is reading about them now. Millwood asked again and said that they were fighting with Begonia. He said that if Eric was so curious, was there anything he was particularly interested in? The guy could tell him everything he knew about Lundo. He asked what he wanted to know. Eric replied that he wanted to know about the Empire's economy and military strength, and about their conduct of the war with Begonia. Millwood decided to begin his story with the history of the kingdom. The guy asked why he needed to know the history of Begonia, and the hero replied that he would find out later. Begonia is a country founded by people who came from overseas. Initially, those lands were so deserted that nothing could grow there, but when gold was found there, everything changed. People appeared who quickly developed those lands, changing them completely. People began to fight mercilessly for possession of the territory. The leader of those then won, became the first king of that land. This is the story of the origin of Begonia. Eric asked what Lundo had to do with it. Millwood replied that before humans settled there, another people had already called the land home. People called those people demons, and they were the ones who originally lived on that continent. But the number of people grew rapidly, which eventually pushed them with their backs to the wall. They had no choice but to unite the countries themselves. This is how the second side of demons appeared. Halcyon and Lundo. People tended to gather together, but each tribe had its own unique customs. In fact, they were more disunited than humans, so uniting them all under one banner was far from easy. The price for uniting their countries was blood. They, the Begonians, compared to those two nations, have a long and stable history, not to mention that they are all much poorer than them. Also, in Millwood's opinion, Lundo is a much more warlike nation, but none of them is capable of conquering another country alone. Eric said he understood and asked if he could ask one last question. The guy said he could. The protagonist began to think that if Lundo still decided to conquer Begonia, then how exactly they would do it. Millwood replied that they would try to seek help from their demon neighbors in Halcyon. At least, that was what he would do. The boy replied that he was tired. Eric thanked him for his help. Millwood wished him good night. The hero began to think that in his previous life, Chris mentioned that Felix was collaborating with someone, and it must be the Lundo Empire. Also looking at the geography, if Lundo and Gladio conspired, then Begonia would be attacked from two fronts at once. In that case, if the kingdom falls within a month, it wouldn't be surprising. But the hero defeated Felix in this life, thus preventing a war on two fronts. This means he also thwarted Lundo's plans. If the operation fails, it will greatly undermine Begonia's reputation. Such a situation will only worsen the country's already bloodthirsty nature, and they will have only one way to restore their lost authority, to regain the people's favor, otherwise they are finished. The commander said he had a mission for the two of them. It was top secret, so not a word about it could leave that room. The man replied that he understood and asked if they were accompanying Chris. Jer said that they would be accompanying Christopher. Over the past month, the protagonist has had many opportunities to train with the prince. In his past life he was taught, but now he is the one being taught. The boy told him about that mission during one of their lessons. Eric asked if the prince would go to another country. He replied that he would go in secret from everyone. Chris has been secretly traveling to other countries since last year. Visiting other countries and seeing their towns and villages is a tradition of that royal family and part of learning about different aspects of the world. On any other day, a foreign prince would not visit those cities. So by going there without telling anyone, the prince can see exactly how they function in everyday life. Chris said that although it was a secret, they were going to saddle him with bodyguards. He usually goes with 2 or 3 people. Eric asked if he wanted him to be one of them. Eric is a newcomer, who has only been among the knights for a month. The prince replied that the boy is strong and that is more than enough. His father does not mind at all. The boy replied that it was an honor for him to accompany the prince. Chris replied that he was glad that Eric was with them. This situation happened a couple of days ago, so the main character has one guess as to why Commander Jer called him there. The man asked if Eric was going with anyone else. He was told that this was an order from the deputy commander of the mages, Vibiana. The 3 of them would accompany him. The guy didn't understand if he really deserved to be part of that group. The commander said that he fully acknowledged Eric's abilities, along with Liberto. It would be a long journey, so he had to prepare accordingly. The guy replied that he understood. The man said that everything would be fine and that they would go incognito, so it would be a normal friendly trip. The commander said that they were advised not to relax. Liberto asked when and where they were leaving. He replied that they were leaving in 2 days and would be traveling for about a week. The country they were heading to was the kingdom of Galzian. The commander asked if Eric was listening. He apologized. The man asked why they were going there now, of all the times when everything was so risky. Jer replied that that was the reason they were going there. There were many things that could only be learned in such turbulent times. Liberto said it would be a very nerve-wracking trip. The guy remembered the girl and did not expect that he would soon have the opportunity to see her. His beloved, who supported him in his past life. He couldn't save her then, but in this life there wasn't a day when he didn't think about her. She's a princess now, so the chances aren't 0. After all these years, he had the chance to see the love of his life again. The man asked if he should ask the king if it was really the best time to send the prince to another country. Galzian will send the princess to them as a special ambassador, as part of the alliance they are forming. He replied that he didn't know if it was a good idea to send the prince to another country right now, but it would be a much worse idea to send him to Begonia. Lately, Lindo's movements have been troubling him. They have been gathering an army on their western border, and he has no doubt that Lindo wants to prevent their alliance with Galzian at any cost. And because of Felix's actions, their forces are now divided on the western and eastern borders. Even in death, he is still an obstacle for them. Fortunately, the king of the other country is a man they can trust. The eastern border is safe. Still, moving all the soldiers from the eastern border to fortify the western border will take time. If Lindo were to make a concerted effort to invade now, the soldiers on the western border would be in for a terrible battle. The man suggested that perhaps Lindo would decide to attack Galzian instead. The king replied that both of those countries were demon countries. At least the connection Felix had made before his death was still valid. He wondered if Lindo would benefit from destroying that connection by attacking Galzian. It doesn't matter. As long as the alliance with Galzian is strong, their safety is guaranteed. Christopher should not be in the country. If these are unfounded worries, so much the better. However, the probability that their secret information could be passed on to the enemy is never 0. The king said that they must never let their guard down and must always be prepared for the worst. The girl said that the sweets in that shop were to die for. The other girl told her that she was right and they were amazing. They said it tasted good, and trying a commoner's dish here and there wasn't so bad. The girl said she didn't think any of them knew that city outside of their training grounds and dorm. The guy agreed and said there were a lot of shops around. They were walking around the city center today. He and Vivian are leaving for Galzian tomorrow on a top-secret mission to protect Chris, so Commander Jer gave them a special title. He thought that Tina, Blina, and Elena had nothing to do with it, but they would be out of town for a while. It was a very kind gesture from the commander. The girls asked the vice commander to turn his attention to the pastries, which looked delicious. They wanted to try some. Yulina stopped them. She said that if they overate, they wouldn't be able to come to practice tomorrow and asked Eric to tell them something. He said that he wanted to have fun in the city a little longer. The girl said it was interesting to hear him say that among all the people. Another said the guy wouldn't be in Begonia for a long time. The third girl asked what they were talking about. She said that tomorrow she and Eric were going on a big trip. The girl asked what the vice commander was talking about and asked Eric if it was true. He felt awkward. Yulina said that she doubted that the guy would go on a fun trip with the vice commander of the Order of Magicians, and she could say with almost complete certainty that it would be a hike. Tina asked if that was true. Eric answered that it was something like that. She asked when they would be back. The guy said that they would miss them very much. He also wants to know when they will return. The girl started asking Tina if she wanted new clothes. because she knows a great store that is nearby. They can also get something for Elena. Yulina said that the guy was given a good offer. The guy said that the outfit was too embarrassing for him and he couldn't walk around the city in it. They asked him not to worry because he was cute and looked beautiful in absolutely everything. The guy said that it was not about that. Yulina asked if they had chosen an outfit since they had been there for an hour. The guy asked them to help. The girl was surprised by what he needed help with. The other one answered that they were almost finished. She asked him to come out and show himself and stop hiding. The girl said that the outfit looks perfect on him and it's very cute. Yulina said that this was no good. She said she would have chosen another one, but it was too rough. The girl said it definitely had its charm. The other asked to wait a bit. She said that if you want to choose something casual, you want to wear something comfortable. The girl asked what, isn't the other dress cuter? The guy was indignant that no one even asked him. He said that he didn't care and that they were all the same to him. The guy ran up to Eric and asked him to choose something for him. He agreed and began to think. The guy said he was completely exhausted and didn't expect to have to endure such a storm. Eric laughed at him. He wondered why the girls were so impatient from the start. The protagonist replied that they were taking up all their time with training. Elena asked if that was the problem. Eric asked the guy if he had fun. He replied that it was not about that. Elena said that they were soldiers. And, to tell the truth, he didn't know if it was right for them to spend their time on such entertainment. They made a choice to kill some people to protect others, and that is their job. He asked if he was allowed to be happy. Elena apologized and said that he didn't want to spoil the mood and asked to just forget about what he said. The guy said that it was late and they should go back. The main character began to think about happiness and he wondered if he would have to sacrifice one life for another again. He has no idea if he is a good person. But right now, all he can do is follow the path he has chosen. As long as all the innocent people who were brutally killed in his past life are alive and well now, he is happy. Tomorrow, he will go to another country and finally see his beloved. The man said that beyond the checkpoint was the kingdom of Halcyon and asked Eric to stand straight. He told the vice commander that he understood. The man turned to Vivian and asked her to stop sleeping because they were almost in another country. He said that last time, because of her, there was a leak and it wasn't good. It was lucky that there were only 3 of them, but they found out that they were leaving and it was all because of her frivolity. She told him not to worry because the commander told her that he trusted them. The man continued to be indignant. The guard asked to show their pass and if they didn't have it, they had to turn around and leave. Eric asked about the pass and whether Christopher had taken it. He replied that he had not. The prince turned to the guard and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked him how he was doing. The boy recognized Christopher from the kingdom of Begonia. The guard asked about the vice commander. He replied that he was. Chris introduced Eric, who had recently joined them, and said that his presence was approved by him and Liebert. The guard asked to open the gate. He said that they should know that after the incident with Felix, the kingdom of Halcyon is in a precarious position and the monsters have become much more active. Their kingdom will not bear any responsibility for whatever happens to them, and if they understand, they can pass. The commander was asked about the secret mission and how the guards and princes knew about it. He replied that before Felix came, Begonia and Halcyon were on good terms. This was not the first time the prince had gone to that country to see the situation. They had been there many times before. Eric asked if the secret mission meant hiding their identities, pretending to be ordinary citizens and getting through the checkpoint. He didn't see why they'd have to endanger themselves. The commander said it was not his fault that the prince had revealed his identity. The man asked if he was aware of his situation. Chris asked why he was always so serious. The girl asked him to stop yelling and let her sleep. The main character thought that everything was much more complicated than he imagined, and he didn't want to think about it. Now he understands why the Begonia kingdom was destroyed in his past life. The man asked Eric why they had stopped. He replied that they were surrounded. Libertas saw a group of orcs in large numbers. They saw the largest one and assumed that he was the orc general. Orcs are smart enough to gather others into groups. They'll have to try. The man asked if Eric would go. He said no problem. At that moment, a girl jumped out of the carriage. The guy told the girl that she was a magician and it was dangerous for her, asking her to get back into the carriage. She said that he didn't know her well and she couldn't handle it, so she asked him to leave the orcs to her. Vivian asked if Libertas would mind. The men began to support the girl, and Eric was very surprised. Vivian said she doesn't like it when people think she can't do it, so she'll prove them wrong. She said she would defeat the orcs in a couple of seconds. The girl used a fire projectile. She defeated all the orcs and asked if it was fast enough. The men started saying that she had done it not in a couple of seconds but in 10. Vivian said that they were deliberately increasing it. The girl said that she was going to take a little rest. The man asked Eric if he was tired. The prince said he could replace him. The guy thanked Chris. The protagonist began to think that although she was not as strong as Vivian, Irene could also use similar magic. He wanted to meet her. The guy said he was interested in how strong the girl was. She said she was stronger than most people. The guy asked if she was weaker than demons. The girl thought about it. She thinks it depends on the species and their characteristics. Vivian asked if he had heard that Princess Alcyone was good at magic. The prince said that Irene was beautiful, good, and perfect. Eric asked how he knew Irene. Chris said that he himself is a prince, and they once met. The guy asked what kind of princess. The prince asked if Eric was her devoted admirer. Chris said that everything was clear with the guy, because the princess was popular and beautiful, so there was nothing wrong with that. The girl suggested telling Alice that the prince had called another girl beautiful. The guy started saying that it wasn't true at all and asked how she knew about them. The man apologized for interrupting their fun and asked for her attention. Chris asked about the demons. Liebert answered negatively and asked to take a look. The prince said that the sun would soon set and they were lucky. They could spend the night there. The man said that it was too early to draw conclusions and asked to take a look. The prince said that things were bad for them. Eric asked what was going on there. He let the guy look at it too. The main character looked into the tube and was surprised. The village was under attack. He said they needed help. The man said their job was to protect the prince, not save villages. Liebert apologized to Eric and said that it was not up to him to decide. He asked the prince what they would do. Chris replied that he wanted to help those people. Eric was inspired. The girl said she was in. The prince said they had to win. The man agreed with Chris's order. Eric said they had to act. The prince said that this was an order and they had to save the village. They all said they understood. The man asked if this was all and said that this was not a village, but a hole. One of the bandits started laughing. The chief replied that it was wrong to hurt the girls. The villagers began to insult the bandits. A man hit the speaker. One girl wanted to tell them something. She was told to keep quiet if she valued her life. He said that he didn't care about the guys, and that he could be killed. The robber said that since he was allowed, he told the villager that he needed to prepare for death. He swung his sword, but a stone came out, which surprised him greatly. The chief asked what was wrong. His subordinate began to answer that a stone had come out from under the ground. At that moment, something appeared from behind. The man was knocked down. They said they were not bandits and asked residents not to worry. Eric said that they came to save the village. The chief asked the guy who he was and was surprised that he alone dealt with everyone. The main character said that he was not alone. The prince said he was offering the bandits an option. If they left right now, they would stay alive. All his friends are unconscious outside. He said that he would save not only himself and declared it as good conditions. The bandits started laughing. They asked him why he was laughing. He asked them if they were people because showing up to them was stupid. The bandit started shouting at them not to underestimate them. He asked if he thought humans and demons could coexist peacefully. The man pointed his hand forward and told his subordinates to kill everyone. Chris hit one of the robbers, and dogs started attacking him from behind. The dogs were rebuffed. The owner of the animals began to cry, feeling sorry for his pets. He was pushed away and told that he was useless. Another robber used magic, however, they were unable to defeat the heroes. The girl said that it was a very outdated technique. The bandit asked again and did not understand why his magic did not work. She said she simply blocked the blow with the same magic. With magic like that, he didn't even think about defending himself. She asked if he was that confident. He said that no one could cover her back. At that moment, the main character attacked him from behind and hit him. The leader of the bandits escaped. One of the men saw this and ran after him. The villagers asked the heroes if they were really human, because they had never seen people like them. The girl asked them not to be afraid. She said that he was safe and sound, asking who else needed help. The villagers began to thank them. The woman said she never would have thought that they were all begonia soldiers. They saved their entire village, and the villagers were very grateful to them. The old man asked what the Begonia soldiers had forgotten there. He began asking whether they had come on an excursion or were on a reconnaissance mission. It was the village chief. The girl said that the heroes had helped them, and they owed them for this help. She asked him to show respect. The prince said that the chief was right, and the old man was surprised. Chris said that Begonia and Halcyon had been slowly developing a friendly relationship for some time. This included trade and military exchanges. The old man said that when Felix began to prepare to take the throne, all this stopped. The prince agreed with his words. He said that, unfortunately, the effects of Felix's actions continue despite his departure. In the current unstable situation, they need a clear understanding of the internal affairs of the Halcyon. The old man said that he understood what they were talking about, but they were too frank for soldiers. He said so they wouldn't get the wrong idea, and he didn't want to hurt them. The heroes saved them, and he couldn't be mad about it. However, none of the villagers liked Felix from the start. They were glad that the Begonia outplayed him. He asked to be allowed to thank them. He said that it was already getting dark, and if they wanted, they could spend the night in the village. The prince was surprised. The old man confirmed this, and said that they were not expecting guests, but they could come to his house. Chris thanked him and said that they could help him clean up the damage the bandits had done. The village chief said that he would be happy to accept their help. The village chief began to say that if he were stronger, this would never have happened. The girl ran up to him, beginning to calm him down and ask him not to say such things. She said that it was all Felix's fault because he had fun destroying their country, and now they had to pay for it. The old man agreed. He said he knew full well how dangerous he was, but did nothing to stop him. He started saying that there was nothing he could do. The old man was very scared, so he just closed his eyes to everything. He stood up abruptly and said he'd had enough. It didn't look like the situation could get any worse. Flexie's homeland was his homeland. Eric asked again about Felix. A man ran up to the old man. He said that he was listening attentively. He began to ask to guess who had come. The chief understood immediately. In front of them stood a girl named Nina. The man began to greet the girl and asked where she had been all this time. She asked him again and said it was obvious. Nina was checking the monster traps. The guy told her that she had been gone for a few days and bandits had attacked the village while she was gone. Nina said she didn't care. The man started blaming her and asked if she knew how many people died because she was not there. The girl got angry. He told her that she was looking for Felix again. The guy accused her of being stubborn and said that all she did was look for a bad man, putting them at risk. The man asked her if she understood that he was dead and told her to give up. The girl was not pleased that he was lecturing her. She said he plays the victim, blaming everyone around him. The strong make the rules in this country, and he should be able to protect himself. And if he can't do this, then he has no right to slander her brother's name. Nina was very angry. Liebert turned to Eric. The protagonist immediately understood him. Everyone looked at Nina. She exclaimed what they needed. The old man asked her to listen and said that a group of heroes had driven away the bandits and that they were soldiers from Begonia. Nina clarified. She noticed that several people were tied to a tree near the village and now everything became clear to her. She said that this was clearly not a decision that a demon would make. The prince said that they, as inhabitants of Begonia, were not able to pass such a judgment there, even for the wicked. They were from Halcyon, so they should be judged by the law of that country. She said that this is true if the law works and asked why they decided that their law was right. The man asked the girl to stop, and she replied that the weak had no pleasure in that country. Nina said that all they can do is make noise and run away or meekly submit to the strong, like cowards. That's why the girl chose to be strong. She said that if there had been any real order in that country, she wouldn't have had to try so hard. The residents were surprised by the huge dome over the village. Nina asked if the heroes would spend the night there. The head confirmed her words. She said that she understood everything and then it would be right if she showed their guests due courtesy. As long as the girl was there, the village was safe. The prince asked that the place where they were now was Felix's home village. Eric was silent, and Chris stared at him. Then he asked Vivian how she knew what spell the girl had used. She replied that it was an improved barrier. Barrier spells are very difficult, and even the lower rank spells are too difficult for most mages. Vivian admitted that this also applies to her. Plus, the spell affects the entire village, so she is real. Liebert said that it sounded appropriate for Felix's younger sister and asked what they should do, since apparently the girl was looking for Felix herself. The prince said it might be a good idea to fly away before the situation got out of control. He didn't want to get into more trouble. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the prince asked who was there. Nina's voice was heard from behind the door, and she said that she wanted to ask them something. The prince asked Eric what he thought about this, and he allowed the girl to enter. She thanked them and asked what country they were from. Nina asked if they knew anything about the whereabouts of Felix Gladio. Eric replied that she should know it better than them. The girl asked what he meant by that and why she should ask them about it then. Eric replied that Felix was dead. Nina started screaming that the guy was lying. She said there was no evidence and no one saw anything. Eric said he saw it personally because he defeated Felix himself. The girl was horrified. She asked Eric about him defeating her brother. Nina said she couldn't believe it because her brother couldn't lose. She gritted her teeth and asked where, when, and how Eric defeated her brother. He said that Felix sent a large number of monsters to his village. It is a village on a hill, near the border. He fought to protect his home and defeated it. She confirmed that her brother often controlled monsters, and he went to attack his village. Nina asked if her brother was strong. Eric answered positively. He said that Felix was very strong, and he had never met anyone stronger than him. If he had not been helped, he would have lost. The girl said that she understood everything. She thanked the guy and said goodbye. The girl asked if it was worth telling Nina everything as it was, and if it would not have been better if she had not known anything. The prince said that he had to tell her all this. He said that he was very worried, and now Nina is angry with them. Liebert confirmed this, and said that if he sympathized with her, then none of this mattered. Eric said that he knew this. The fight with Felix is an important moment in his life. He said that sometimes there may not be enough words to express what it was like to be fighting for his life. Eric said that Nina had every right to know what happened to Felix. Since she asked, he should have told her. The man said there was something to it, and asked the boy to remember something. He told him that he was no longer alone and that what he did and said affected many more people than he thought. The boy thought about what Felix had told him, that he had never been blessed by the allies. He came to the conclusion that nothing could justify his actions. Even though he understood this, he still felt uneasy. The old man said that perhaps he wanted to transform this land more than anyone else. However, this desire arose from deep darkness, and a dark desire could never lead to positive change. Felix only sowed house around, and as a result, he found himself alone. It is not difficult to guess that all his followers were selfish fools attracted by his influence. But Nina was different. She was one of the few who truly shared Felix's life and supported him sincerely. And this is what worries the village chief. Eric was lying on his bed, and the girl quietly opened the door, approaching him with a knife. She swung the knife at Eric, but he managed to intercept it. Liebert threw her aside, and the girl crashed into the wall. He told her not to move or he would kill her. The man said that she was not hiding her presence well and asked if Eric was okay, to which he replied yes. Liebert said it was strange for the guy to let someone get that close to him. Nina asked to kill her because she is weak and has nothing more to say. The man swung. Eric told him to stop. Liebert said that Nina was his responsibility then and he didn't think she still wanted to kill him, and he went to bed. The guy thanked him. Eric turned to Nina and asked if they could go for a walk. He told her that he still hadn't introduced himself and gave his name. The girl was gloomy and the guy felt awkward. He told her that she didn't seem to be good with blades and asked why she came to him with him. Nina replied that she had nothing better than a knife to kill with. The guy was surprised and said that the barrier she created was very complex. Obviously, difficult magic is difficult to control and also requires a significant amount of mana and magic power. If Nina can use the magic needed to cover the entire village, then she should have enough magic to defeat one person. She said she could only use magic for barriers. The guy was surprised. Nina said she could still use some wind magic, but she couldn't use something like a shadow sword. Eric said he understood. The girl said that was why a simple blade was her only choice, but she thought she could pull off a dirty trick. The guy replied that it was Felix's style because he didn't show up if he was in a normal state. The first thing Felix did was defeat an old man with a sneak attack. The girl replied that it was her brother's style. She asked him what he wanted to talk about in the end, and if he understood that she wanted to kill him. Nina asked if he wanted to defeat her. Eric said that he didn't want to, and that as far as power was concerned, he would decide after their conversation. The girl called him a hypocrite and said that he said that the people of that country should be judged by its laws, and now he was judging it according to his own ideas. The guy replied that the girl said that the weak there obey the strong. Eric asked her to tell him about her brother, because he wanted to know him better. The girl was surprised and asked why he needed it, if her brother was already defeated and he did not need to know anything about him. He said he doesn't usually ask such questions. However, Felix is the one who took everything from his past life. The people living here were killed by the thought of him becoming king. He doesn't feel the slightest regret about defeating him, and he doesn't intend to regret it. Eric said that Felix is important to him in some way. The boy asked that if the girl was his younger sister, she should have grown up with him. He wants to know why Felix wanted to become king. Nina replied that she had not grown up with him. The guy was surprised and said that she was his sister. The girl replied that he was her brother, but not by blood. She simply saw him as her brother, and she was like a sister to him. She began to remember that the first time they didn't meet, she was 10 years old. Nina fell into the capital's slums when Felix appeared and saved her. He turned to her and asked if she was alive. The girl knows nothing about her parents. When she came to, she lived in an underground city looking for scraps to survive. The royal capital seems like a beautiful city on the surface. Well, so dirty that it makes you wonder if this is the same city. She was born in that underground part. Different people live in the underground city. People who came there after a failure on the surface, as if rolling down. People who got hurt somewhere and can't work anymore. People like her, she doesn't know if her family was abandoned, but she ended up there somehow. They were all together, but there was no light in their eyes. For children in the same situation as her, the underground city is hell. If someone has food, it can be stolen, and you can be defeated. You can be defeated by adults simply because something irritates them. Beautiful children can be taken away. These children have a very difficult fate. It seems that most of them are forced to lead a life in which death would be a blessing. Once, she was also about to be kidnapped, but she managed to escape. However, at that moment, she was exhausted and hungry due to the conditions and collapsed, ready to accept the inevitable. Because in the underground city, there is not a single person who would help another, and she is no exception. But Felix was different. He told her that if she was still alive, she needed to raise her head. The girl stood up and attacked him with a knife, but he threw it away. He said she was a good fighter and he liked her passion. Felix told her that if she was going to survive there, she better be in good shape. Because living alone is very difficult, he said she had a chance. The guy threw an apple into her hands. In the underground city of the royal capital, she felt something for the first time. She thought it could be called kindness. For her, who hated the capital, it was pointless to be in the underground city. In the end, she had no place to go, so she decided to go with Felix. Eric asked if this was the village Felix was from and why he went to the capital. She replied that he wanted to see the underground life of the capital. It was a good place to learn about the current state of affairs in the kingdom. The guy replied that he understood. He said it was unexpected because Felix didn't look like someone who would act in tandem with someone. The girl said that's what everyone says about him. Her brother had his own beliefs. Eric asked what those beliefs were and what happened after he left the underground city. After this, they wandered through the cities and villages of the kingdom to see with their own eyes the real state of affairs in the country. Felix said that the current king only cares about the external shine, but he closes his eyes to the dark sides. If so, then he will take over the government of that country and wipe out both the shine and the darkness from the face of the earth. Nina said that to become king, you need to defeat the current king in a duel, and she knows that Felix is very, but worried. He told her that weaklings should remain weaklings. He doesn't like those who don't try to become stronger and just watch from the sidelines. Felix said that Nina survived the underground city and understands it. If the current king of the country is no good, then there must be someone else. He asked her why she thought people were born in such rotten places, an underground city, and why no one could unite. She asked why. He replied that it was because there was no common enemy and therefore no common. The girl asked about the common enemy. Felix began to think what would happen if he became king. Then he would like to conquer the neighboring kingdom of Begonia. The girl told him that not everyone wants to fight. Felix replied that he knew that. He told her that fighting does not only mean a violent clash. Those who want to cultivate the fields should do so. Those who want to learn should have the opportunity to do so. The battlefield changes according to the people. Although, in that country, it seems, there are no normal places for education, and therefore schools will have to be built. There was a lot of work for him. Having said this, her brother headed towards the royal capital to challenge the king of the country to a duel. In the first fight, her brother was defeated, but he did not give in. To become stronger, he spent several years in training days. And then her brother challenged the king again. Felix became so strong that he was able to defeat the king. But there was no smile on her brother's face. Felix began to tell the king that he had become weaker than the last time they fought, and this was because he only fought weaklings. He asked him why he thought he had become stronger. In that country, being strong is considered right. He asked him why he wasn't getting stronger. Telek said that he was leaving, but would be back soon, so he asked her to wait for him. The girl asked if she needed to go too. He answered that she needed to, because such a neglected village could easily be destroyed. Felix asked the old man if he had come to see him off. He asked Felix to reconsider his decision. He told him that if he wanted to stop him, he should show it not with words, but with force. Even if he invited everyone to fight him, he wouldn't mind. Felix said that you can't convince anyone with words, that's why you need force, you need to remember this. He said that if no one goes, then he leaves, and asked Nina to live well. She said goodbye to him. Felix said that now the country will change because he will rule it. This is exactly the appearance of her brother, whom she saw for the last time. She asked Eric if he had defeated her brother. He replied that he had. The girl asked what her brother's last appearance had been and what he had said. The guy replied that Felix called the fight fun. The girl said that was good, the last time a fun fight with him. She apologized, and he told her everything was fine. He knew the pain of losing those you love. But no apology needed. Felix in his previous life killed everyone he loved for no reason. He got a chance to start over and he fought Felix, won and protected them. In this world where the strong defeat the weak. So he can't say anything to this girl, who probably also carries the same pain as he does. He can't do anything about it. The girl turned to him. I asked him why Eric was crying too. He apologized and said he shouldn't cry. Nina called him kind. Eric replied that he wasn't. And I told him that he was just thinking about the sister of the enemy who tried to destroy his homeland and he was crying because of it. Nina added that there were few such people. He told her that he was not such a good person. For him, it was just sympathy. She said that sympathy or anything else was good. If he was killed by someone who could shed tears for such a person, then her brother would be rewarded. She said she loved her brother, but she couldn't agree with his views when he became king. The boy understood that. She said that, indeed, as her brother says, if there were enemies outside the country, then perhaps there would be no conflicts within. But she knew that if a war began, the suffering would exceed all limits. She also felt like somewhere deep down she sympathized with her brother. Even if it was the wrong path, she still thought that maybe it would lead to something better than now. She thought that surely her brother knew that he was wrong. However, her brother did not stop because he had her. He wanted to get rid of people like her, who live in the shadows and misery. So maybe her brother wanted someone to tell him he was wrong. Felix was very angry with the king because he thought that the king who seemed right to him was losing without a fight. It could be forgiven. The prince asked Eric if he was okay. The boy asked what he was getting at. He asked about the girl who attacked him yesterday. The protagonist replied that she was completely fine. Liberto said Chris didn't even notice the threat. He slept all night, so he understands why he's worried. The prince was outraged by the man's comments. Chris said it was unlikely that anyone would feel threatened and Eric was just awful. The guy replied that if we were to talk about horrors, then the vice commander Liberto was much more terrible. Even being in another room, he felt threatened. The man said that he felt uncomfortable. Chris started to get upset about their jokes, as if it was very funny. Liberto told the prince to come to them and then they would have fun together. The prince asked him to shut up. The man asked if Bakamon, who was always sleeping, was awake. Eric asked if he needed to be woken up. Liberto replied that he did. They were approached and asked if they were already getting ready. The girl wished everyone good morning. Chris told her that she was late. Viviana replied that everyone in the village had allowed her to stay. She confirmed this with the old man. He said that they didn't even have time to express their gratitude to him, and asked them to rest a little more. Liberto said their attention is appreciated, but they have their own plans. The prince said that they would return there after visiting the capital, and then perhaps they could rest. The old man understood them, and told them to be sure to come by when they returned. Nina asked if they were going to the royal capital after this. Eric wished her good morning and asked if she had been able to sleep after what had happened. The girl replied that she had not. She made a request to him. When they went to the capital, they should look not only at the front, but also at the dark side. The girl asked him to tell her later what he felt. She asked if he would return to the village. He confirmed that he would return. Everyone became alert and asked what had happened. The girl asked if they were robbers. The man told her to look more closely. It was the armor of the soldiers from Harujian. Nina assumed that some aristocrat had arrived, and it turned out to be true. The guy saw his beloved, and he had no doubt that this could be a mistake. The guard stopped him and said that they would not forgive him for causing trouble in front of the princess. She stopped them and apologized. The girl asked him if they had met somewhere before. The prince turned to the princess, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and apologized, calling Eric a ridiculous companion. The girl recognized him. Chris asked why she was in such a place. Irene said she had something she wanted to share, but couldn't go into detail right now. The kingdom of Begonia is under attack. At this time in the kingdom of Begonia, in the capital, a few hours before the attack, the man asked another if he had heard that the number of troops on the western border, where the Lindo Empire borders, was being increased again. Just last week, the reinforcement just arrived. Maybe Lindo crushed them. They don't know when they'll be thrown out either. The man asked the other to stop talking about it. Elena turned to Urina and asked what she was doing there. He realized that the girl was also in the amplification and said that he heard something upstairs. The guy added that at least for some consoling hope, he was also chosen to be reinforced. Urina was surprised by this. Elena said that the girl was pushing herself too hard and, after all, no one goes to die. She said that there are people who are unhappy and losing their lives, and that is why everyone is worried. Urina asked if Elena was scared. He answered that maybe she was. In fact, he is even glad to be recognized and to be able to do his real job as a knight. Urina said that he is very strong. He replied that maybe he just wasn't that afraid, and that didn't make him truly strong. He alone cannot save anyone, and he is not given such power either. Urina said that this is why he has comrades, companions. He replied that this was true, because they were friends. The magician turned to the girl and said that she had very good skills. She added that that was enough for today. Besides, if she can improve the quality, even lower spells will become powerful. Also, if she learns a higher level of magic, who will be able to use it with less magic expenditure. The girl thanked the magician. She asked about the fact that a wizard's powers are practically determined until the age of 18. She was told that this is true, but that does not mean that abilities cannot improve. The girl gave herself as an example and said that she was quite grown up, but still trying. She replied that she would try. The man said it was great to be training so late, and turned to Anna. She confirmed it. The girl asked if the captain of the knights needed anything. He asked about the mud and assumed that she was infatuated. Anna said that the girl could become as good as Viviana, however, she clearly lacks combat experience for this. She said that they too had decided to go west to help. The man said he was listening and asked them to reconsider their decisions. The girl said they had already made their decision. Their magic powers are the best of the best. Especially with the absence of Liberto and Viviana as the prince's guard, it would be good if they stayed in the capital. Anna asked if he knew what they said about their magical order. An elite group of highly paid, incapable of achieving significant results. She said that in contrast, knights can truly excel on the front lines and ultimately have to provide support from the rear for their exploits. He said that at least the knights had the opportunity to take turns on the front lines, but the magical order did not have such luxury. Anna asked him to stop. She said she didn't like his military appearance. The man told her she looked like the commander of a magical order. Anna said she hated it. She assumed that when you became a soldier, that was the only way you could think. The girl asked Eric if he was okay. The man asked what was going on. She asked what the light was in the north. Anna suggested that it could be people in a remote place with no trade routes, or it could be light from hunters. It turned out to be the light from magic. No one could believe that the Begonia was under attack. They asked what it meant. The prince asked if she was talking about the western border, where Begonia borders the Lindo Empire. The girl said that was something else entirely. Irene replied that this was happening to the Begonia capital. No one could believe it. The man said that they left the country only 3 days ago. It is impossible for the enemies to invade the capital in such a short time, or the princess really witnessed a surprise attack. The girl denied this, and said that, unfortunately, everything she told was true. Before they went to Begonia, their comrades who were in the capital brought this information. The prince was surprised that Princess Irene was in the Begonia and said that he had not heard anything about it. She replied that they were heading to the capital to make an alliance with Begonia as special envoys. She asked if this had been conveyed to Prince Christopher, as she thought he knew. The prince asked the Liberto why they were hearing about the attack from the princess and why the Begonia was not reporting it to them. Eric said that Chris needed to calm down, because their country was under attack. It was more important to understand the situation in Begonia. The prince agreed. The guy turned to the princess and said that the situation was urgent and asked if the person who brought the information was there. The neighboring empire did indeed attack, but something didn't suit him. History says that the Lindos emerged from the northern mountains and launched a surprise attack directly on the capital. Given the supply situation, strategically, this looked like a bad move and is hard to believe. Eric said that this happens eventually. They may be planning to resupply locally. The prince said that was looting and not something an army should do. Eric said they had to give up the assumption that the enemy thought the same way they did. Liberto replied that it was true. The guy thought that everything was bad. After all, at this rate they could come to the same ending as in the previous life. In the previous life, Begonia was attacked when Chris was absent from the capital. He wondered if the reason for his absence was the same as in this life, namely, to check the neighboring side. Eric thought that it did not make sense. In the previous life, the kingdoms of Hargan fell into the hands of Felix's enemy. For a prince to go to an antagonist country, plus S, is nothing but a risk. If there is a possibility, then it is likely that in the previous life, resistance forces that cooperated with Begonia continued to exist in Felix's country. He realized that this was true. In that case, there was a possibility that in their past lives, Liberto and Viviana were away from the Begonia as the prince's escorts. Their current situation is similar to the previous one. The capital of Begonia is left without key defenders. In addition, the girl is heading to the capital to form an alliance with Begonia. From the other kingdom's point of view, they would very much like to prevent the alliance between the two countries at any cost. The protagonist said that Begonia had recently gathered troops on the western border. The man said that this could not be and suggested that it was sabotage. Eric realized that this was not a coincidence, and the Lindo Empire had specifically chosen that time to successfully carry out a surprise attack in both the past and present lives at that very time. He thought that the situation was very dire, and if they continued in the same spirit, the country would suffer the same fate as in the previous life. Eric said he was very sorry and asked the man if he knew how many enemies there were. He replied that he did. According to his rough estimates, there were about 10,000 enemies. Everyone was very surprised and said that it was bad. Eric began to say that those who remained in the capital were in great danger. It would take them less than a day or more to get there. They had to return as soon as possible. Liberto asked him to wait. He said there was one way that could instantly bring them back to the capital. The man said that there was only one way that would allow them to quickly return to the capital. Eric asked if it was possible to return in an instant. Chris said it was Viviana's magic. She said it was different. Even she can't use such specialized magic. He asked what she could do. The girl reached into the box. She took out 2 magic balls from there and showed them to the boys. The prince asked what it was. This was a so-called magic tool, an object imbued with magic. The abilities depend on magic, and this one has the ability to teleport. The prince shouted that she should lend it to him and tried to snatch the magic balls from her hands. The girl asked to wait for him for at least a minute. She only had 2 of them. That is, only 2 people could return to the capital. Chris started asking about the number of people. The girl replied that it was still a prototype and she did not plan to use it unless things went badly. The prince replied that they needed to prepare enough people. He said that the lack of report of the attack on the capital by the Begonia and the lack of magical tools to return for so many people was done intentionally by his old man. He couldn't think of any other explanation. Liberto agreed with him. He said Chris was the Prince of Begonia, and under no circumstances should anything happen. The guy started to get indignant that he shouldn't silently watch his country being attacked, and he couldn't accept being indifferent. Liberto gritted his teeth in anger. The man took the prince by the collar of his cloak and said that if something happens to the king, he will inherit the throne. However, if both disappear, everything will end very badly. The kingdom of Begonia will be finished. The prince took the man's hand in his, and began to say that everything was not so bad. He suggested that Eric and Vivian return to the capital. They looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Liberto said that it was a good option. He asked the girl to teach Eric how to use the magical tool. She saluted and set to work. Streams of magic began to swirl around the protagonist. At that moment, Chris turned to Eric and he turned around. The prince said that he entrusted the royal capital to them. The boy understood the full responsibility. The girl began to ask if it was because he was stronger than the Liberto. The man replied that one of the reasons was that he was more capable than he was now, and he would be a valuable asset. He defeated him. The girl asked the guy's name. Eric introduced himself to her. She shrank and said that, thanks to him, the kingdom was saved and asked to be allowed to express her gratitude. The girl thanked him. The guy smiled in response to her words. She asked him to make sure he came back alive. The guy was inspired by her words. The main character was very serious, and his look was full of determination. He answered her that he would definitely return. They both disappeared, and everyone said that we should believe in them. Everyone who saw the heroes off stood with a serious face. The prince turned to the princess and asked if he could ask her something. She agreed. He asked if she had ever met a guy before. The princess asked again. The girl replied that she was pleased to meet them for the first time. The prince did not believe her and said that he thought Eric knew her. The princess felt awkward about this. She asked if it could be because she was a princess. The prince denied this theory. He told her that the guy knew her as if they had already met. The girl was very surprised. She said that she also met different people in her position as a princess. The girl tries to remember faces and names, but she does not remember Eric, and they meet for the first time. However, despite this, she has the feeling that they are not meeting for the first time. The prince said that Princess Irene had the same feelings. She was surprised and wanted to add something, but she was interrupted. Started to approach them and asked the girl why, when she heard the name Felix, this name did not mean anything to her. The princess looked at her questioningly. She introduced herself and said that she was Felix's sister. The guards began to separate the girl from her. Nina turned to the princess and said that she would be very glad if she would talk to her a little.